In the impenetrable darkness of the mysterious forest, under the cover of night, several black shadows glided forward, unnoticed by the human eye. Their steps were confident, almost weightless, barely touching the branches of the centuries-old trees. It was difficult, almost impossible, to understand what kind of uninvited guests or visitors were filling the space around. Suddenly, a small clearing, hidden in the thickest part of the forest, was illuminated by the soft light of a fire, and nearby lay a bundle with a small newborn creature. So the guests froze in agonizing anticipation of something unpredictable. In an instant, their faces were distorted by bloodthirsty grins, and their hands pulled out a sharp knife, clearly not to help the newborn. There was no trace left of the agonizing wait. The shadow's intentions were obvious. They began to move again, and a second later, one of the visitors threw his sword at the small, defenseless creature. It's hard to say how evil and inhumane a man must be to do something like that, but the knife hit the target. But surprisingly, there was no baby crying, although it should have been exactly the opposite. But there was no baby in the bundle. The young man didn't expect such a setup of the century, and he froze on the tree branch with a silent question in his eyes. Suddenly, the forest guest heard a voice behind him, clearly a human one, although who knows what could be found here, so he sharply turned his head towards the speaker. He didn't see anything interesting or strange. A couple of meters away from him, on a tree branch, stood an ordinary guy in a raincoat. But his gaze was not that of a cheerful teenager, but prickly, cold, as if he had killed at least 1,000 people. Not only was his look strange, but also his speech, because the men were trying to kill the child, not him. And the guy claimed that they had attacked him, and now he could do the same without a twinge of conscience. The strangeness didn't end there, and the stranger broke off a tree branch for some reason. Did he really want to defeat his enemies with it? That's hilarious. His actions caused a wave of laughter and ridicule, because he was going to shoot them with a branch, an ordinary branch from a tree, without even sharpening its end. They should have done this in vain, of course, because a second later one of them fell into eternal sleep, and the ordinary branch turned into an extraordinary one. But the forest guests could do nothing, and silently watched as their comrade fell down dead, with a branch in his forehead. Fear, misunderstanding, and anger were reflected on the face of the recently smiling man. But now he no longer felt like joking. They arrived, but the uninvited guest didn't know exactly what to do. There was no point in running. He'd catch up. Hiding wasn't an option either. He'd find them. That was already obvious. They'd probably fight. But how was the question? And the reason for this behavior was also clear as day. It was unlikely that anyone had gotten into the habit of watching an ordinary tree branch transform before their eyes into an energetic magical arrow. But the boy didn't even blink an eye. He just pulled the bowstring and fired. He didn't even consider that he could miss. And he didn't miss. And then everything was painfully banal. Another uninvited guest falls dead to the ground. And the last one understands that he took on this task in vain. Oh, in vain. He, of course, wanted to believe that there was still a chance to change everything, if he tried. If he gritted his teeth, if luck smiled on him. But it did not smile. To put it mildly, she didn't smile. She turned her back to him and to the one below, and his comrades one after another fell dead down. The layout was so-so. It was definitely impossible to get a winning combination. So the man raised his hands and began pitifully asking not to kill him, because he was good, or at least could be. But the young man didn't believe this fairy tale. He had his own philosophy of life. If you're trying to kill someone, then be prepared to die. Everything was extremely simple and clear, so he easily killed the last uninvited guest. The Moor has done his job. The Moor can sleep soundly. He left no traces, destroyed the corpses, took the dummy child. Beauty. True, all this did not make him joyful and happy, because the real world was not as wonderful as Darien told him. The human world, in his humble opinion, was too boring, too predictable, too ordinary. Meanwhile, on the other side of the country, a secret meeting was taking place. They weren't making any sacrifices, but they were discussing an interesting topic about creatures imbued with demonic energy. It's a good thing they couldn't break through the barrier and leave the root forest. This was definitely a plus of the situation. The minus was that the forest occupied a large territory. But no one could use this territory if they did not want to die prematurely. Although, on the other hand, this is how you can get rid of unwanted people. Send them to the forest, and you don't have to dirty your hands in someone else's blood. The demonic energy will kill them itself. This was the decision, and the mother and her newborn son were caught in the crossfire, whom the good servants of the church carried into the forest on a dark night, not listening to the woman's pleas for mercy because the seed of darkness had sprouted inside this child. They were not moved by the pleas of the unfortunate woman. They were not moved by the tears of the baby. They performed their rituals under the cover of night in a deserted place. A bright light illuminated the clearing and the tear-stained face of a once beautiful woman who stretched out her arms to her child, but could not help him. It was too late. The root forest was not a place to escape from. Even the most brilliant mages and warriors were unable to break the ring of fate and return from the forest to their normal lives. It is not surprising that this place became a purgatory for sinners on earth. Church ministers teleported those who were objectionable there with magic. And if by some miracle someone manages to leave the root forest, then all their sins will be forgiven. But it is clear that there have been no precedents. Even if someone tried very hard, nothing would work out, but one day, an unusual child was born, an original sin with the seed of darkness inside. And so Helmut lies in the root forest, crying, and that's all. After all, he was only a couple of months old, maybe less, and he didn't know how to do anything except cry. He lay and lay crying, languishing from cold and hunger, and there was not a single living soul around, except for the demonic energy penetrating his little body. But the more of this energy became in his body, the more chances he had to survive, because a force awakened within him that enveloped his small body in a cocoon and did not allow him to freeze to death. For 10 long days the baby remained alone in the terrible forest, when suddenly a huge predatory cat appeared in the clearing. And if you think that the cat ate him, you are deeply mistaken. She decided to take Helmut with her. This became a turning point in the boy's fate, and now 10 years have passed. The child is growing healthy, strong, and fast. Living side by side with a predatory cat who replaced his mother, the child adopted her habits and learned to hunt. We must give the child his due. He was an excellent student. Today, he even managed to catch a hare. Elga watched with a satisfied expression the progress of her human cub, who had already become like her own. Helmut passed his exam for today, although he only mastered hunting hares and rabbits, but he still had a lot of time ahead of him. Suddenly, Elga pulled out a core from the animal, which was in every demonic beast, and then said that if you eat it, you can restore strength and prolong life. The boy really wanted to try this delicacy, but instead of a kernel, he got a tail on the neck because Elga had completely different plans. She didn't think that the cub was so stupid because he was a human, and in the root forest. But he was a human, which meant that if he ate the core of a demonic beast, he would turn into one himself. The cat was not going to allow this, because Helmut would have to leave the forest one day, and if he became a demonic beast, he would not be able to do this. The problem was that the boy didn't believe that he would ever be able to leave the forest, so he thought it was better to become stronger right now and not torment himself with false hopes. But Elda had a different opinion. For some reason, she was confident that Helmut would one day be able to leave this place. Yes, no one had yet been able to leave this forest, but that didn't mean anything, because there was a man here who shared a secret with her. One could escape from here. Surprise! Helmut did not expect that here, besides him, there was another person, the same as he, two-legged. What if he is still alive? And if so, then you can meet him, you can talk, you can learn about the human world. Elga didn't believe it because people don't live long. Yes, that man used to be very strong, but at their last meeting he had aged greatly. He must be 90 years old and the demonic energy compresses and binds all the forces within a person. But the boy doesn't feel it, only because of the seed of darkness within. But the main character didn't really listen to her and wanted to go look for that mysterious person who knew how to get out of the forest. Therefore, as soon as the boy found out the direction in which to look for that person, he ran as fast as the wind to see his own kind. And so, on the wings of midday and anticipation, the boy ran to the indicated place, and in the indicated place, instead of a person, there was a high wooden fence. Curiosity got the better of him, and the main character, not paying much attention to propriety, jumped over the fence. And there was a house. The child had never seen anything like it in his life. It is obvious that no demonic beast, no monster could have done such a thing, which means it is the work of human hands. But he rejoiced too soon, because at that very second someone pressed him to the ground, and pressed him painfully, very painfully. The man did not stand on ceremony with the uninvited guest. His blow was like a mini explosion in an open area. There was not a drop of friendliness in this monster-like person. One continuous negativity and suspicion like, "Who sent you, cub?" True, there was a mistake here. The boy came himself, and did so of his own free will and desire. And anyway, the boy wouldn't have come if Elga hadn't revealed to him a little secret about there being another person living here. The name of the foster mother cat sounded like a spell, and the man let the boy go. Otherwise, he might die. The man let the boy go, But he no longer trusted him, so he asked why the child had come to him. It was an interesting movie, but the man didn't consider himself an actor in a popular TV series, so he asked the child to look for someone else just to watch it. He didn't need that. But Helmet did not give up. He was not going to leave, because more than anything in the world he wanted to leave this forest. There was nothing to do but introduce myself. The menacing, gray-haired man's name was Darian. Although the boy looked at his new acquaintance with an offended expression, he gave his name. There was nowhere to go. A strange child. Darian didn't know how to react to his actions and words, so he wanted to make sure he hadn't misheard and that the boy really wanted to leave the forest. He hoped in vain that the child would renounce her words and run away. He only gained even more courage and confidence because Elga could not lie to him, which meant that the man knew how to leave this place. But Darian didn't understand why he should do this, because the world beyond the forest wall was not a fairy tale world with pink unicorns. But the boy didn't know what kind of world there was outside this forest, so he really wanted to know about what he had only heard. Yes, people did not have sharp fangs and claws. They were not as fast and strong as demonic beasts. But they were no less dangerous because treachery, betrayal, hatred, intrigue are the main weapons in the outside world. I wonder if the boy was born in the forest or transported here. Helmet confirmed the second option. This meant only one thing. Deep in the boy's body, almost at the very heart, at the edge of his soul, a seed of darkness had sprouted. The man understood a lot more than that. If the boy was spared and sent away, then he was from a wealthy family at the very least, and a nobleman at the most. On the other hand, when you live in this forest, regalia and origin no longer matter much. Here, you either live or die. Helmet must realize that he is not like all the other people. That is why they sent him here, because they did not want any extra problems for themselves. And if the guy does decide to leave the forest, he will not be accepted in the outside world. He will be constantly bullied, insulted, and ultimately he will die in battle with another person. After hearing this, will this strange boy really still want to go out into the outside world? Darian had hoped in vain to frighten the protagonist, even though he was still a child. But his will was unshakable, as his gaze spoke eloquently. It was obvious to Darian that his plan to intimidate had failed, so he grabbed the boy under his arm and carried him toward the house. After all, the boy grew up with Elga in the forest and hardly resembled a representative of people, so he had a lot to learn along the way. And on this difficult path, Darian was going to help the guy become an ordinary person. But the boy needed everything right here and now, although no one was going to give it to him, because Helmet was not ready to pass through a special magical barrier. And in order to survive in the human world, the boy needed to become 100 times stronger, and then find a person who knew the right path. Becoming stronger sounded promising, but Helmet didn't yet understand how to achieve this, and he couldn't imagine what awaited him in the future. But the boy didn't have to reinvent the wheel himself. The main thing was to do everything the man told him to do, and then luck would take care of it. But as soon as they were inside the house, the child's torment began. He did not understand why he had to sweep the floor or any of this, since there was no one to teach him the basics of home improvement before. Cleaning was just the beginning. Then Darian made the boy a bed on which he would now sleep. It was so comfortable that the child, who was not used to something like this, wanted to lie down longer and rest a little. As expected, the man did not appreciate this idea and ordered the boy to get up immediately, as they still had a lot to do today. As soon as Helmet stood up, his torment continued. It was time to put on normal, but extremely uncomfortable clothes. Tearing them was strictly forbidden, since there were no others. And so they left the house and went about their business. For the demonic beasts, everything was fine here. But for people, things were much more complicated, so Darian was going to show the child what he could eat and what he couldn't. But the main science was to make something edible from something inedible, and to do this you need to learn to think. So, each root vegetable had a core, which meant that the vegetable itself was contaminated with demonic energy. But in this forest there was something that this energy could not influence. And this magical substance was water. It was with its help that one could cleanse root vegetables from demonic energy if they were thoroughly washed in a stream. For the boy, this was a small miracle, since the root vegetable, after being washed in water, was not only clean but also edible and, what's more, also tasty. The training didn't end there. The third stage was no less strange than the second, with cleaning. The man forced the child to carry water home. Helmet perceived this not as a science of human life, but as a perverted punishment or mockery. At that moment, Elga jumped out of nowhere and scared the boy so much that he spilled the water. It was strange for the cat to see Helmet so obedient, because he practically never listened to her and did as he wanted. The child's behavior was understandable, since the man had promised to make him stronger so that he could leave the forest. Besides, no matter how you look at it, he wasn't a demonic beast, so he needed to live among his own kind. Elga didn't deny that she had said this herself, but did the boy really think that the outside world would be better than here? Helmut didn't know what would be better, but he couldn't help but try to change his fate, so he was going to study hard. He didn't see that his words broke the big warm heart of the wild cat, for whom he had become a beloved kitten, even though he was a human. But no matter how much pain she felt now, Elga decided to let him follow his heart and left. Meanwhile, Darian continued to train the boy, focusing on strengthening his body and endurance. Helmut was very tired, angry, but did not give up, as he did not plan to stay in this forest forever. Interestingly, the boy held up very well, and it wasn't just the seed of darkness. There was something elusive about him that was worth the time spent learning. It was impossible to train all day long, so at sunset they sat down to eat by the fire. It was unusual for the boy to eat with a spoon, but once he tried the dish, even the spoon did not stop him from gobbling up the deliciousness with both cheeks. The ordinary soup seemed like food for the gods to Helmut, which caused the stern man to smile slightly. True, Darian was in no hurry to eat himself. Instead, he gathered his hair into a low ponytail and was about to show the boy something interesting. Since Helmut had neither fangs nor teeth, and he had to be able to defend himself, they would begin fencing lessons from tomorrow. And then that very day came. Darian demonstrated to the boy his skills, which were more like an exquisite sword dance than a deadly weapon. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed dramatically. The movements became more abrupt and jerky, and then there was a blow of extraordinary precision and force. If you think that this was the end, then you are mistaken, because lightning suddenly flashed out of nowhere, although there was not a single cloud in the sky. And there was lightning. Although no, it wasn't lightning, but Darian's sword sparkled like lightning, making its master invincible. And then another small miracle happened. The hard, indestructible stone began to crack after being struck by a sword. A second, 2, 3, and the huge stone shattered into thousands of pieces before the eyes of the boy, who could not believe that an ordinary person was capable of such a thing. A deathly silence hung over the clearing near the house, and only the boy's heartbeat broke it from time to time. Darian did all this for a reason. The boy had to understand how people were able to survive in this treacherous forest. But the realization never came to Helmut. He could not understand what he had witnessed, how this could be possible, and what it was at all. It was the Force, the source of human energy, similar to the demonic energy that fuels monsters. Yes, a seed of darkness was growing inside the boy, but the power was also in him, although it was a little different from the power of other people. This news was from the obvious and incredible section, but the main character was eager to master the Force. Such zeal could be considered commendable, but the boy's body was not yet ready for it, because even a small flick almost made him fall. Although it was a shame, the boy had to start his warrior's path small, namely, by first understanding the essence of the blade. But if a boy sets out on this path, he will experience pain and tears, he will languish in the heat, his clothes will smell of sweat, and his body will ache from tension. But if Helmut can put his whole soul and heart into the blade, if he becomes one with it, then one day the blade will not only become his best friend, but will also reward him for all his efforts. This speech was incredibly heartfelt, so the boy, confident that he was doing the right thing, took the sword into his hands. He was ready to challenge himself and the whole world, to prove that he was capable of much, and would bend the changing world to suit himself. But the boy's composure didn't last long. During yet another training session, he began to get upset, be capricious, and treat his mentor disrespectfully. Helmut thought he was doing everything right, that he had become stronger. So why did Darian think he was still not ready for anything interesting? And in general, the boy can't read eyes, and he can't get into someone else's head, so everything needs to be explained to him so that he understands and does the right thing, and not just scold him for mistakes. The more they trained and spent time together, the man increasingly realized how capable, but lazy and wayward his student was. The boy was strange, because everyone knows that the seed of darkness makes people bloodthirsty and cruel. And besides, he was raised by a demonic beast. But Helmut surprised with his rationalism, resilience, and determination. This made him different from others. And if so, then he would definitely be able to succeed. So Darian decided to clearly show him what he wanted to achieve from him now. 2, not the strongest blows, were enough to show how weak the guy still was, and that he still had a lot to learn. It was important to the man that the boy understood the difference, but he thought only about the pain, and nothing else. Apparently, Helmut really wanted to go without dinner today, and perhaps without breakfast either. It worked. The boy tried to stop the teacher, saying that he seemed to understand everything. The point was that the blows were of different strengths, in different places, and delivered at different speeds. Although perhaps this was not the case because, if you think about it, the teacher's movements were the same. That was the point. Stupid and thoughtless repetition of the same movements is not the main thing. The art of fencing was more complex than this. You have to take into account the tension of your muscles, the trembling of your fingertips, the speed of your movement, and most importantly, achieve a balance between your mind and body. During training, the boy must learn to achieve maximum control over all of the above. Only when Helmut puts a part of his soul and heart into every move will he be able to fully understand everything and be ready to move on. And now the boy swings his sword not like a skilled swordsman, but like a rough forester with an axe in a dense forest. Like it or not, the boy had to continue training under the man's close supervision. After some time, Darian took pity on Helmut and let him go to rest, but left alone. The boy did not know what to do. He was bored. At that moment, Elga came gracefully and smoothly to visit him. The boy was glad to see her. The cat couldn't take her eyes off the boy. She couldn't understand when he had managed to grow so much. Although, on the other hand, Elga understood that her baby would grow up to be a handsome and strong man. It turned out that a long time ago, Darian asked the cat for permission to live here, and she allowed it. So, until now the man considered himself in her debt. The boy found it strange that she did not fight with him. He shouldn't have said that because Elga got angry, because she was the ruler of the central lands of the root forest and was ready to fight any creatures who invaded here. Although no, she wouldn't want to meet the nasty snake again. Once was more than enough. At that time, Darian was one of the two-headed serpent's targets, so no matter who came out the winner in the fight between man and cat, Naho would take advantage of it. This was understandable, but it remained unclear who would win, the cat or Darian, if they had fought then. Elga had no answer to her charge's question, so she lay down next to him and looked thoughtfully into the distance. She thought for a long time, but finally began to speak. It turned out that demonic beasts are shrouded in an aura of demonic energy, but people can hide their power, so it is extremely difficult to determine its level. This gave the boy the idea that the cat might lose the fight if it took place. But Elga didn't know how things would have turned out then, because Nako hated Darian and really wanted to annoy him, since he destroyed one of his zones in his domain. Until today, Helmut hadn't heard anything about it, so he was curious about what kind of disgusting areas Naho had. There was nothing else to do, so Elga allowed the boy to saddle her and ran in the direction of the serpent's lands. The picture that opened before Helmut's eyes was terrifying. There was a settlement below. People were mocking each other, and this place was called the slave farm. This was not what the boy expected to see. It was beyond his childish understanding of how people could treat their own kind in such a way. Many men were very tired, their legs could no longer support them, but the overseer with the whip did not care much, and that is how people turned into monsters. The blows from the whip began to rain down on the young man's head like snow during a snowfall, but he could not get up, even though the executioner demanded that he do so. Helmut did not understand the human laws of the jungle. It was strange to watch how someone unknown was beating a man, not paying attention to his suffering. For some reason, the boy couldn't bring himself to call the executioner a human, even in his mind. He was anything but. At the same time, the biped turned his attention to the girls. They walked in orderly rows in the direction of one of the houses, but they could not be called happy, and they looked, in the opinion of the main character, strange. After all, up until that moment he had never seen girls, so he understood that they were very different from him, but he didn't understand why. But the worst news was that they had not entered the huts without a reason. They were soon destined to become dinner for the serpent. Nako generally did not like men, and preferred women, since their meat was much more tender, and they had much less muscles. There was just one small problem. If they were eaten right now, there would be almost no meat on the bones, so first they would be fattened up, and then Naho would feast on them. This is where the women's suffering ends, but men are much less fortunate, since they work on the farm their entire lives until they leave this mortal world, as slaves, and the treatment they receive is not the best. This is how these scary places function, and Naho also protects these farms from monster attacks, and the men supply him with women, meaning food. But it is not only the snake that leads all this bedlam, but among the people there is a leader, Sir Arago, who keeps order. They feared him no less than Naho himself. Because so much depended on him, so the overseers fawned over him, reporting that they had collected all the victims for the demonic beast. Suddenly, Arago turned his attention to the girl with green hair. She was less fortunate than the others. It would be better if Naho ate her than become a toy of this old man, and this is exactly what she was destined for. No one dared to object to the man. Everyone remained silent, heads bowed, while he dragged the unfortunate girl to his lair. This shouldn't have been surprising since Arago was a mage, and not just any mage, but someone who could find people in the forest, and when he found them, he dragged them to the farms. The protagonist could also become one of his victims. The boy understood everything, although no, he could not understand this subhuman. He treated others like trash under his feet, without experiencing pangs of conscience. He didn't want to think about it. Besides, Elga raised him and didn't give him to his relatives who were worse than the noble demonic beast. But the boy didn't know why she did this. The cat didn't know how to answer the question of practically her kitten because she didn't want to reveal her true feelings, so she told a half-truth, saying that she didn't want to increase the army of the serpent's slaves. On the one hand, it sounded a little implausible, but on the other, it was awfully similar to Elga. On this note, Elga wanted to finish her introductory tour into the world of other people in the forest. Suddenly, something went definitely wrong. A smell, a pungent, unpleasant, familiar smell of danger and dark forces reached the cat's nose. It is obvious that the nasty and evil Naho has arrived at the clearing in person with very eloquent intentions. At that moment, Elga realized that there had been a mistake. She had thought that the serpent was hibernating, but he was awake, so she had to protect the boy from him by any means necessary. For Helmut, it was a day of discovery. For the first time, just the sight of the snake was causing him a strong, indescribable pressure. And there was a reason for it because Nako made it clear that he wouldn't mind eating the boy right now, because children, boys, are very tasty, no worse than women. The advantage was that the snake had no intention of openly conflicting with the cat, and Arugo had raised select people for his meals. But problems came from unexpected places. Naho smelled the familiar scent of Darien on the main character, and the question arose as to how the child was connected to the man. The boy was too afraid to say a word, and he had nothing to say anyway. The truth was not an option, so Elga came to the rescue and began to protect him from the serpent. Anger, pure, uncontrollable, dictated by fear for the boy, took hold of the cat. She was still warning the enemy not to touch him, but she could at any moment move from words to actions. Nako wasn't stupid. He immediately realized that it was better to avoid open conflict because you never know what could happen. So far, he was only interested in why the child's clothes had Darian's scent on them, and whether they were connected. The creeper had not yet forgotten how one fine day, a man destroyed one of his favorite slave farms. Elga hadn't thought about the smell either, so she had to make up a story on the fly about Helmut stealing clothes from a man. Nothing more. It was hard to believe, but the snake decided to take the cat's word for now, even though he wanted to punish the main character, but not so much to feel the teeth of an old acquaintance on his skin. For now, Naho was in a good mood, so he hoped that the uninvited guests would leave his territory and never come here again. After all, in the future, he won't be so kind and understanding, and he really wouldn't want to collect white wool from around the area. After this, Nako proudly left, and the boy's nerves gave way and he lost consciousness. This was understandable, but still, Elga didn't think that Helmut was so weak. Less than 6 months had passed before the boy came to his senses, and they were returning home. Kat was very worried. She understood that Naho now knew about the boy, so he couldn't go anywhere alone. Yes, Naho wouldn't dare to openly enter her lands, but that doesn't mean anything, and caution won't hurt. Helmut himself understood this, so he did not protest, but walked quietly and somewhat sullenly next to Elga. Yes, it wasn't his fault that what happened, but he was tormented by one question. Could he ever become as strong as Kat and Darien? The question was difficult, and Elga didn't know how to answer it correctly, but she admitted that the man was strong, even very strong. Besides, most people never dream of such heights, even if they put in all their efforts and dedicated their whole lives to it. But even if this was so, Elga believed in the boy, because everything depended only on him, on his determination and strength of spirit. It was also obvious that if Helmut wanted to leave this forest, he would have to give it his all and become stronger, much stronger. Suddenly, Elga smelled Darien, so she decided to leave the boy with him and walked forward proudly, wagging her tail. And indeed, she was not mistaken. A few moments later, a man appeared in the clearing with an armful of brushwood and straw. Darien did not focus his attention on the boy's adventures and suggested going into the house to rest, since night was approaching. It was a great idea, but at some point the boy felt that Elga was looking at him. The cat was giving him a silent promise, to always be invisibly close by and protect him from adversity. Night fell, but it could not be called calm and quiet. The boy was writhing on the bed from severe pain in his stomach. With each passing minute, the pain became stronger and stronger, and the child had practically no strength left to endure it. Helmut involuntarily remembered how Darian had slipped him some grass, saying that he should definitely chew it before going to bed. At that moment, the main character did not attach much importance to the fact that this was a special herb, poisonous. Slowly, the meaning of what was said reached the boy, and he tried to protest, but it was no use. The man was stronger. One flick was enough for him to convince the child that he was right, and the grass should have suppressed the seed of darkness inside the boy for a while. And now, the unfortunate protagonist thought that at any moment he would leave this world, because not only his stomach, but his entire small body was hurting. But no matter how much the boy screamed and complained, Darian did not hear him because he had left and was peering into the darkness of the night, looking into the eyes of the lonely moon. Morning came. No matter how lousy the boy had been at night, he was now cheerful and continued his training. Amazingly, Helmut made great strides, demonstrating enviable persistence each time. True, the trees suffered from his efforts. They were all slashed by blows from the wooden sword. Darian was pleased with what he saw, because it meant that Helmut liked fencing and was determined. This was true, and magically the boy's vision improved, and his body was now much more obedient, miracles, and nothing more. Although the main character had a hunch that it was due to poisonous grass, demonic grass to be precise, he no longer had stomach pains, and what's more, Helmut was more cheerful, and getting up early no longer bothered him. Several months passed like this, and Darian decided that it was time to move on to a new stage of training. It was about the Force. It could not be seen, touched, or smelled. It did not exist in the physical world, therefore it was infinite. But if a person's body is weak and unprepared, the Force cannot be used. So until now the man had not taught the boy the basics of its use, but now he can try. Today was the right day when Helmut's mind and body were ready to accept the Force and use it adequately. From that day forward, and for as long as necessary, Darian intended to train the boy in the Force. And in order for Helmut to understand what awaited him, the man evened out his breathing, and the incredible happened. An unstoppable, powerful force raged around him. So the man said that the boy needed to absorb the surrounding energy and then redirect it. The energy must be transferred to the protagonist's blade, after which it must be enchanted. That was the whole point of power. It all depended on how and for what people used it. The theory was finished. Now it was time to move on to practice, so the boy must first feel his blade and lift it. During battle, Helmut must maintain his breathing, its pace and frequency, because he needs to absorb the surrounding energy. During a fight, you always need to fight with a cool head. Be absolutely calm, then his movements will be light and clear. And then the man decided to clearly show what would happen if the boy lost his pace. What would happen to his strength? Helmut was able to withstand the blow, but he realized that strength can be forgotten if one forgets composure. But this was not enough, and Darian continued to attack the main character. His blows were unusually strong. The boy was barely able to jump aside. Within minutes of such a frantic pace, the boy's endurance began to fail him, and he even began to think that the man wanted to kill him. But no one was going to give Helmut any breaks, so he had to even out his breathing to avoid dying prematurely. And now he was calm, which meant he could try to attack the man, not just dodge the blows. It looked funny. Darian didn't even move from his place, didn't use slew anymore, but easily repelled all of the child's attacks. All of this was definitely not enough to get to the man even a little. The boy needed to absorb as much energy as possible and summon Sulu. Yes, no one could be perfect the first time, but the problem was that Helmut wanted it, but didn't know how, so he backed down. He needed to be prepared for the fact that from now on all training would be like this, and it didn't matter how much time he had to spend on them to get the desired result. On the one hand, it sounded like a threat, but on the other, it motivated the boy and he attacked the teacher again. Oh, that was the best thing Helmut had ever shown his mentor. That last blow contained all his determination to become stronger and leave this place, though it didn't quite achieve its goal. The training continued day and night. How many days it was no longer particularly important, until one day, Helmut was able to call upon the Force. From that day on, his life became more interesting. He applied his new skills not only for training, but also in everyday life, for example, chopping wood in the winter. Although the boy had grown up and become a young man over the past 4 years, he still considered himself too weak, although it was not outwardly noticeable. Darian watched him closely and was not even against a duel, but before it began, he wanted to see the strength of his protege. This made the protagonist nervous because the last time, after a similar offer, Darien refused the duel, calling him weak, but there was nothing to be done, and he had to show the force. Darien was once again surprised by how talented a student he had, because despite the Seed of Darkness, he demonstrated insane growth. Helmet was definitely destined to turn the world upside down, but it was difficult to say in what way this would happen. But they will think about this tomorrow, or they will not think about it at all. But they can't delay any longer. The guy is ready for a new stage in his life. It's obvious that with this level of power, Helmet will be able to pass through the barrier, so it's time to say goodbye. The protagonist both believed and did not believe that the time had come for him to leave this damned forest. Now he felt fear, and he did not understand why now, because he was not yet strong enough, but everything was simple. If the Seed of Darkness grew even deeper in him, then he would not be able to pass through the divine barrier. Only now the guy must turn into an ear and be very attentive, because he will only have one chance. So, the path to the human world was in the north of the root forest. To get there, you need to pass through the divine barrier. There was one place where this barrier had become especially weak recently. In theory, Helmet should be able to reach that place and leave the forest through it. But this is only in theory. In practice, no one has ever done this. But we need to act decisively now, before the Seed of Darkness begins to hinder the protagonist, and he can break through the barrier. There was another problem. Darien had never looked for this place, but he knew a man who did. And that man was Erigo, who lived on the Naho slave farm, which is pretty news if you think about it. This could be accepted. The main thing was to achieve the goal. But Darien was worried about Helmet, because he had lived his whole life in the forest, and my people would seem like a fairy tale to him. But you need to remember that they are the ones who are followed by tragedy. You can't hide from them or run away. They will always find a guy everywhere. One day it may seem that the world has collapsed, that it is pulling him into the abyss of despair and darkness. But no matter what happens, no matter what trials the protagonist faces, he must always remain true to himself and never forget who he really is. This was obvious. But the boy was worried about whether Darien was really not going to go with him to the human world. Unfortunately, the mentor confirmed Helmet's fears. He was going to stay in the forest forever. Now he wanted to rest a little, but he was expecting Helmet to visit tomorrow. He had something important in store for the guy. There was something vaguely strange about the man wanting to spend some time alone. Night fell. Helmet did not go home, since the mentor wanted to be alone, so he sat on the edge of the cliff and looked at the river below. Feeling that the main character was not feeling well, Elga came to him. She was interested in what was supposed to happen tomorrow, since the guy was so sad and worried. Yes, tomorrow he had to leave the forest, but for some reason, an incomprehensible weight lay like a stone on his heart. This was a normal phenomenon. Elga was sure that it indicated that the guy was slowly becoming a real person. The night did not last forever, and in the morning Helmet came to the house, but he was afraid to open the door for the first time. But Elga did not let him give in and forced him to open the door, where his mentor was waiting for him in the darkness and silence. Darien was in no hurry to break the silence, but in front of him lay some kind of bundle and a sword. A real sword. It was a gift, and it was a farewell. Darien could not say anything to Helmet. He died. It was the first farewell in the boy's life. The first death of a loved one. He did not fully understand what had happened, but he knew that it was time for him to leave this house. He didn't cry, took the gift, and promised to always, wherever he was, remember Darien and all his instructions. Elga waited for the main character near the house. He didn't leave, as she understood that he needed support, and also knew that all people die, and now it was the man's turn to go to a better world. Darien lived a good, long, rich, meaningful life, so there is no need to be sad, because for people, it is a luxury to live so long. Not only did Darien have a gift for the boy, but the cat also gave him a package containing a medallion, which was the one the boy was wearing when he entered the forest. It was made of pure gold or another precious metal, which meant that the guy was born into an aristocratic family. But the most interesting thing was the engraving and the name Margaret Irene. Now that was interesting. Perhaps that was the name of the main character's mother, or maybe his sister, or even his grandmother. Elga was sure that Helmet would need to find this Margaret, because she had a feeling that this woman would help him no matter what. Today, she couldn't go to the slave farm with Helmet because Nako was still sleeping, but if she appeared near the farm, he would definitely wake up. It was clear enough, but Helmet was no longer a frightened boy. Today, he could definitely handle everything on his own. It was time to leave, but nevertheless the main character slowed down and wished his mother cat a long life. But now it was definitely time for him to start a new chapter in his life, so he confidently moved forward. The boy walked and thought about how many weak and not very talented wizards turned to dark magic for help, which made them much stronger than they were. Among the magicians, there were those who were ready to practically sell their souls to the devil and commit the most unthinkable acts and crimes. They mocked other people, tortured them, and then sacrificed them to the dark forces just to become stronger. All his adult life, Irugo hated and envied other magicians. He felt that he was not good enough and did not have enough talent to stand next to the best of the best, so he turned to the dark forces. But for dark magic to work properly, it needs to be fueled by people's negative emotions. It's a good thing that the slave trade flourished in the human world, so there were no problems with materials for sacrifices. Surprisingly, the suffering and horror that the magician received from his victims made him more powerful and evil. He did not feel guilty and continued to mock ordinary people for a long time. But one day, good wizards uncovered his crimes and made them public to the world. Obviously, no one was going to leave the matter to its own devices, so Erigo was captured and brought to trial, with the choice being between execution and exile. It is clear that the magician did not want to die, so he agreed to spend the rest of his life in the root forest. But when the wizard got into the cursed forest, he realized that he had made a mistake. But nevertheless, after a short search, he found there a temple of a two-headed serpent where he begged the monster to take patronage over him in exchange for human sacrifices. And in this world, the magician used his powers to gather exiled people and win them over to his side, thus creating a slave farm, and Irugo became the boss of it. Yes, the true lord of these lands was Naho, but he never interfered in human affairs. As long as the victims continued to come, everything else was unimportant to him. Oddly enough, this was the starting point for the revival of the magician's hidden ambitions. Now, he again wanted to regain his former greatness. However, every winter was a terrible ordeal for the man, as Naho hibernated and other demonic beasts attacked the farm, killing the serpent's precious food. But even in such difficult times, despite all his fears, Erigo got real pleasure from watching other people suffer. But now he needed to think not about the snake, or about other demonic beasts, but about the man who had the tip of a sword stuck to his neck. The protagonist wasn't particularly concerned with the man's worries right now, because he needed an answer to the question of how to get out of the forest. So it was better for the mage to cooperate with him if he wanted to stay alive. Erigo was in no hurry to share his secrets and tried to change the subject, saying that he knew that Darien had a student, but he didn't know that this student was such an impudent boy. But the main character wasn't going to fall for this trick. He wanted answers, and nothing more, from this man. The magician didn't fully understand the complexity of the situation until the main character pressed the point of the sword against his neck. Well, even in this situation, the man tried to scare the young man by saying that if he died, Naho would immediately wake up from hibernation, but this did not frighten the guy, because in this case, the magician would still die. The man scared the boy, but the protagonist was not one to be timid, because Naho does not know how to resurrect the dead, and Erigo will die, and nothing else will matter. Therefore, it would be better for the man to accept his fate and tell everything to the young man in a good way, because he might find out everything in a bad way. Erigo started bargaining, but it didn't have the desired effect, because Helmet knew very well that magicians have a bad habit of writing everything down. So if he searched the magician's house thoroughly, he would find what he needed. At that moment, it became clear that the boy was diehard, so the man had no choice but to agree. It was, of course, unpleasant for the magician to realize that some child had outplayed him. But there was nothing he could do, and he led him to the dungeon where the most important records were kept. To lighten the somewhat oppressive atmosphere, the magician decided to tell the boy some information. The method he had found was pure theory. No one had the courage to test it, and all the boy's efforts could sink into oblivion. If anyone could handle this impossible task, it would be Darien. But since the guy was alone here, Erigo concluded that the man was not going to leave the forest, although anything could have happened. Perhaps he even died, which could not but please him, because they had never been friends, rather the opposite. Nevertheless, the magician took out an ancient tome from the shelf, although he did it extremely reluctantly, and he was in no hurry to hand the book over to the main character. And moreover, he offered Helmet to become his student. This proposal was extremely uninteresting for the boy, because all he needed was to get the treasured book and leave this cursed place, which he considered his prison. Irugo didn't understand the hints. He thought that all the people around him were very weak and worthless, but if the guy agreed to become his student, he would give him everything he had and not just this book. But this show didn't make any impression on the main character. He was going to take the book and get out of the forest alive. As offensive as it was, the magician had to come to terms with the guy's decision and give him the book. In general, The wizard who found a way to leave the forest believed that success lay in the use of stealth magic. However, he failed to escape. According to the book, there is a huge waterfall in the north. It contains demonic energy, a divine barrier, and neutral water at the same time, and that is where the barrier is weakest. However, even if this is so, this does not change the fact that the barrier is divine magic of the highest order. It will incinerate any creature even slightly imbued with demonic energy. So, the book was in the hands of the main character. He needed to decide what to do with the magician. On the one hand, he really didn't like him, but Helmet still remembered the words of his mentor about not thoughtlessly disposing of someone else's life, even if he really doesn't like someone. Therefore, it seemed to him that the best way out of this situation was to beat Erigo, tie him up, and block his magic. The man was not so much angry at the fact that the guy had beaten him, but at the fact that he had dared to block his magic. So the best thing the man could think of was to use his secret techniques and summon the sleeping snake. Yes, Naho appeared in the dungeon, but he was clearly not happy that the magician woke him up. So he hoped that he had a good reason to do this, because otherwise, he would not care that this man had served him for quite a long time. The man believed that the reason was very, very serious, since none other than the student of the deceased Darien had come here. This news made the snake very happy, because he had a wonderful opportunity to get rid of the inheritance of the man whom he hated with all his black soul. Naho rushed to pursue his prey, and Erigo remained in the dungeon, happy that he had found a way to get even with the protagonist. Meanwhile, Helmet ran at full speed through the forest, realizing that he needed to hurry, because his sixth sense was screaming about danger. The boy understood perfectly well that he had to kill the magician because he was too vengeful. And now small demonic beasts that appeared from the awakened serpent were running away from the forest. Suddenly, a wave of energy from another's presence pierced his body, and it frightened him just like the first time, with the only difference being that Helmet did not lose consciousness, but stood firmly on his feet. Yes, he sped up, ran at the limit of his capabilities, but he was still on the lands of Naho. The worst thing was that the entire area was saturated with dark demonic energy, which thickened, condensed, and pressed on everyone around. There was no doubt left. The serpent was approaching and was about to appear in the clearing, so Helmet had no choice but to prepare and accept the fight. Not even a few minutes had passed when a monster appeared in the clearing. It was burning with anticipation of devouring its prey. The moment of truth had arrived. The protagonist had nowhere to run. His heart pounded loudly in his chest, reminding him that he was a man who would have to fight such a powerful opponent for the first time. Surprisingly, Naho even demonstrated a demonic hospitality that was mixed with arrogance. To tell the truth, Naho had been waiting for the young man for a long time, so he had no intention of letting him go anywhere. Just a couple of months ago, the boy would have been scared by this request, but now he was determined to leave the forest, so he was ready to kill the monster in order to move on. But this sounded extremely impudent on his part. The snake did not believe that a child with such a fragile body could harm him. The only thing a person could do was accept his fate and let himself be eaten. Everything else was extremely dubious. And then Naho attacked the young man. It was scary to imagine what happened to the main character after that. And, lo and behold, everything was fine with him. He was able to dodge and was ready to begin the battle. But he couldn't do this yet, since nothing was visible around him. At that moment, a dragon appeared and took the main character into the ring of his body, not giving him the opportunity to escape. The situation was unpleasant, but Helmet needed to catch his breath and calm down. Because the opportunity to attack would appear sooner or later, he just had to wait a little. The result was obvious. The guy's gaze became firm, indicating that he was not going to just dodge, but would soon be able to attack. And he turned out to be right, 100% right, because after a few minutes, Naho began to form an energy ball. The snake opened its mouth for this, and this was the opportunity the protagonist had been waiting for. And a moment later, Helmet jumped, found himself on the snake's body and ran forward towards the target. The guy understood perfectly well that no matter how strong the energy he enveloped his body with, Naho had weak points, for example, her eyes, which the guy attacked. Darien had obviously trained the protagonist well, as his strike was perfect, precise, and effective. True, everything was not as good as he would have liked. Yes, the guy bought himself a little time, but he could not kill the enemy. He did not have enough strength. And he had spent too much strength on this blow. Now the best solution was to try to escape while one of the serpent's heads writhed in pain. But the second head didn't care about the pain and sadness of the first head, so it cursed and screamed. And then something incredible happened. The first head devoured the second, without feeling any compassion. Moreover, she was pleased with herself because she was able to get rid of the useless part of herself. And now it was the person's turn. For now, the guy had enough strength to withstand Naho's pressure, but how much longer he could hold out was unknown. In order to at least catch his breath and not die on the spot, Helmet ran away. Naho was even able to appreciate the trick he had performed, although he understood that after such a blow the person would not be able to hide for long. With only one head, finding the snake guy would be more difficult, but not impossible, so he began searching. Meanwhile, a young man was sitting under one of the trees. He knew that Naho was strong, but he didn't think he was that strong, because during the entire fight, the guy was only able to land one blow on his opponent. It was sad, but the good thing about the situation was that the guy managed to survive. Now he had to run, because he wouldn't have another chance to escape. But it was not to be, as the guy was pinned to the spot by a strong, dark demonic energy that emanated from Naho. Helmet naively thought that he could hide and then escape, finding himself in the part of the forest that belonged to the serpent. But Naho was pleased with himself, and now he was able to attack the young man. There was nothing to do. There was no way to run away. The guy understood that he had to accept the fight because he was going to die here, and Helmet was not going to do this. He was very lucky because Elga, who came to the aid of her man, covered him with her body. It was an unexpected pleasure, although the boy looked a little confused. The cat was strong and majestic, ready to tear the serpent to pieces if he touched her charge with even a scale. Elga's demonic energy knocked not only the serpent, but also Helmet off their feet. The boy knew that his guardian was strong, but this was more than he expected. She was glad that the main character was able to hold out until she arrived. Now he had to leave. She would take care of the rest. After Darian's death, the boy didn't want to lose Kat too, so he wanted to stay and help her. But this was unnecessary, because the guy had to move forward and get the long-awaited freedom that he so passionately dreamed of. Elga growled, dismissing all the boy's doubts, urging him to leave and not waste her strength in vain. It was hard for the main character to make a decision, but he pulled himself together and ran forward. All this seriously angered Nako. He did not understand how Elga dared to interfere with him on his own territory, but the cat believed that she was not bothering the snake, but was doing what her heart told her to do. It's funny. The snake didn't expect the cat to soften so much. That's what friendship and other warm feelings do to the strong of the forest. All this almost made the snake sick, but he was glad that Elga had come to him herself, and now he would have a main course and dessert. But this is unlikely, because even with two heads, Naho couldn't do it. I wonder how the snake will be able to do it with one head. This became the starting point, and the demonic beasts rushed to attack, trying to bite each other to death. Meanwhile, the main character continued his march towards his designated destination. But his path was complicated by demonic beasts that attacked him endlessly. It seemed as if there was no end to them. But the boy managed to clear his way. Quite a few days had passed since he left the lands of Naho, but things had not become any easier or clearer for him. The only good thing about the situation was that all the demonic beasts that attacked him were much weaker than the serpent, so he was able to deal with them with ease. Only now did Helmet begin to realize that if Elga and Darian had not helped him all this time, he would not have been able to survive in this forest and would have been eaten long ago. So now, looking at the waterfall, he understood that he had to get out of this cage by any means necessary and not let his mentors down. It was also interesting that the lands he found himself in were different from those in which he had lived before. The guy felt almost no demonic energy here, although the seed of darkness did react to something. A sudden thought struck him. Most likely this reaction was caused by the proximity of the divine barrier, so he was lucky that Darian taught him how to hide the seed of darkness with the help of force. Otherwise, he would have had serious problems. Suddenly, a beautiful, white, huge feather fell on his hand. I wonder who this beauty belonged to. The opportunity to get an answer to the question asked appeared unexpectedly, as soon as the boy raised his head to the sky and saw a huge flying demonic beast. It was a huge, beautiful bird and also the lord of these lands. At that moment, the protagonist realized that he had made a small mistake, as he had forgotten that this was the territory of a demonic beast with which he would have to negotiate. But the problem was that Agrella, the ruler of the north, was an extremely curious animal. She could smell a familiar scent on the boy. It was hidden by the stench of blood, but she could still smell it, and it was Naho's scent. But at the same time, the main character had another innate scent, which belonged to the leopard Elga. But the boy didn't care that he had the scent of the snake on him, because he considered himself to be part of the cat's family, which he said with pride. But even after hearing that the protagonist considered himself to be Cat's family, Bird was surprised that he would dare to enter her territory without permission. The only thing was that Elga didn't tell him to come here. He had his own personal reasons for doing so. This surprised Agrella. She could not understand what reasons he could have for coming here. And if he voiced them and they satisfied her, she was ready to spare the guy. Now Helmut needed to pull himself together, because a lot depended on how calm and confident he was. So he exhaled and said that the main reason could help the demonic beast. This reason could help calm Bird's curiosity, because he was going to be the first living creature to emerge from the root forest alive. It sounded too implausible, because the demonic beast felt the seed of darkness inside the guy, and believed that he had long ago become no different from her relatives. However, Helmut asked her permission to try because he was the only person who had gone that far. Therefore, he considered himself more than worthy to try his luck and break the divine barrier, or at least try to pass through it. But Agrella wasn't going to agree, because she knew that human meat was the most delicious, and she didn't want the guy to kill himself on the barrier. But the boy knew that there would always be people in the forest, but the only person who would try to get out of here would be him. Bird couldn't help but acknowledge the young man's eloquence. Now she wanted to see what he could do. After all, it's unlikely that there will be another person so stupid who would risk his life to get out of this damned forest. She didn't care whether the boy survived or not, but if he succeeded, he would become the first person to get out of this forest, and she would witness this miracle. Now Agrella was intrigued and wanted to see it, so she would protect the boy until he got close to the barrier. The bird was ready to fulfill the boy's small request and convey a message from him to the cat, so Helmut asked her to say that he had survived and got out of the forest. Agrella immediately understood that the boy wanted Elga to think that he was alive and well no matter what. It was a simple request that the demonic beast could fulfill, so the boy could move forward with peace of mind. He didn't need to be told twice. He took a deep breath and jumped into the water, realizing that he wouldn't have a second chance. It was hard to breathe. The pressure on his body was too much. But Helmut understood that he had to survive, had to get out for himself, for Elga, for Darien, and see the world beyond this place. It was the action of the divine barrier, that is, the power of purification that protects people from evil energy. And now it passed through the seed of darkness inside the protagonist. Horror and pain pierced the boy's body. He had never experienced anything like it in his life. He didn't know how to endure it, but he understood that he had to do it. Suddenly, the boy's consciousness began to drift away. He didn't know what fate had in store for him. Demonic beasts were turning into people, and people into demonic beasts. Meanwhile, a group of adventurers in the human world were busy completing their next mission, and their path was not far from the root forest. The youngest and newest member of the squad began to whine. He wanted to rest, but Tanya looked at him sternly, since their journey was still long, and she didn't really want to listen to all this. Besides, they could be attacked by demonic beasts at any moment, and they would be lucky if they were weak. But if they were strong, then Pin would have to fight them, so whining was useless. Moreover, regardless of the time of day, everyone had to perform their duties. The guy had to carry water. But Pin resisted, and in vain, because he received a magical boost and went to get water. The area was depressing, the mood was disgusting. I wanted to go home and sleep and not all this. The river had already appeared ahead. All that was left was to collect some water and return to his comrades, when instead of water, the main character's hair fell into the bucket. And a minute later, Pin saw his pale face. This day couldn't have been worse. The boy was overcome with fear, and the most nightmarish and panicky thoughts crept into his head. And then he acted automatically, screamed, ran, screamed even louder until he reached his commanders, who thought that ghosts were chasing him. This assumption was not far from the truth, as he found a real cold corpse in the river. Nobody believed him. On the contrary, they started laughing, thinking that the guy had mistaken a log for a human being. But he was ready to show where the corpse was, and since it came to that, Tanya gave him a boost and decided to go see what happened by the river. And what was her surprise when Helmut lay unconscious on the shore? He really did look like a corpse. But unlike her subordinate, the girl was brave and decisive. So she looked closely at the guy and realized that he was still breathing. This meant that he had to be retrieved from the water and carried to the camp to provide the necessary first aid. Pin was quite the helper, but he helped drag the guy to the camp and was glad that he was starting to come to his senses. While the picture before Helmut's eyes was swimming, but looking at the people in front of him, he began to realize that he had managed to get out of the root forest, and this was the outside world. It was definitely the outside world. And the people. The people were noisy. They talked and talked about how they had found him by chance and couldn't leave him lying around in the cold water. The whole situation was very intriguing for the adventurers. They were curious about what kind of goldfish they had caught. But the main character decided to pretend he didn't remember anything. Only experienced mercenaries found this strange, because he had no serious external injuries, although he could have hit his head, and anything could have happened there. But this didn't really matter. So Tanya decided to introduce herself and make friends with the guy. This was a kind of sign for the other mercenaries that they could and should be friends with the main character. It turned out that he ended up in the rotting forest, which was located not far from the root forest. But this meant nothing to Helmet. He couldn't tell the truth to people, so he decided to stick to stories about how he remembered his name and how he knew how to wield a sword and nothing more. This was already something, so Tanya decided to take it with her on the road and show it to the doctor. And then we'll see what and how to do. Maybe the memory will return. She was ready to help the main character until he came to his senses and could confidently stand on his own 2 feet. A wave of gratitude washed over the boy. And then came the realization that he had miraculously survived. Just a little more and he would have died. But while his body was weak, he could not use the force, and it would take an indefinite amount of time to restore his form. It was unpleasant to feel as weak as at the beginning of training with Darien, but I'm alive, and thank goodness for that. Besides, the seed of darkness was still in him, although he hoped that the divine barrier would destroy it. But he was out of luck. Although, if you look at the situation from a different angle, if it weren't for the seed of darkness, he would already be dead. So the guy hasn't yet decided whether to be happy or sad. But he will have to talk about his memory loss forever, because this is the world of people. No one here should know about the seed of darkness. Otherwise, they will put him back in the forest, which is something he really doesn't want. Yes, and he needs to find the owner of the medallion. What if she is his real mother? Then he will have a chance to find a family. But that's later. And for now, he can enjoy the new, free world into which he took his first step and taste new sensations. A new day had dawned. And if in the evening Helmet attracted attention with his deathly pallor, then in the morning after his bath, he looked like a real aristocrat. The guy's appearance involuntarily made Pin, who found him in a half-dead state, envious, because no one admired him, even after swimming. The main character had nothing to say to this. He couldn't admit that Elga, a demonic beast, had replaced his mother. But Tanya didn't need any explanations, because Helmet was now just an ordinary newcomer to their team. Besides, they have 4 days left on the road, after which they will arrive in the city, where she will take the guy to the doctor for an examination. Maybe he will tell her how to restore her memory. The time for talking was over. It was time to pack our things and hit the road again. No one wasted any time, and soon all the belongings were collected and the group moved forward. But Pin was worried about his new friend, since he still looked unwell, but still wanted to continue the walk. There was no need to worry too much about the main character, as he believed that the walk would do him good and help him recover his strength faster, and the close proximity of the cute horses also helped. Only Helmet didn't know that horses were horses, so he was a little surprised to learn the name of these charming creatures, but he definitely liked them. The young man's behavior was very alarming to Ping, because on the one hand he understood that a nobleman would not so openly display his affection for animals, but on the other hand, there was still something wrong with this guy, but he couldn't figure out what it was. And Helmet spoke somehow strangely, and this despite the fact that they were about the same age. The puzzle didn't fit together, that's all. After a while, it became obvious that Helmet had slightly overestimated his abilities, as he began to breathe heavily, so Pin suggested that he get into the cart so as not to slow down the detachment. It was a pleasant concern, but it was not part of the protagonist's plans. He wanted to continue at the same pace as before, because that was the only way he could regain his former form. The unexpected refusal, although so unexpected and quite expected, hurt the blonde, because he had shown sincere support, and Helmet glared at him so angrily that he no longer wanted to talk to him. But the protagonist wasn't particularly concerned about his new acquaintance's emotional distress, as he still hadn't fully recovered. While in the root forest, it took him no more than a day to recover from intense training and battles with monsters. That rule didn't apply here. However, he did not lose heart and believed that if he continued to move forward, sooner or later everything would return to normal. And so they arrived in the city. Tanya, as promised, took the young man to the doctor, who, after examining him, came to the conclusion that the guy was absolutely healthy. He had an enviable resilience, which contributes to a quick recovery from any ailment. The girl did not agree with this conclusion and believed that the doctor had examined her new friend poorly, which made the doctor very angry. But he nevertheless prescribed medication. Tanya considered this approach to treating the patient to be quackery, since Helmet had been lying half dead in the river a week ago, from where she had fished him out. And now he remembered nothing, while the doctor insisted that the boy was completely healthy. But the man stood his ground by and large, no matter how much he looked, no matter what angle he did it from. And the guy was physically healthy and resilient, and he would remain so. This was strange because the guy didn't have any head injuries either. So where did the amnesia come from? That's the question. The doctor had nothing to say in response to this, so he only wrote out a prescription for the medicine and sent the insolent visitors away. There was nothing to do, they took the recipes and walked away. Tanya was very worried about Helmet. Pin told her that sometimes even walking was too difficult for the main character. Yes, this was the pure truth, however. The young man assured that after taking the medication and resting in the apartment, he felt very well. But this was already good because the girl remembered very well that the guy knew how to use a sword. And according to the doctor, he had no shortage of stamina, which could mean that he had a mentor before. Tanya was close to the truth, but the protagonist could not directly confirm this guess. So he evasively said that when he holds the sword in his hands, he feels it as if it were his own. It sounded intriguing, so the girl, without thinking twice, suggested that Helmet arrange a small duel to test his mettle. The guy even stopped at such an unexpected offer and asked his friend again, not believing that he would be able to separate the bones. Tanya interpreted his reaction in her own way and asked him not to worry, as it would be a short training sparring session, during which he might remember something, or maybe not. Of course, Helmet could have refused. No one forced him to participate. But he figured that since Tanya was a third-rank silver mercenary, society would probably respect such people, so he decided to try his hand. Since everything had already been decided, the girl took the main character to the training ground, where the other mercenaries were training hard. But as soon as they saw Tanya and Helmet appear on the court, they all stopped, realizing that the most interesting part was about to begin, and they could even place small bets. However, they asked to be a little easier on the main character, as it would be a shame if the girl ruined such a beautiful face. It was a mistake to say that, because they were the first to get hit in the face, and Tanya, with a sense of accomplishment, was ready to begin the duel with Helmet. So, they will fight with wooden swords. The one who falls to the ground loses. The girl asked only one thing of the young man, that he fight with all his might and not look at the fact that she was a girl. Because it was not for nothing that she was nicknamed the vice captain of their squad. Helmet understood that he was not yet in his best shape, and his strength had not yet returned, so stupid attacks would not help him. He would have to parry and counterattack the girl's attacks. He took a deep breath and pulled himself together, realizing that he couldn't let his guard down for a second. The battle began. It was difficult to understand who attacked first and who defended. Nevertheless, it looked quite impressive. It was unpleasant to realize, but the girl blocked his attacks with extraordinary ease, even with a cheeky smile on her lips. This only meant that she was much stronger than the guy at this stage. The blows rained down one after another and Helmet had to dodge, realizing that in an open fight he would lose to her. The plan to evade Tanya's attacks was falling apart. It obviously couldn't continue for much longer. The situation was getting out of control. The young man's body was unable to react according to his plan, and he had already taken several significant blows. And then, he didn't have a chance to withstand the aggressive behavior of the girl. He missed another attack, which obviously, if the girl had had a real sword in her hands, would have been fatal for him. He didn't die, he just fell to the ground and slid backwards for several meters. It was obvious that the fight was over, and in this fight the main character lost to Tanya. He simply could not help but admit it. Only the young man's eyes showed that he was very surprised by this outcome of the fight, but he accepted it as his due. Now he could tell that the girl fought a little rougher than his mentor, and yet she gave him a lot of opportunities to counterattack. Her technique was weaker, and her movements were predictable, but he was unable to take advantage of this chance. This suggested that the girl was stronger than he thought, so he had to accept the fact that the human world had to be taken seriously. It was much more complex than it seemed at first glance. The guy's reaction was again misunderstood, so they began to reassure him, saying that Tanya was considered a first-class warrior, so he shouldn't take defeat so seriously. Besides, Helmet held up well, and if he had been a little stronger, the outcome of the fight would have been completely different. It turned out that this was a kind of test, which Helmet passed with his head held high. Finn didn't want to leave the main character alone in the city without memories, so he was going to offer him to become part of his squad, which is what this test was for. Unfortunately, their squad could not accept just anyone, so all members of the group watched and assessed the actions and condition of the young man. Now many things were out of place, and the main character realized that if he had made a mistake somewhere, he would have been left alone. But he was lucky, and the captain welcomed him into his squad with open arms, noting that the guy did not succumb to the charms of his sister and did not try to hit on her. After which he handed the young man the seal of a fourth-rank mercenary, although this seal was temporary and would soon need to be replaced with an official one. Even though it was a temporary document, it was a document that gave the young man a certain amount of confidence in the next day. But he was in no hurry to trust his new comrades, because Darien said that people cannot be trusted. Since you can't trust anyone, you need to consider all possible scenarios, so Helmet asked Finn how much time he needed to spend on his team. The protagonist's question puzzled the captain, as no one had ever thought to ask such a question. After thinking for a moment, he said that no one was keeping anyone there, so the guy could leave at any convenient time, but not while on assignment. Certainly, the situation was developing in the best possible way for Helmet, because now he was not alone. These people looked very reliable, which meant that it was quite possible that they would help him unravel the mystery of his birth. Moreover, he really wanted to know who the comrades were and what they were needed for, because in the root forest, except for Darien, he did not communicate with anyone, not counting, of course, Elga, who was a demonic beast. Training was training, but it was time to earn money, and the mercenaries met with the client, who expressed extreme irritation at the fact that he also had to hire Helmet. But the captain was not one to be timid. He knew how to convince people, appealing to the fact that Helmet was a good swordsman and would be useful on their journey. Mr. Miles had nothing to say, so he agreed to make concessions and take another member onto the team. However, the man had no intention of paying the full amount to the new recruit, as he had not been warned of his appointment in advance. And besides, Avantgarde would have to cooperate with Tarek's group. All the details were discussed, albeit with some scandal. They were supposed to set off on their journey the following morning, but for now, they could rest. Tanya and Finn breathed a sigh of relief. This time everything went quite smoothly, since the previous times they had been a little less lucky. Helmet also felt very good, although he did not quite understand what was happening. Now it was necessary to discuss the mission itself, the essence of which was that they had to escort valuable cargo, so an ambush from people or monsters was possible. The fourth ranks should not interfere with the others, and engage in combat only in extreme cases. The rest of the crew had to be well prepared, and the captain and vice captain had no idea what kind of valuable cargo they would be escorting this time, so they had to be prepared for any preliminary circumstances. In short, newcomers should get a good night's sleep today and be as alert and fresh as a cucumber tomorrow. In addition, Helmet was given valuable advice, not to pay attention to the statements of the guys from Tarek's squad, with whom the Vanguard had a strained relationship. At this point, the briefing and meeting were over. Everyone was free until tomorrow. Free time arrived, and under the cover of the starry night, the young man went out into the training arena. A sea of feelings overwhelmed him. The dominant one was rage because he was looking for an excuse for himself in a lost battle. But by and large, there were no excuses. It was a shame and bitter to admit that he himself could not keep up with Tanya, who opened up several times specifically so that he could strike, but he could not. He was too weak. Now the problem was not that the main character didn't have the power, but that he needed to remember the basics and get back into shape. Only then would he be able to use his skills. Now, under this beautiful starry sky, Helmet made a promise to himself to walk this path with dignity, to remember everything, to regain his lost form, and not to let Darien and Elga down. A new day had arrived, and with it the beginning of the mission. The captain asked his subordinates not to relax, not to let down their guard, and for everyone to survive. Most of the boys were in a great mood, all except Pin, who had gotten into trouble again with his bylandish head by eating expired soup. For some reason, he thought that the protagonist had acted just as stupidly, but he still patted him on the back, saying that they should try to give it their all. But Helmet didn't need such instructions because he himself was going to show himself in the best light. The load was indeed enormous this time, and the Vanguard had to guard the rear chain. Accordingly, Tarek's detachment, which was clearly not in a friendly mood, was supposed to go ahead of the cargo. Unfriendly is an understatement, as threats of swift and brutal reprisals were immediately launched. This touched Pin to the quick. He even tried to snap back, but Helmet didn't care at all. Seeing this, the man continued to post other verbal insults, trying to irritate the main character, calling him a woman who can only hide behind others' backs, although it is unlikely that one can hide behind Pin's back. At that moment, the young man realized that there was no talk of any strained relationship. This was nothing less than a blood feud. In general, humans and demonic beasts have similarities. For example, they need to measure strength. Therefore, Helmet decided to keep a close eye on the blue-haired man until this task was completed. You never know what he could do. Unfortunately, he turned out to be right. The man bullied Pin every day. He would trip him up or insult him. The young man didn't have the moral strength to endure all this. He tried to snap back somehow, but it didn't make much difference to his offenders. On the contrary, they became increasingly aggressive, denying that they had done anything wrong. All this had a huge impact on Pina, but Helmet, unlike his comrade, was thicker-skinned and did not react to the offer of flowers. This behavior made the man very angry. He didn't understand how anyone could remain indifferent in such a situation, because his fists were itching and he wanted a fight. His friend also noticed that the main character was behaving very provocatively and strangely, so it was difficult to predict what was on his mind. Only this way the main instigator believed that Helmet, being a fourth-rank mercenary, would not be able to do anything against him, because he was essentially a third-rank mercenary, even though he was demoted to 4, so he could deal with such a weakling with one hand. Moreover, Helmet's behavior was the last straw for his patience, since the initial reason for his bad mood was that his brother had demoted him, so now he wanted to strangle the main character. Therefore, a cunning plan of revenge on the young man began to mature in his head. Meanwhile, Helmet and Pin were sitting next to their comrades, and the blonde was loudly indignant, but things did not go beyond empty words. Only a complete fool wouldn't have realized that something was wrong with Caleb. After all, he was a third ranker, and they put him next to the newbies, but the guy had no proof. And without evidence, with only assumptions, no one will listen to him. Powerlessness and anger were choking Pina. He couldn't do anything, so in order to somehow drown out his emotions, he decided to go get some water. On the one hand, the main character understood his comrade's feelings, but he didn't want to interfere. He had enough problems of his own. This time, the river was further from the camp than usual, and Pinu had to spend more time to get there. But he was happy that as soon as he finished with the water, he would be able to sleep soundly without thinking about anything. He was so deep in his thoughts that he didn't notice that unexpected guests had come to visit him. But even seeing the ripples on the blue surface of the river, he did not immediately understand what was happening and what he needed to do. Obviously, he needed to think faster, but that wasn't the case with Pin. He didn't have a plan for how to deal with Caleb and company. It was obvious that they hadn't come to drink some water and have a nice chat. The blonde's bottom felt like he was going to be beaten. The guy's premonition did not deceive him, and here he is lying on the ground with Caleb brazenly trampling on him with dirty boots, making ridiculous and dirty assumptions. Pain, resentment, anger, everything was mixed up in the guy's soul, which helped him not to close his eyes, snap back, and not allow himself to be broken. Caleb was only made more excited by this behavior, and he even invited Helmet to their mini-party. Obviously, all this was done to get a perverted pleasure from humiliating other people. Helmet understood this. But he came anyway. Sadly, the human world was no different from the root forest. Humans, just like demonic beasts, proved their status through strength. Now the protagonist understood his mentor. He clearly saw which people could not be trusted, and in general it was better not to have any dealings with them. Meanwhile, the men's bullying was about to reach a new level. They wanted to undress the main character and check whether he was a boy or a girl. But Helmet wasn't an ostrich, and he wasn't going to bury his head in the sand. Yes, his strength hadn't returned yet, and his body hadn't yet returned to its former form after training. But he was ready to defend his honor. People were weaker than Naho anyway. The plan came together instantly. First, he was going to defend himself, and then deal with the weakest link among the attackers. And if the plan doesn't work, he'll use Darian's secret technique. The main thing is to stay calm and wait for the right moment while the offenders have already pounced on the guy. But there was no clash because Tanya intervened in the unequal battle and stopped Helmet, who was ready to fight back, and the attackers. Her voice was harder and sharper than steel, her words cold as ice as she asked why Tarek's mercenaries were harassing the Vanguard mercenaries. Caleb's excuse that they had gathered by the river for a nice chat seemed highly implausible. And the fact that they tried to undress Helmet is a common joke between men that a woman would not understand. But Tanya didn't believe this crazy nonsense, and asked Caleb to watch what he said and to whom, if he didn't want to become mute. It was better not to end the conversation there, so the girl ordered the main character to take Pin away. Moreover, Tanya decided to step on Caleb's sore spot at the end, reminding him that he used to be third rank. But now he has fallen to the very bottom and become fourth, so it is better to observe subordination. And if he still wants to regain his rank, then it is better for him to tone down his ardor. Otherwise, she will cease to be a peace-loving, sweet girl. It was simply impossible not to understand her hint, so Caleb decided to retreat. Meanwhile, Pin was crying loudly, but the girl asked him to pull himself together and take buckets of water to the camp. Overall, Tanya was unhappy with the current situation, since none of her comrades had intervened in the conflict, and there was an unspoken rule not to do so when it came to fourth ranks. But today's situation went beyond all bounds. Night had fallen. It was as starry as many before, and only a lone silhouette moved smoothly and beautifully across the clearing, describing incredible figures with its blade. Helmut was not satisfied with situations where someone had to protect him. He wanted to become stronger and be able to protect both himself and those around him. After some time, he finished training and was very pleased with today's result. They had been on the road for about a week now, and every night when everyone went to bed, he went into the forest and trained hard. So in 7 days, he managed to get his body into shape. At this stage, the problem was different. The force was still sleeping soundly and was in no hurry to awaken. Yes, he remembered very well the words of the mentor about the warrior's body being a vessel for power. And until it is ready to receive it, then there is no point in even thinking about it. But he did not have time for long training. A new day had arrived, bringing new problems. Now the stretch of road began where there were many demonic beasts, so everyone had to walk in pairs if they didn't want to become someone's lunch. This did not please Helmut. Oh, how it did not please him. Because now he could no longer train at night, so he could only hope that the force would return before the seed of darkness took root in him. The protagonist was pulled out of his thoughts by Pin, who had recently been frightened by his senior colleagues with very creepy descriptions of demonic beasts. It was funny to hear all this because Helmut knew firsthand that demonic beasts come in different forms. Some are as scary as death, others are quite normal and adequate. This calmed Pin down and led him to the idea that a small piece of memory had returned to the main character. There was a mistake. The main character began to deny everything, realizing that he had to be more careful with what he said. While everything was fairly quiet, the mercenaries chatted pleasantly among themselves, making plans for where and how they would spend the money they received after completing the mission. They had already agreed to treat each other to dark beer and tasty snacks, when suddenly, one of the mercenaries lost his head in front of the other. This turn of events knocked the ground out from under the man's feet. He didn't understand what had happened or what he should do. Meanwhile, a huge, scary monster was sending his comrade's head into its mouth. The monster appeared spectacularly, attracting the attention of all the mercenaries who were accompanying the cargo. Perhaps someone would have wanted to ignore it, but seeing how he was crunching the bodies of their comrades, they couldn't do it. Apparently, the initial reaction of fear and numbness had passed, after which many had an outburst of anger, so they attacked the monster. The young man wanted to avenge the death of his comrade, and did not hear how the others warned him that he could not attack the monster alone. This proved to be his fatal mistake, as the demonic beast killed him with one swing of its clawed paw. But these were already real problems, because none of the mercenaries noticed or felt the appearance of the monster. Now, what to do? No one had the slightest idea. Finn blamed himself for the fact that all this happened because of his fault, because he relaxed and did not keep an eye on his people. While the people didn't know what to do with the demonic beast, it continued to grab the mercenaries one by one, eating them, calling its lesser comrades to the feast. Tanya understood perfectly well that this monster was not alone here, which meant she needed to prepare for battle. The first line of defense was decided to be occupied by captains whose level was higher than everyone else. Helmut also realized that what he feared had actually happened. Tanya forbade Helmut and Pina from engaging in combat and asked them to hide under the carriage and interfere with the others. Pinu didn't need to be told twice. He pushed the protagonist in the direction of the carriage. The main character didn't really want to hide, but his strength hadn't returned yet, so he couldn't defeat the main monster yet. He could still feel through his skin that there were hundreds of other demonic beasts hiding in the forest, targeting them. This meant that his new acquaintances would most likely die, while Pin urged him on, as he was very scared and did not understand the protagonist's hesitation. So, after a few minutes, the guys found themselves under the carriage and watched everything that was happening around them. 3 captains stood against the main monster, which was weaker than Naho and Elga. Each of them was of the 2nd rank, which meant they could use the force which was necessary now. Unfortunately, now the main character could not help his comrades in any way. Then the demonic beast released its demonic energy, which pinned the mercenaries to their places. Nevertheless, the 3 captains rushed to the attack, because otherwise they would all die. The men immediately summoned their power. Their combined attack on the demonic beast was beautiful and effective. The rest cast admiring glances at their captains, who were doing great, despite the fact that they themselves had a lot of work to do. Meanwhile, the 3rd-rank mercenaries were doing an excellent job of dealing with the small monsters. This gave hope that everyone would be able to get out of this mess with minimal losses. The captains decided to combine their attacks again and finish off the huge demonic beast. The moment of truth has arrived. Here they will either kill the monster or they will have huge problems. While Finn attacked the monster from above, the other two captains targeted other vital points on its body. After receiving the wounds, the demonic beast roared loudly and blood flowed from its wounds. While sending the small monster to the next world, Tanya was glad that her brother and two other captains had practically defeated the leader of the monsters. Helmet completely agreed with the girl, although he did not understand how this was possible. But people coped with the task better than he expected. The strategy of second-tier mercenaries holding back the strongest enemy while third-tier mercenaries finish off the rest was, in Helmet's opinion, very productive. And once again over the past few days, the protagonist mentally thanked Darien for all his instructions, because now he clearly saw what strategy was and realized why people should not be underestimated. Meanwhile, the largest demonic beast no longer looked as cheerful and confident as at the beginning of the fight. True, despite all the efforts of the captains, he was still alive and ready to resist them. The humans, although they looked no better than the demonic beast, also calculated the possibility of ending the battle with their victory. Since they all still had enough force reserves, they had one attempt to finish what they had started. But the monster had other plans. He decided to run away since everyone wants to live. His speed was astounding. Just a second ago, he was in the clearing, and the next second he was gone without a trace. The captains had never experienced anything like this in practice, despite the fact that they had plenty of this practice. Finn and the others had no intention of pursuing the demonic beast, since their main task was to escort it, and someone else would handle the cleanup. This was definitely the right decision. Now it was time to pull Helmet and Pin out from under the carriage, where they had been hiding the entire time of the battle. But the blonde man couldn't even crawl out from under the carriage calmly. His legs were numb, and he pitifully asked his comrades for help. Nobody wanted to waste their time on such trifles because they needed to check if all the monsters were dead, and then collect the seeds of darkness and skins. All of this could be sold and earn a decent amount of money. Who would have thought that you could make money on something like this? Certainly not Helmet, but the blonde man was already talking loudly about how the seeds of darkness drive people crazy and turn them into demonic beasts. But it's impossible to meet such individuals because they either die in the womb or are banished to the root forest after birth. In general, it's best to stay as far away from such people as possible because they can become real monsters at any moment. Of course, Helmet didn't want to admit it, but Darien was right in this matter too. Sooner or later, people like him would die at the hands of other people because there is nothing worse and stronger than fear. It is fear that pushes everyone to thoughtless cruelty. Moreover, he did not want to believe that one fine day he woke up early in the morning and saw in the mirror not his beautiful human face, but the terrible face of a demonic beast. This should not happen, for Darien taught him to use the Force not just for protection, but to suppress the seed of darkness within him. But now his power was sleeping soundly, and it was unclear when it would decide to open its eyes. But even when it raised its eyelids, it would have to be hidden from other people, so that no one would understand that its source was the seed of darkness. Meanwhile, Finn watched Helmet and Pin, realizing that they reminded him very much of himself in those distant years when he was a greenhorn newbie. At that moment, Pin reached out his hands to one of the monsters, but the protagonist stopped him. Something was wrong with this demonic beast. Helmet's intuition didn't fail him, and a second later the monster came to life and squeezed the naive blonde's throat. But no one could count to 3 before Helmet drew his sword. And then one smooth movement, like the stroke of a pen, cut through the monster's body, thereby freeing Pin from the enemy's tenacious clutches. The blonde froze in horror. This was the first time something like this had happened to him, so the realization of his imminent death knocked the ground out from under his feet. Nevertheless, he looked at the drops of blood that flowed from Helmet's sword and tried to put on a mask of confidence, hiding it behind friendliness and concern. The protagonist wasn't particularly impressed, and it wasn't his first time killing monsters, but a strange feeling settled in his soul. Yes, it was a premonition, the same one that had saved his life more than once and warned him of danger. Now it was screaming about who his blows had changed. Something special had appeared in them. Perhaps it was the Force, or maybe something else. Meanwhile, Finn slowly approached the guys and praised Helmet, because if it weren't for his vigilance and reaction, Pin would have become the monster's dinner. Only Tanya didn't share in the general merriment. She stared intently at the main character, thinking that she was hallucinating and that it was time for her to go see a doctor herself. After all, he couldn't. The newbie definitely couldn't use the Force, or maybe he could, Whether the fleeting flash was real or just her imagination, the girl didn't know, and this was confusing. Time flew by rather quickly. A quiet night embraced the travelers, and only one person hid from everyone under its cover and meditated. Although it was dangerous to remain alone in the forest, he needed a few minutes of solitude to confirm or refute his guesses and premonitions. Now he could breathe a sigh of relief, because the force had returned, which meant he could suppress the seed of darkness within himself. This was great news. I'll have to thank Pin somehow, because if it weren't for his carelessness and stupidity, the awakening of the force would have been delayed, and now I could relax a little. But spending more time alone is unlikely to work out, so it will only take a few days to return her to her previous level. And as proof, the silence of the night forest was pierced by Pin's cry, who decided that Helmet was lost and needed to be found urgently. We had to return to the camp, where Finn was already conducting the briefing. The entire squad was divided into 3 groups of 2 people. They would have to take turns after a while, maintain the fire and order, and most importantly, not sleep on duty, as the forest was teeming with monsters. Finn didn't even understand how right he was, because the monster that had escaped from them in the morning was not far from the camp and was watching them, waiting for the right moment to attack. Helmet could feel it on his skin, because the force had sharpened all his innate instincts. His shift was ending, and Tanya asked to wake up their replacements so that the guy could sleep, because tomorrow would be a difficult day. But the main character had no intention of sleeping. Under the watchful gaze of the full moon, he wanted to survey the area and restore his strength by killing the silent monsters. But he wasn't the only one with plans for the rest of the night. Caleb also didn't sleep, and seeing his sworn enemy going into the forest, he decided to follow him, with clearly bad intentions. Did this matter to Helmet? Obviously not, because at this rate he could quickly restore his previous level of strength by tomorrow, and everything else was secondary for now. But he also couldn't ignore the enemy's approach, even though he understood that it wasn't a demonic beast approaching him, but a man. Caleb, as always, was in his element. Under his feigned friendliness, he hid his attempts to humiliate the young man. But the main character didn't want to contact him, so he asked him to leave him alone and go about his important business. But the man didn't understand the young man's hidden warning, so he began to claim that the hour of reckoning had come, and Tanya would no longer help him. He kept talking and didn't want to stop, but his fists were itching to teach a lesson to the impudent and arrogant newcomer who dared to ignore his wickedness. Moreover, his plans included breaking the main character's arm and leg, or better yet, both at once. And if a guy dies during training, it won't be a great loss. There's no place for weaklings among mercenaries. But not a single word, not a single threat impressed Helmet. He understood perfectly well that this man could not do anything to him now. Moreover, the man behaved not like a human but like a demonic beast, which means he should be treated as a demonic beast. But if Caleb considers himself a human being, then he must behave like a human being, with dignity. True, dignity and honor were words for the man whose meaning he did not know, so he laughed mockingly. For him, only strength mattered. It was what determined the status of mercenaries, and besides, he had long since recovered and was ready to show who was who here. Caleb was confident that he could crush the protagonist's skull with one blow. Only his wishes and dreams remained just wishes and dreams, as Helmet intercepted his hand, squeezed it, almost breaking it, not allowing him to hit him. This was unexpected because the main character looked weak, so where did he get such enormous strength from? Helmet was disappointed because the man's sense of smell was much worse than that of the demonic beast with which he had previously compared him. And if a man justified all his actions by force, then he should see their difference in strength and know his place, which is on his knees before him. But even with such an obvious hint, Caleb could not believe what was happening, nor accept that Helmet was a head or two taller than him. No matter how many blows he tried to inflict on the main character, not a single one reached the target, and Helmet did not even draw his sword from its sheath to block them. Soon the protagonist got tired of all this, so he summoned Slew, which shocked the enemy. Everything happened so quickly after that Caleb didn't even notice when Helmet cut his femoral arteries. The man could no longer fight. He fell to the ground and writhed in pain, cursing the day that life brought him together with this child. The main character was worried that he couldn't contain the force. He wasn't yet used to using it. At that moment, he noticed that the man was trying to crawl away, which could have caused his exposure. Suddenly, the boy heard the seed of darkness calling to him, persuading him to kill this man because he was dangerous, because he needed to keep the secret, and no one would shed tears over it. It sounded so right. I wanted to give in to this call and not think about anything else, just take and kill, get rid of the danger. But Helmet found the strength within himself, and with the help of the Force, suppress the seed of darkness within himself. Even if it was for a short moment, the main character felt like a demonic beast, and it scared him a little. It was too difficult to control himself, but he was able to come to his senses by remembering that he was Helmet and not a demonic beast. But while he was coming to his senses, his opponent was able to crawl into the thicket of the forest, believing that this would help him. Meanwhile, Caleb crawled forward, crying from unbearable pain, losing a lot of blood, not understanding how Helmet could use the Force because he looked weaker than that demonic beast. But the man was not destined to escape, because the demonic beast that was pursuing them had other plans. Helmet noted phlegmatically that Caleb had become the demonic beast's dinner. The monster had the same plans for the main character, but the guy was ready for everything. By and large, the demonic beast now owes him, since it took his prey for itself. Overall, the situation had changed a lot. Last time Helmet couldn't do anything, but now the power had returned, and he could kill the monster. It was stupid to drag things out. It was time to move on to the main course, which apparently the demonic beast didn't want, so he backed away, acknowledging the protagonist's strength. But this demonic beast was not as simple as it wanted to seem. It could read the strength and aura of its opponents. If so, then it was possible to come to an agreement. So Helmet suggested that the demonic beast take Caleb and disappear into the fog. Otherwise, he would turn into a corpse. The monster didn't need to be told twice. He grabbed the man's corpse and ran away. The guy was able to get rid of at least one problem, but the beast will still return and you need to be prepared for this. Now everything that had happened had to be somehow explained to the other mercenaries, and done convincingly. For a long time, no one in the camp could believe that such a strong mercenary as Caleb could die so easily. The point was that a man was chasing him in the forest to beat him up, but a demonic beast appeared out of nowhere and killed the man. The captain of Tarek's squad asked the protagonist for forgiveness for the behavior of one of his squad members, because of him, he almost died. Helmet stood and remained silent. He was ready to agree with everything, as long as he wasn't asked uncomfortable questions. But Tanya lost her temper. Verbal apologies weren't enough for her. After all, the elders knew what Caleb was doing and always turned a blind eye to everything, encouraging the disgusting behavior of the deceased. The girl shouldn't have allowed herself to make such an attack. After all, she was insulting the deceased younger brother of the squad's vice captain, Tarek, who was deeply grieving the loss. But the girl stood her ground, claiming that if everyone had noticed Caleb's bad behavior earlier, talked to him, and set him on the right path, then none of this would have happened. The conflict flared up like dry reeds, because in essence the girl had insulted not only Caleb, but also Tariq's entire squad. It is unknown how this skirmish would have ended if Miles had not intervened. He was the only one who thought clearly so far. They had more important problems than the feud between the two squads. It was impossible to help the dead, so it was necessary to think about the living, and therefore the employer was ready to pay Helmet compensation for the stress he had experienced. Only now did Tanya realize that she had gone a bit too far and asked her colleague for forgiveness. Miles was not a stupid man. He understood that this was a temporary measure, so to speak, the calm before the storm. So the issue of security and movement had to be resolved quickly. It was necessary to be extremely careful now because there were 3 fewer of them, but there were no fewer monsters. When the Vanguard squad was left alone, Helmet received a reprimand from Tanya because he had no right to walk alone in the forest and put his life in danger. But he wasn't just there for no reason. He wanted to quickly solve the problem with the main monster and continue training in peace, but he couldn't tell the girl that. After a few minutes, Tanya cooled down. She did not absolve herself of responsibility, realizing that she should have kept a better eye on the newcomers. And at that moment, when she asked the guy not to go anywhere without friends, cold. But at the same time, warming feelings stirred in his memory and soul, so strongly reminiscent of Darien. The girl couldn't stay angry with such a handsome man as the main character for long, so she asked him to be careful in the future. A new day had dawned. The detachment set out on its journey. They had to be on guard, monitor the situation. Any more losses were unacceptable. This section of the road was much more difficult than the previous ones. Moreover, at every turn there were monster ambushes waiting for them. At this pace, they could not hold out for more than a couple of days, because as soon as they got tired, huge problems began. These rascals attacked from the rear. But what was more important was that their leader was also pursuing them, watching, waiting, sending small fry to wear out the mercenaries. It was impossible not to call the creature unreasonable. He had calculated everything and was preparing for something extremely important. Another difficult day came to an end, and it was time to rest a little. Everyone already had many injuries and there was practically no strength left. Tanya and Finn watched the boys, realizing that many of their people were no longer in the best shape, and the monster attacks were becoming longer and more violent. It was good that everyone was alive for now, but the question was how long this would last, whether they would be able to complete the mission without losses. They had Pin and Helmet in reserve. The first could dodge well, but the second was a good swordsman. But that wasn't so important because the most interesting thing was that the monsters only attacked the vanguard and didn't touch Tarek's group. It was stranger than snow falling on a hot summer night. Yes, and Tarek's group won't help them willingly, even if they ask, so the vanguard needs to survive this mission on their own. That night, Miles called Paul to talk to him. He clearly saw that the monsters were attacking only the rear of the caravan, which suggested that the leader of the monsters was up to something. At this rate, the vanguard will run out of power and will fall. So, it would be logical to join forces for the sake of common safety. This might have been a good idea, but not for Tariq's squad, so Paul suggested acting efficiently rather than humanely. The mercenaries' proposal was that the vanguard squad would distract the enemies, while Tarek's squad would leave the forest and the important cargo would remain safe. Miles, of course, understood that his interlocutor was not the most decent person, but he did not expect such meanness from him. But high ideals were not for Paul, because conscience and honor only sounded nice, but in reality everything was much more prosaic. And if we take a strict approach to the situation they found themselves in, it was more important for everyone to survive, no matter by what means. Now they were under direct threat of death at the hands of demonic beasts, and they had practically no strength to resist. Moreover, if they lost a good portion of the mercenaries in battle, which was quite likely, then the man's investment would hardly pay off, given all the compensation and losses. But if there were other ways to solve the problem, then he was willing to use them, and his option was quite relevant. It's time for Miles to decide what he wants. To be good to everyone, or simply to survive, even if it means sacrificing others. A new day dawned, and the squad set out on their journey. Unfortunately, due to constant attacks, Tanya and the other members of her group became very tired. It was obvious that people, even horses, were already at the limit of their capabilities, and how many monsters remained in this forest was unknown. Tarek's mercenaries had no intention of helping them, and in the morning they simply stood and watched as the vanguard members fought, which looked quite strange. Finn himself understood that at this rate this task would not end well, but he could not do anything. At that moment, he noticed that Tarek's mercenaries had suddenly accelerated, leaving them behind. From the outside, it became clear that this was some sort of escape, and no one was going to stop, no matter how much Tanya and the other members of the vanguard shouted after them. The calculation was obvious. Since the monsters only attacked the vanguard squad, Tarek's squad decided to flee, leaving their colleagues to be torn apart by the monsters. If this were a Turkish series, a dramatic minor melody would have played at this point, because Finn and his guys were cruelly betrayed. Meanwhile, Helmet assessed the current situation. No matter how hard they tried, they wouldn't be able to catch up with Tarek's squad, and besides, the demonic beasts had surrounded them. The battle was inevitable. The question was how many people would die in this battle and how many would survive. Meanwhile, Fina ordered his men to gather and fight, because there was nowhere to run, there was no help to wait for, and they could only rely on their own strength. The countdown began, and within minutes a horde of monsters pounced on the vanguard fighters. The mercenaries fought with all their strength, most of them were seriously wounded, and it was extremely difficult for them to hold back the influx of monsters. Some of them were ready to accept a dignified death, and practically resigned themselves to it, because surviving in such a situation was extremely difficult. Meanwhile, the protagonist was tormented by a dilemma. On the one hand, he understood that if he interfered in the battle, these people would survive, but they would ask a lot of questions. Who he was, where he came from, why he was so strong, and whether he was even human, but at the same time this no longer mattered. Because today, more than anything in the world, the young man wanted to save these people who not long ago extended a helping hand to him, no questions asked. He remembered all the instructions of his teacher, but today he would trust people for the first and last time, and it would be right. And then something happened that no one expected to see. The protagonist called upon his power and asked the members of the vanguard to remember everything they were about to see, because it was a terrible secret. And then, with precise movements, he began to destroy the small monsters one after another. Their lifeless bodies fell to the ground, covering it with black clots of dark energy. Helmet pinned the last small monster to the ground with his sword, putting a bold end to this difficult battle. For the first time in a long time, the young man felt complete satisfaction both from having stretched his legs and from having saved his comrades. The last monster was dead, and the young man put away his sword. The vanguard mercenaries stood frozen in mute amazement, because they thought that Helmet was just an ordinary newcomer, and here was such a sharp turn of events. For now, the protagonist didn't pay any attention to the mercenaries, because he was thinking that the demonic beasts had scattered after the death of their comrades. But it was unknown whether they would return or not. The first to break the frightening silence was Pin, who asked who the main character really was. Helmu had no intention of revealing the secrets of his identity, saying that nothing special had happened. He had simply regained his strength. But Tanya was mentally praising all the gods, because she already thought that she was not quite right in the head, but look how it turned out. Helmet actually possessed the Force. But until that moment, none of the mercenaries knew that someone at such an early age could possess the Force, so there were more questions than answers. And this despite the fact that they had recently caught a young man half dead in the river. Phil was also shocked because he was a second-rank mercenary, but even he was not capable of such a level of mastery of the Force. Therefore, everyone had a logical question. Who and where could have taught the main character to use the Force? But here, the guy paused for a long time, because although he had decided to trust these people, he decided to keep silent about the root forest, saying that he had lived in the forest for a long time. Without specifying which one, where he met his teacher, he could not remember anything else. Amnesia was the right move because absolutely everything could be blamed on it, and no one would have any more questions. With the vanguard now safe from harm, Helmet was curious about what Finn was planning to do next. But this was the right question, which immediately turned on the man's thought process, and he came to the conclusion that the first thing they needed to do was get out of the trap, after which find the squad that abandoned them and, if possible, take revenge on them. Helmet didn't know what he would do after the mission, but until it was completed, he would be with the vanguard, since he hadn't yet received his money for completing the job. This answer suited Fina just fine, so he suggested that everyone go ahead and find Tarek's squad. Although they had already been on the road for a whole day, they still hadn't caught up with their colleagues' detachment. Although there was one big plus in the whole situation. They were well rested, were in no hurry, and many of their wounds had already healed. It was just strange that they hadn't met anyone, even though there were a lot of tracks. It seemed like Tarek's squad had been on the road all night, which meant they could have already left the forest. According to the route plan, they should stop in a nearby village where they will find them. All members of the vanguard squad were already in anticipation. They couldn't wait to see the faces of their colleagues when they learned that they had all survived. Pin agreed with this, but he didn't understand for what kind of merits they would be given money, and whether they would be given money at all. And on that note, everyone looked at him unanimously, because, indeed, the old man had taken the entire load, and they basically had nothing to pay for. But Helmet was worried about something completely different. He heard an incomprehensible but very loud noise, and something sucked unpleasantly in the pit of his stomach. No one could understand what was happening to the young man, because by and large everything was as usual. None of them could sense the demonic energy that the protagonist clearly saw and felt. His sixth sense told him that in the distance a fierce battle was taking place between Tarek's squad and the main monster and his small charges. At the current speed, the vanguard was about an hour away from the scene of action, and besides, the leader was there. The young man understood that they had to hurry, because those people wouldn't last long, although on the other hand, he didn't force anyone to follow him. The choice was up to the vanguard, and Finn decided to act honorably, because they were mercenaries, not avengers. So for them, the main goal was to complete the mission well, and personal grievances should remain personal. First, it was necessary to sort out all the matters, and then it would be possible to teach Tarek's squad a little lesson. So they resolutely moved forward to help their colleagues, to prove to everyone that being a mercenary sounds proud. Meanwhile, Tarek's squad was surrounded by monsters. They fought back with all their might, but luck was clearly not on their side. Even force wielders like Paul were exhausted, even though it had only been a day since they had escaped the vanguard. And there was no end to the monsters. He didn't expect that the monsters would start pursuing them so closely, since their initial target was the vanguard fighters. The man didn't know what had changed radically, but he assumed that there weren't enough vanguard fighters to deal with the monsters, so they took them on. Moreover, at the head of the small monsters was their leader, who was not to be trifled with. It was obvious that it was necessary to escape from the battlefield by any means necessary, since the force reserves were no longer sufficient. Paul understood perfectly well that at this rate they would soon be finished, because they could still cope with the small monsters, but going up against the leader was like death for them. The vanguard was most likely destroyed, so if they fled the battlefield now, there simply would be no witnesses to their shame. And just a few minutes later, Max and Paul left their people to be torn apart by the monsters and ran away. At that moment, Miles, looking out the window, realized that he had made a fatal mistake when he followed Paul's lead the day before. And now, he was in danger of death. Too late he realized that he couldn't trust Tarek's mercenaries. But what's done is done. His heart told him that it could all end in something like this, because the boomerang always comes back. And their boomerang was the leader of the monsters, who really wanted to feast on a human being. The realization of doom hit him like a swelling on the head, and a clawed paw grabbed one of the crew members. The monster was already anticipating a delicious lunch when he suddenly realized that something was going wrong. And he was right, because he again had to deal with the main character, who had no intention of looking at such a feast. Helmuth did not waste time on empty talk and attacked his opponent. But the first blow did not cause much harm to the monster. He blocked it successfully and now jumped back. The demonic beast, until it dawned on him that the protagonist was not joking, insistently demanded that the man be released. But after a couple of minutes, the meaning of the protagonist's words reached the monster, so he threw the kidnapped man away from himself. Helmut had no trouble catching one of his employers, but that was only the beginning. He had to decide what to do with the monster. The guy remembered Finn's words, who an hour ago had asked him to go forward first, since the man had a bad feeling after all, Tarek's detachment could hold out. But it was unlikely that they would care much about the lives of their employers. Their own shirt was closer to the body. It only meant that they would most likely abandon Miles and run away. A premonition. But I did not let the man down. Now the protagonist understood that if he had been late even by a couple of minutes, there would have been no living people left here. Most of them would have become food for the monsters. Now everything was much simpler than a couple of minutes before. The strength had returned to the main character, and the monster stood in his way, so his further actions were obvious. Helmut was going to fight with all his might, as he did in the root forest, but his opponent was unlucky. He rushed towards his opponent in a purple whirlwind, forcing him to go into deep defense. The small monsters decided to help their predecessor, but they were in for a huge disappointment when they were killed by the main character. They were too weak for the guy, so they had no chance of stopping him. This was a sure defeat for the leader. No matter how menacingly he roared, no matter how many of his assistants he called, he could not stop the purple whirlwind. However, the protagonist understood that in front of him stood the strongest demonic beast he had ever encountered outside the root forest, and yet he still had enough strength to kill the monster. He just needed to stay alert, concentrate, and deliver a clear, penetrating blow. To begin with, the young man decided to cut off the monster's claws so that it could not scratch or tear him. Before the monster came to its senses, it was necessary to quickly strike it again directly in the head, but the monster managed to block the protagonist's sword. Unbearable pain tore through the demonic beast's entire being. Its paws were bleeding, and a despairing roar pierced the thicket of the forest. Only unexpectedly, the main character noticed that the monster's demonic energy had strengthened. But how this had happened was unclear. It seems like he's absorbing all the demonic energy around him, so he's become much stronger than he was a couple of minutes ago. The only good news was that the Vanguard mercenaries were supposed to arrive soon, but whether they would help him deal with the monster was the question. On the other hand, they could get hurt if they tried to help the guy, so he had to finish what he started himself. Only now, having absorbed a huge amount of demonic energy, the main monster attacked the young man, and he did it quickly. But the guy wasn't a pushover, so he easily avoided direct attacks. It was obvious that he couldn't cope if he used the force as usual, so it was time for extreme measures. First, it was necessary to put maximum strength into the blows, and then come what may. And the demonic beast planned to put all the accumulated demonic energy into the next series of strikes. The demonic beast definitely became faster, and dodging it became much more difficult. The claws have also grown. The longer the fight goes on, the more problematic it becomes. At some point, the protagonist noticed that he had failed to dodge the monster's latest attack, so it managed to rip his shirt with its overgrown claws. It was quite problematic, and he would have to spend money to buy a new one. Meanwhile, the demonic beast had accumulated even more demonic energy. It was obvious that the monster had absorbed the energy of the other beasts. But even realizing this, the young man remained absolutely calm. The moment the demonic beast leapt upwards, winged with power, Helmut realized that he had seen something like this before. This type of attack definitely reminded the protagonist of an old acquaintance, so he calmed down. In all its movements, in all its strategic decisions, this demonic beast reminded the young man of the serpent, but it was not several times weaker than Naho. This meant that the main character could defeat him, so he gathered his courage, put all his power into the sword, and attacked the enemy. While the main character was fighting the monster, the Vanguard squad rushed to his aid at full speed. Only when they ran into the clearing did they not expect to see Helmet, completely safe and sound, standing next to the corpse of a huge monster. Finn expected to see a lot, but not this, so he was more than shocked, not believing his eyes. It was obvious that the mercenaries from Tarek's squad were defeated and began to scatter, unable to cope with the onslaught of the monsters, because apart from the employer and the young man, no one else was visible here. It was bitter to realize that there were still captains who betrayed their own people. They clearly had neither honor nor dignity. The overall picture was quite horrific. Many killed monsters, many killed mercenaries, but Miles was alive. So Finn ordered to look for more survivors and then set out. The old man took quite a while to come to his senses, and at one point it even seemed to him that he had gone to heaven, as he clearly heard the voice of the Vanguard captain. But he survived, and was on Earth. Moreover, he needed to answer for his actions. So the man began to plaintively ask Finn for forgiveness for his betrayal. True, the old man still did not understand that he had survived, that these were not hallucinations, that this was not a figment of his sick imagination, and that these were not angels in front of him, but living people. So there was a silent pause. Realization came to Miles gradually, raising the question of what had happened to the monsters because there were too many of them. It was hard to believe that all the monsters were dead, but it was true. The only thing Finn couldn't tell was that Helmut had killed them all. But this was all lyricism, and it's time to move on to prose. Namely, not to prayers, but to a reward. The new contract didn't bode well for Miles, as he was required to give 80% of the proceeds to the Vanguard mercenaries. And that was only because he had suffered. And if that hadn't happened, he would have paid 100% as compensation for betrayal. The man tried to negotiate more favorable terms for himself, because he also needed to somehow miraculously try to compensate for his losses. But this was his personal problem, not the mercenaries, and if he didn't want to sign this contract, then he had to get to his destination on his own. But this filled Miles with awe. He understood that he would not survive in this forest without the help of mercenaries. It was only for this reason that he signed the contract without complaint, even though he understood that he would be left with nothing. But life was more important. The contract was signed, and now it was time to find out what this important commodity was and where they were transporting it with their own lives. The man didn't want to reveal his secrets because if rumors started to spread, the entire association would be at risk, and the Vanguard mercenaries could suffer. This angered Finn. He couldn't understand why the man hadn't warned him in advance that this mission was so important and so secret. The man had nowhere to go, so he had to tell everything. It turned out that this time Miles was fulfilling an order for a client who called himself the magician Antiol. This was already an unexpected turn of events because the person in question was a real archimandrite. But another question arose. Why was such an important person asking the Merchant Association to transport cargo through the lands of demonic beasts? Shouldn't the official authorities know about this product? This was a correct guess because they were transporting goods from places where magicians were forbidden to enter. Specifically, the conversation was about the Temple of Lumen, so perhaps it would have been better for the Vanguard fighters not to ask questions. He left for the train. It is known that the power of the Holy Church is beyond imagination. It was they who defeated the Demon King 1,000 years ago. Over the years, the members of the Holy Church began to gain strength and power, but their intentions were not as pure as they had been originally. Now they are using their name to take over the entire world. Most of the kingdoms are already under their complete control. But magic is beyond their power, so they always keep a close eye on magicians. And if they find out that the Bhutan Association is delivering temple goods for study to a magician with whom they have a long-standing conflict, then it is obvious what will happen next. Finn understood perfectly well that in such a situation the Holy Church would destroy the association. But it's not just the association that will get the brunt of this. Absolutely everyone involved in this task will get what they deserve. So powerful is the church, and it has long been unjust. Miles admitted that he himself did not want to agree to this. But once Antiol saved the head of the association, so they could not refuse. The only one who didn't understand what was being discussed was Helmut, who didn't believe that some archmage could be so famous. This was indeed true, since Antiol was the one who almost destroyed the divine barrier several years ago. But this already interested the young man, because he knew firsthand what the divine barrier was. Today, protection against demonic beasts is installed around large cities. The point is that the barrier also detects mages, which is why the church tries to catch them. Moreover, the divine barrier was too strong, and no one in history had ever been able to break through it. although for magicians who craved freedom, it was a matter of honor. One day, Antiel almost destroyed the city barrier, but the church hushed it up. This story made the young man think because the church could not get rid of the seed of darkness that was in him, so they exiled him after the birth of the root forest. But the Archmage can influence the divine barrier, which means there is a chance that he can extract the 7 darknesses from it and destroy it without harming the main character. Overall, the dark mage from the root forest was useless. So now Helmet decided to test how useful the light Archmage would be. Towards evening, the Vanguard detachment emerged from the forest and found itself on safe lands. They decided to spend the night here too. Meanwhile, Finn really wanted to talk to Helmet, and they had a lot to discuss. When they moved away from the rest of the guys, the captain handed the guy a seed, which warriors eat when their strength and endurance run out. The man didn't know whether Helmet would need this seed or not, but nevertheless, he gave it to him. The guy, without thinking twice, swallowed it, and felt how his body began to glow and fill with energy. It was nice and definitely helped restore his lost strength, but the guy didn't understand why the captain gave him such a valuable item. It was simple. It was gratitude. After all, it was Helmet who fearlessly and single-handedly defended the Vanguard squad from the most evil monster. It is obvious that if it were not for the efforts of the protagonist, the mercenaries and Miles would have died in the forest. Besides, this seed, compared to the lives of the captain, Miles, and the other mercenaries, was a mere trifle. And when the young man leaves their squad, goes his own way, trying to restore his memory no matter what happens to him, no matter what trouble he gets into, Helmet can boldly call them for help. The Vanguard does not abandon its own. At this moment, the main character first realized the meaning of the word comrade and extended his hand to Finn to shake it. The man willingly shook the young man's hand, acknowledging that from now on and forever they were brothers in spirit. A new day dawned, and the Vanguard detachment moved forward, leaving the transit point. The road was very busy, so when Miles saw the landmark tree through the carriage window, he was incredibly happy that they had reached their destination. Finn checked the map, and indeed, they had arrived at the right place, but it wasn't even a village, just some clearing, so he didn't understand why the goods had to be delivered here. But that wasn't the end. They had to hand over the goods to the Archmage. They just left them in the clearing. Finn had a lot of questions, but Miles was in no hurry to answer them, because it was better to see everything with your own eyes once than to listen to a boring explanation 100 times. And then magic began to happen, as the merchant activated a magical amulet next to the landmark tree, and a blue whirlwind of magical glow filled the entire clearing. Helmet and the other mercenaries saw real magic happen in real time, and it took their breath away, after which they began to move through time and space to the designated place where the Archmage was supposed to be waiting for them. Finn had heard a lot about something similar, but he couldn't even imagine that it would happen to him. Only Helmet doubted that it was real magic, because it could have just been an illusion. But the man next to him noted that it had become sharply colder, and his body was reacting to the changed reality, which meant that they had moved quite a large distance. But the most interesting thing is that when the transfer ended, they saw a huge tower in front of them, in front of which a man stood and waited for them. This man was the Archmage, who was already tired of waiting for guests in his abode. It was an elderly wizard who welcomed the representatives of the Bhutanese trade into his home, because they had brought them something very important. He checked the contents of the carts and found that everything was in place, although some items must have been difficult to find. But since they were in place, an excellent job had been done, and he was more than satisfied with everything. Only then did he notice that there were fewer mercenaries than he expected, and he could feel the energy of lost human life, so he concluded that some of the mercenaries had died. Unfortunately, they encountered a very large demonic beast along the way. So many died, and only a third of the team made it here. The Archmage understood that the road was indeed difficult, and the mercenaries, like the merchant, had had to endure a lot, and he felt that dark energy was coming from the cart. Could it be that they had brought a monster? Only it wasn't a living monster, but a dead one, ready for sale. So if the man wanted to buy it, Miles would gladly sell it. Oh, it was a tempting offer. So Antiel decided to buy this carcass and add its cost to the main amount, so he was ready to pay 150,000 marks. For the mercenaries, the announced amount seemed unrealistic. Of course, they had heard that archmages were incredibly rich, but they didn't think they were that rich. So it was time to go into the house. So Miles ordered the men to take the goods and leave the cart here, since there was no longer any need for it. At that moment, Helmet assessed the man in front of him, realizing that he was quite strong, and his strength was different from Arago's, not only because he could completely hide it there, but there was something else. At that moment, the man turned his gaze to the main character, as if he sensed something interesting. Sometimes, magicians can see what others cannot see. Especially specialists of his level can look deeper and see what is hidden deep down. At this point, Helmet decided to end the conversation that had just begun, since the others shouldn't know some things. The main character definitely seemed like a rather daring guy to the wizard, and there was something he wanted to keep a secret, but it was not to be. The man knew 1,000 secrets of this world and always treated them with respect. That's why he put up a barrier now, so the main character didn't have to worry about anyone finding out his secret. That would never happen. The man's body was wrapped in chains. This was the so-called oath of the magician. If the man breaks the promise he just made, he will lose a huge part of his powers. This oath is not available to ordinary people. Now he was ready to listen to Helmet, and most importantly, to get an answer to the question of what he needed. The protagonist understood that this man did not look like the magician from the forest, in which case he could ask him something, and perhaps ask for help. The Archmage expected something like this, so he asked the boy directly if he wanted to receive information about what was deep inside him, namely, about the Seed of Darkness. Certainly, such ingenuity was surprising, and the protagonist wanted to know if there was a way to remove it from his body. There is only one answer to this question, namely, it is simply impossible to remove the 7 darknesses from the human body. The Seed of Darkness is directly related to human life. The core with demonic energy would not be born in a baby who is destined to die in the womb. It allows a person to remain alive, so that until death, a person and the Seed of Darkness are one. And if someone gets rid of him, it's not hard to guess what will happen to him. The person will die immediately. But the protagonist's hope of getting rid of the hated Seed of Darkness had not yet faded. He believed that a person like the Archmage could find a way to free him from this punishment. But magicians are not gods, and besides, this is the first time a man has encountered the fact that a person is generally capable of controlling the Seed of Darkness. The fact is that the seed requires demonic energy from its carrier, but if a person rejects dark magic, he provokes darkness, forcing it to devour him from the inside. A person cannot resist such an influence for long, and over time he goes mad, after which he absorbs demonic energy and turns into a demonic beast. But the protagonist's case was unique, as he could suppress the Seed of Darkness using light magic or the Force. Both require a lot of time to master, but those seeds that do not have magic attack the mind much faster. Perhaps the guy was not exposed to demonic energy enough to awaken the seed, and while the temple hasn't discovered him, the Archmage will be interested in meeting him again. And there the young man was curious whether this man knew that he came from the root forest. The good news was that the priests of Lumen would not be able to detect the Seed of Darkness inside the boy. They would have to study his body for that. Even with the Archmage's abilities and his many years of experience, he was only able to notice the seed because it reacted to the demonic energy present nearby. Under any other circumstances, this would have been impossible. This gave the guy the idea that he needed to avoid places where there was demonic energy and magicians in order to keep his secret a secret. Besides, it is unlikely that Helmet will have a pleasant and easy future. Over time, his strength will grow, and perhaps he will become a great man if he manages to avoid the influence of the temple's followers. However, given that every single one of those who carried the Seed of Darkness under their hearts became criminals or monsters, it will ultimately break the main character as well. In this way, the guy will destroy this world and destroy many people with his own hands. This is the fate that is destined for all carriers of the Seed of Darkness. No one has yet managed to change it. But the main character was determined. He didn't like all these high-flown words because he was a man, which meant that none of the above would happen. Suddenly, the Archmage admitted that he hadn't encountered anything that could interest him so much in a long time, so he would be keeping a close eye on the main character. But if the guy can't cope with his internal struggle, then the man will have to stop him in order to save this world. But who knows? Perhaps Helmet is destined to surpass the Archmage and even subjugate the darkness itself. At this point, the strange conversation between the protagonist and the Archmage behind the barrier ended, after which Finn took the guy aside and handed him the money he had earned through honest labor. The man admitted that he would have liked to give the guy a little more money, but the rest of the team also contributed to the task, so they also deserved a reward. That wasn't all. Finn handed Helmet a bag with his things, since it didn't belong to any of the squad members, which meant the guy was the owner. At this moment, the main character remembered that it was with him that he left the root forest, but thought that he had lost it during his adventure. True, if it weren't for all the fuss with the monsters, Finn would have given the main character this bag much earlier. But simply because of the tension and stress, he forgot about it, and only now remembered. Besides, It was the Vanguard squad that should be thanking the guy since he was, by and large, their savior. So Finn wished him a good journey. At that moment, Pin ran up to them. He was happy that the mission was finally over, and he would be able to take his new acquaintance to their headquarters and show him many interesting things that were there. The only problem was that Helmut had no intention of going to the mercenary headquarters. He had other plans. To tell the truth, this news broke the blonde boy's heart, because he had found a friend, and now he had to lose him. But unlike Pin, Tanya understood that the main character had his own reasons for acting this way, and forcing him to change his decision was wrong. However, she advised Helmut to keep his mercenary certificate, as the third rank was the maximum for a temporary certificate, so that was all they could give him. However, this was enough for the guy. At that moment, the girl clearly realized that their new acquaintance had important things to do, and they were much more important than the lost memories. She also asked the protagonist to be careful and take care of himself. For the second time in his life, Helmut met good people who helped him understand the meaning of the word comrade, so he was going to sort out his problems and meet them at least once more. Everyone wished him a happy day and a smooth road. Pin even cried, because in such a short period of time, he had become attached to the main character. To somehow console the blonde guy, the main character said that the food the guy cooked was very tasty, but this did not calm Pina down, but made him cry even more. But now from happiness, even though he understood that no one had died. Finn reminded Helmut that if he needed help, the boy would have to find Vanguard, and he, as captain, would keep the promise he had recently made. This was enough for the young man, and he decided to end his farewell on this note because the road called him forward. At that moment, he felt a slight stabbing pain in his chest, the same as when his mentor died and when he left Elga. But if he stays with the mercenaries, he will encounter demonic energy, and then the seed of darkness within him will absorb it. And when he goes, this should not have happened. He did not want to become a slave to the inner darkness. He wanted to prevent the future that the Archmage described to him. Unfortunately, he didn't know whether he would be able to do it or not, but it was worth a try. To test everything, it was necessary to become stronger, and for this it was necessary to find a mentor. Meanwhile, in the tavern, the escaped captains of Tarek's squad were reflecting on the fact that they should not have taken on this task, because they almost died, and one of them lost his younger brother. The past can't be brought back, but since they survived, they could help Tarek's mercenaries recover. They needed to think positively, pull themselves together, and start over. What happened to Caleb was terrible, of course, but the others were worthless, and to prevent something like this from happening again, it was necessary to find talented young people. But suddenly they looked out the window and saw the healthy-looking mercenaries of the Vanguard squad, without a hint of pallor. Paul and Max had only one question. How did these guys manage to get out of that damned forest? Suddenly, Pin felt someone's gaze on him and turned towards the tavern, but there was no one at the table anymore. It's no surprise, since Paul and Max hid under the table, realizing that they had suffered a crushing failure during the last mission in every respect. It would be better if they lay low for a while. Maybe that monster had a weak spot that they didn't know about, which is why the Vanguard survived. But in that case, they now had to be killed. After all, sooner or later the other guilds will find out about the disgrace. It's only a matter of time. Of course, Max didn't think that he would have to end his career in such a way. However, Paul had a brilliant idea, and since they were still second-tier mercenaries, he ordered Max to follow him. Overall, the situation was at a standstill, and if they didn't want to die of hunger, they would have to resort to criminal activity, namely, stealing. Meanwhile, in one of the taverns, the regulars were having a good time, telling each other interesting stories from past missions, washing it down with pints of light beer. The main character listened to all the funny stories with half an ear while chewing a bun. Now he understood that everything in this world was quite complicated. He couldn't stop at headquarters as a mercenary because of the seed of darkness. The medallion from the forest didn't give him answers, and he didn't yet understand where to look for them. He intended to first explore the local villages, but it was impossible to be on the road all the time. It took him 3 whole days to get to this place. There were many more people in the whole world than he could have expected, and he couldn't count on meeting such nice people like Tanya in the future. It was good that at least he had earned a little money. It should be enough for the first time, although he was not very knowledgeable about this matter. Compared to what Darian gave the main character, he earned much more money. That moment among the bags of coins, he saw a note. He wondered who it was from. It turned out that the note was written by Darian, and it said that if this message fell into the boy's hands, then the mentor had died. This meant that he was able to get out of the root forest. Perhaps right now the guy is experiencing difficulties in the human world, because his whole previous life is radically different from what he is faced with now. But there is no need to be upset about this. Darian went beyond the edge with a calm soul. But this was not what he wanted to tell the boy now. If he was wandering around the world without any purpose, then he should definitely go to Baden. There is an academy called Greta, where people of the same age as the main character study. There he can learn more about people. Not only the rich study there, but also the poor. No one cares about origin, however. The guy will not be able to enter the academy on his own, so he needs to find a man named Eden Kudrow. When Helmut finds Eden, he will have to show him the sword so that the man understands who is in front of him. He must also remember that in the human world, not everything can be solved by force. But since the guy coped with the training, then he will also cope with life in the human world. The main character noticed that the mentor wrote the text with a shaking hand. This means that at that moment he had practically no strength left, but he still held on and helped him as best he could. Warmth and gratitude filled his soul, because the young man knew where he needed to go. Finally, something became clear thanks to this short letter. At that moment, a waiter came up to him and brought the food the guy had ordered, for which he had to pay 15 marks. Since the guy didn't understand what each coin meant, he gave the waiter 15 instead of 1,000 marks, causing him to be overjoyed. Besides, the main character was planning to spend the night here, so he asked to hang out and it would also be on him. When the waiter left, the young man began to reflect on the fact that not long ago he had received 90,000 marks for his work, but he had not thought that prices in the human world would be so low. He intended to stay overnight here and set off on his journey at dawn. At that moment, a rather drunk and impudent mercenary approached him, whose whole appearance indicated that he had done this with bad intentions. He received moral support from two more equally impudent men. They clearly intended to take Helmut's money. They tried to force the young man to buy them 20,000 marks worth of alcoholic drinks since he was so rich. The waiter was terrified, but Helmut showed absolutely no emotion, not understanding what was wrong with these people, so he refused. The refusal enraged the drunk man, and he almost attacked the main character with his fists. Moreover, he showed his displeasure in such a way that he knocked over the main character's bowl of food onto the floor. But this was already a mistake on his part. But even now, Helmut wanted to resolve their conflict peacefully, but this was not part of the mercenaries' plans. So he tried to hit the guy, but he quickly blocked the blow. The man couldn't understand where such a frail-looking guy got so much strength from. His comrades rushed to his aid, trying to fight off the boss. But nothing came of it. On the contrary, Helmut dodged the attack and immediately counterattacked. Thus, all the bad people were beaten and shook with hidden rage, pain, and resentment. But the main thing was that the instigator still didn't understand that it wasn't he who was in control of the situation, but the main character, which is why he got hit in the face with a table. Meanwhile, the young man took his things and asked the mercenary to leave and not to irritate him. The man lay on the floor, clutching his broken nose, realizing that he had nothing to offer this guy. Therefore, he decided to leave the tavern with his friends, but he promised that Helmut would regret his actions. They warned the main character at the end that he needed to be extremely careful now, especially at night, because now it was just a matter of time before they caught him and killed him. The door slammed behind them, and Helmut realized that people like Caleb were everywhere in this world, and it was incredibly annoying. However, the young man was absolutely calm, but the waiter was not. He said that the guy needed to leave quickly, because war had been declared on him by Black Hawk. It was an organization of robbers who operated in back alleys and dark alleys, and all members of the organization had a criminal past. They would kill anyone if it brought them money, and if the guy didn't leave this village now, he was in danger of death. The protagonist suddenly realized that these guys would cause him more trouble than he wanted, so the best option would be to fight them right now. But at the same time, he didn't want to create a mess in the place where he planned to spend the night. The waiter said that there was no time to stand and think. He was going to return the guy's money for the night's stay, just so that he would leave his establishment as quickly as possible. Helmut wasn't particularly worried about this, but he was still going to go into the forest behind the young man's tavern, and when those individuals came again, tell them that he was waiting for them in the forest. Meanwhile, a group of bandits gathered in one of the gateways. They were going to go and kill the guy because he showed them such disrespect and even disdain for him. Their leader was seething with righteous anger, furious that some of his men wanted to back down. Suddenly, another bandit came running to them, who found out where Helmut was now. It turned out that the guy went into the forest, which is behind the permanent yard, obviously, that this was how he tried to escape. But they couldn't prove that it was a trap, so they believed that the guy had signed his own death warrant by choosing such an escape route. Yes, the forest was not their profile, But they were sure that there were traces left there, so there were plenty of opportunities to catch up with the guy and kill him. They were confident that they could kill the main character, considering him a child who had not yet experienced this world. Meanwhile, the young man sat on a branch in the forest and reflected on the fact that during his time with the mercenaries, he learned that many people were like demonic beasts. But there are also people who are ready to protect each other at the cost of their own lives. But being human is more difficult than he thought. And the human world is not a place where everything can be solved by force, but the main character still did not know how to solve problems without using it. But he was 1000% sure of one thing, that people who act like demons should be treated like demons. But after dealing with the Blackhawks, he realized that these people were even more insignificant than he had imagined. They weren't even fit to hold a candle to Tanya. They were so weak and uninteresting in battle. Overall, the girl was the strongest of all the people he had met here so far, and the more he fought with people, the more he would get to know them. Tomorrow, as soon as it began to get light, he planned to set out on his journey. And now he would go to the hotel and rest a little. Only suddenly, the seed of darkness inside him made itself known, piercing his body with an incomprehensible pulsation. A sharp pain disoriented the young man and made him stagger, almost fall. This was the first time this had happened to him, so he couldn't understand what was happening to him now and what to do next. He needed to stay away from demonic energy, but that hadn't happened even when he was killing demonic beasts in the root forest. He never experiences such pain, but the person he killed was not a demon, so why does he feel so much pain now? An unexpected guess dawned on the protagonist. The families of darkness most likely fed on the killing of any living creature, be it a demonic beast or a human. If that was the case, the guy was in really big trouble. If word got out about the Hawks murder, their entire group would start hunting him. Now he understood how careless he had been. If he couldn't kill his opponents, then he would have to learn by any means necessary to avoid any battles, so that the seed of darkness would not grow within him. Besides, he now needed to get to Baden as quickly as possible and get at least some support. Meanwhile, one of the Black Hawk leaders received word that part of their group had been destroyed. If they continue their search, they will definitely be able to find the location of the person who caused such a mess. It was a good idea because it was impossible to leave everything like that, so it was necessary to find the culprit and punish him. Meanwhile, two second-rank mercenaries entered Mr. Anton's office. These were the infamous Max and Paul, who now planned to make their living through theft and other criminal activities. Anton admitted that in their time it was difficult to find people willing to join their organization, so he was very grateful for the fresh blood. However, they were currently in a bit of a mess and couldn't accept the first person they met without a little checking. But this already made Paul a little wary, so he wanted to know the details of the so-called check. Anton had no doubts about the skills of the second-tier mercenaries, but the Blackhawks were not an ordinary group of mercenaries. They were doing something that the authorities did not particularly approve of. Therefore, I would not want any of the squad members to have any problems due to a sense of justice or stupid morals. Therefore, he needed the guys to prove the sincerity of their intentions, and for this he had one small matter. Paul realized that despite their abilities, Anton wanted to test whether they were suitable for the Blackhawks or not, after which the leader of the organization handed the newcomers a piece of paper with instructions. This business should be easy for second-rank mercenaries. It turned out that 5 members of the organization had gone missing last night. The rest of the group learned that they had gotten into an argument with a mercenary and hadn't returned, so they went searching and found the bodies of their comrades. After examining the bodies, it became clear that they had been killed with the first blow, but the man still couldn't find any other evidence that would indicate what killed his people. Max was curious how one person could kill 5 ordinary mercenaries. All they knew about the stranger was that he had black hair, black eyes, and looked to be about 16 years old, and his skills should be at least rank 3. Max and Paul were required to find the teenager, kill him, after which Anton would gladly accept them into his ranks. Moreover, the man pays a high price for such services, so newcomers will be satisfied. True, Anton didn't yet know the exact location of the main character. He only knew that Helmut had recently spent the night in a hotel near the forest, so it was logical to assume that he couldn't have gone far. However, the main character came to a beautiful building, but he did not realize that he would have to take a certain risk again. He needed to move as stealthily as possible and not attract much attention to himself. Therefore, he had no other choice but to come to the mercenary guild to carry out his plan. He took out his mercenary certificate and said that he wanted to take on a task. The girl standing at the reception desk was surprised when she realized that he really did belong to the vanguard, because he looked very young. She was very surprised because young third-rank mercenaries were a rarity, but she was ready to give him a job. He really needed a job, but the pay didn't matter. The main thing was that the assignment was in the vicinity of Baden. The girl understood that many people wanted to get there, so the easiest way was to take an order for an escort. So, one lady from a noble family is looking for protection for a trip and is ready to pay 800 marks for it, although there was one interesting condition. The condition, however, was not trivial. The woman had to be accompanied by a mercenary who she was 100% satisfied with. Others might not even try to get the job. The condition was indeed interesting, and to fulfill it, the protagonist decided to go to the store and buy himself some new, presentable clothes to impress the customer. When he took on the assignment, the receptionist gave him a couple of pieces of practical advice. The first was that when working with aristocrats, he should look presentable. The second was that his name should always be on everyone's lips. It's a good thing his charming face can meet all these requirements, so the girl introduced him to this task. The only thing he had to do was buy decent clothes, so the guy went to the first store he came across, where the seller showed him the best clothing options that were available in Baden. The man claimed that this suit was as light as a feather, and the main character would not even feel that he was wearing anything and would flutter like a butterfly. But this suit cost 2,000 marks, and the guy would only receive 800 marks for completing this task. The difference between these two figures was quite noticeable. Nevertheless, he still forked out and bought new clothes, and in them, he came back to the guild, where he caught the admiring glances of the employees. The girl claimed that Helmut looked even more handsome than during their first meeting. Moreover, she had already managed to send information about the young man to the client, and as expected, he was accepted without further ado. Moreover, it was not often that one could meet a mercenary who was to the liking of a lady from a noble family, but Helmut, whatever one might say, looked perfect. At that moment, a man who represented the Cherringen family entered the guild. The man looked respectable and came to see the man his ward had hired. At the first glance at the main character, the new acquaintance determined that the young man was quite young, tall, with good posture. Helmut certainly looked great, so there was no reason to deny him the job. So the man headed towards the exit and asked the young man to follow him. Everything would have been fine, but the main character was under surveillance, which he did not notice, since professionals were working. Meanwhile, the man confessed that his name was Gilton, and he was the butler of the Cherringen family. Helmut also had to know that the Marquis had a high position in society, so he had to watch what he did and said. This was clear, but the young man only worked with cargo, and not with people, but this did not particularly matter, since in the first option he had to protect bags of goods, then in the second option he had to protect a person. If things suddenly get too difficult, the guy just has to follow the knight's orders. If he does a good job, he'll get bonuses. It was difficult not to understand the man, so the young man briefly replied that he understood everything. The butler clearly liked the way the main character behaved. He answered briefly and clearly in a military manner. This was an excellent quality for an escort, especially an aristocrat's escort. And now they were already in the Marquis's house, which amazed with its magnificence and luxury. Although no, it was not the house of the Marquis's family, it was just a hotel. But what a hotel! For the rich and famous of this world, here the main character was supposed to meet Lady Cherringen. The protagonist realized that his employer had a high status in the human world. In the hotel lobby, the butler and Helmut were met by a tall young man who was most likely one of the Marquis's knights, but he was a little puzzled by the main character's appearance, especially his age. But for the butler, the young man's age didn't really matter. The most important thing was the recommendations given in the guild, so the knight had to teach the boy everything. Kedrick had no intention of arguing with the butler, so he shook Helmut's hand. Everything was settled with the first acquaintance. Now it was necessary to find Lady Cherringen and introduce her to the main character. It was good that the girl was currently having lunch in the cafeteria. Therefore, without thinking twice, they decided to go there too, so as not to complicate their lives. Meanwhile, a curious scene was unfolding in the dining room. Lady Jenna was pestering a young man named Arya and chattering about everything under the sun. The guy didn't know what to do with himself, but nevertheless tried to swallow at least a piece of the delicious steak. The girl was so captivated by the young man that she did not pay any attention to the butler and Helmut who entered the dining room. She wasn't particularly interested in the protagonist, as all her attention was occupied by the young man next to her. But if the butler assured her that Helmut was good, so be it. However, Arya was already tired of listening to the girl's incessant chattering, so he abruptly got up from the table since they had a long journey ahead of them and they needed to prepare for it. He didn't care that the girl was worried and wanted him to sit next to her a little longer and eat well. But next to her, he couldn't even swallow a bite. But when Arya walked past Helmet, the protagonist noted that he had a strange feeling when he was around this guy. At this moment, the main character realized that his intuition was correct, and there could be no mistake, but he would like there to be. Although he didn't know the reason, this young man was not the simplest. Something about him was alarming and screamed about danger. But he was brought out of his thoughts by the voice of Lady Cheringan, who was annoyed by Arya's departure and was about to go to her room. To tell the truth, she didn't intend to spend time in her room. She wanted to catch up with Mr. Arya, that's all. But Helmet was curious whether this man would also participate in this mission. Gilton pleased the protagonist by saying that Arya was only a guest of Lady Jenna, but he was quite a famous person at the Greta Academy in Baden. The girl somehow met him by chance, and since she liked his appearance, she brought him here. Besides, she was only 14 years old, and so it was time to go to Baden and take part in the entrance exams to the Greta Academy. But this interesting coincidence pleased the young man because admission was also part of his plans. There were only 2 hours left before departure, and all preparations needed to be completed, so the butler asked Helmuta to go to the stables for a horse. Once the guy is finished with the horse, he will have to wait for Lady Cheringan at the carriage in which he will ride. The man couldn't help the main character, as he had a lot of things to do himself, so he asked him to contact Kedrick with any questions. Helmet, as usual, agreed briefly, and was used to doing everything on his own without supervision. He chose a beautiful white horse for himself in the stable, although it behaved strangely under him. Although strange, to put it mildly, she was running around the stables as if she had been stung in the ass and was trying to throw the main character off her broad back. This horse was not like the animals of the Vanguard detachment, which Helmet liked very much. It did not obey. It had a spirit. Helmet was pulled out of his far from rosy thoughts by the voice of the young lady, who again tried to persuade Mr. Arya to go with her in the carriage and talk. She didn't pay any attention to Helmut, which was probably a nice bonus, since he wouldn't have really wanted to put up with all this. But the new acquaintance was completely unlucky, which was evident from his seemingly indifferent face. Nevertheless, the guy talked to the girl but ignored the main character. But when he passed by again, Helmut realized from the soft glow of his aura that he was a magician. But for now, it was neither good nor bad, because they did not communicate or quarrel, but silently set out on their journey. After analyzing his feelings, Helmut came to the conclusion that his strange reaction to his new acquaintance was caused by his occupation. True, he didn't yet understand what class of magicians the guy belonged to, and why he used magic on himself. Something like this was new to the main character, so he decided to keep a close eye on his new acquaintance. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Jenna was testing the waters. It turned out that Arya was the head of the Faculty of Magic. The girl was delighted, as she believed that now she should not have problems with admission, because she was ready to do everything to get the desired result. But the young man decided to pretend that he didn't get the hint, saying that the girl just needed to study hard. Jenna was truly impenetrable, playing the role of the sweet, cloyingly sweet girl who was worried about getting into college. But this didn't work either. Arya suggested repeating all the necessary material again after arriving. But his words did not inspire the girl, because she needed a person who would support her. And this was the wrong decision, because at the academy all students were self-taught, and it was necessary to accustom yourself to this from the entrance exams. Jenna's education seemed too far away, because in order to study at the academy, she first had to enroll. And if she didn't get anything, what would she say to her strict parents? Unfortunately, her tears had no effect on Arya. He continued to sit there with a stony expression on his face. The only thing he could offer the girl was to find her a teacher who would prepare her for the exams. She had to do the rest herself. It was at least something, so the girl was glad of the offer of help, because she hoped that Arya would become her teacher. But she was in for a severe disappointment and refusal, since the magician had no intention of wasting his time and energy on her. He himself had to prepare for the new academic semester, which was already taking up a lot of his time. Yes, and he was tired of her increased attention, so he suggested they take a break, because the road promised to be long. The girl whined, and Helmet drew level with the carriage in the hope of hearing something useful. From this place everything could be heard perfectly, but nothing useful, and for some reason Finn came to mind. Meanwhile, the Blackhawks had identified the main character and were about to set out to catch up with him and kill him. The unpleasant thing was that the guy's squad also included knights, and with them, there would be a lot of trouble. The boss understood perfectly well that if someone from the noble family died, he would have problems, so it was necessary to deal only with Helmet. Suddenly, Paul started to back down. He didn't understand why it was necessary to go so far to accept him and Max into the team. It was just like that. The Nighthawks never leave their enemies alive. In this way, they recruited people into their ranks with a similar worldview. No one was happy to have anyone else here. Since Paul was not much of a moralist, the boss's words found a response in his black heart. Meanwhile, the main character's squad stopped for the night. Jenna was predictably unhappy with the conditions in which she had to spend the night, but there were no other options. While the girl was settling into her apartment, Helmet was training again. He had definitely become stronger in recent times and could control the force much better. But there was a feeling that there was some kind of limitation. By and large, he did not have time for regular training in this world, which was upsetting. There was still hope that if he got into the academy, he would be able to overcome his limit and learn to control the force even better. But this was secondary. The main thing was to get rid of the seed of darkness inside, because it was starting to interfere. Suddenly, the young man's attention was drawn to a bird that was watching him. It was a white owl, but it wasn't an ordinary one. It was magical. And with its help, Arya watched the main character but realized that he had been noticed and decided to roll up his fishing rods. But even these few minutes of observation were enough for the guy to understand that Helmet was not as simple as he seemed. An interesting case. Arya had met many talented mercenaries in his life, but this one was something else. He had reached the 3rd rank at such a young age and was also a force user. But the guy didn't have time to finish his thought because Jenna started banging on his door, and she didn't care that it was late, and her actions were beyond the bounds of decency. But the girl was saved from shame by the maids, who dragged her by the white arms to her room. It was obvious that the girl was trying in every possible way to attract the attention of Arya, who was no longer happy that he had gone with her to Baden. A new day had dawned. The detachment had been on the road for quite a long time, so they decided to make a short stop near a spring. The water in the spring was crystal clear and captivating with its blue color. It is no wonder that many travelers stopped here. It was impossible to resist washing and drinking water. The spring gave the travelers not only refreshment, but also new strength. It was an ideal place to relax, so the border guards quickly prepared food and served it to their young mistress. But the soldiers were extremely unhappy because the girl was served a salad with fresh meat, while they had to settle for dried meat. The only one who ate silently was Helmet. He didn't really understand the complaints of those around him. On the other hand, the guy had already missed Finn's delicious cooking, because the captain spoiled his people with all sorts of delicacies. Taking one sip of water, he suddenly realized that it had a strange taste. At some point, the thought occurred to him that it tasted awfully like poison. But the rest of the squad didn't notice anything, so it must have been his imagination. The knight suddenly felt like taking a nap. Not only were they overcome with sleep, the butler was also falling off his feet, but his pride did not allow him to sit down. But Lady Jenna was sleeping in the carriage, although at first glance she seemed completely dead. He quickly realized that the girl was fine, but as soon as he looked at the other servants, he immediately felt worse. They fell to the ground, as if they were falling asleep on the move. Gilton didn't understand what was happening. He looked for support from the knights, but Kedrick was also already lying on the ground, struggling to stay awake. The situation was extremely strange. The butler didn't know what to do and there was no help to be found. The only one who was not affected by the sleeping potion was Helmet, who did nothing for now and waited to see what would happen next. His 6th sense didn't fail him this time either. It was the water, so he poured out the contents of his cup. At that moment, the attackers appeared in the clearing, namely Paul, Max, and another guy unfamiliar to Helmet. The men thought they had thought out their plan perfectly. But there was a mistake, and the main character did not sleep like everyone else. At this moment, Paul and Max were stunned, not understanding what the mercenary from the Vanguard was doing here. Paul couldn't believe that Helmet was the one who killed the Black Hawk members. It seemed very implausible. Not only did Paul recognize the main character, the boy also clearly remembered Tarek's mercenaries, who abandoned their comrades to die and fled the battlefield. But he wasn't particularly surprised that these traitors had gotten involved with the dregs of society. Oh, how the men didn't like the guy's words. They were ready to shake the soul out of him. Paul was too much like Caleb, insulting and threatening his opponent, considering him inferior. But the protagonist really had problems. As there were too many Black Hawks, they surrounded Helmet, and he had to make a decision on what to do next. But even realizing the disadvantage of his position, the main character was ready to fight back against bad people. But help came from a place the guy didn't expect, just as the Blackhawks didn't expect it. While Arya politely asked the mercenaries to hide their swords and leave here in good health, he was ready to change his mind at any moment. Paul didn't understand his warning. He was only concerned about the money he had spent on sleeping pills. But even though Arya wasn't sleeping, it didn't change anything. There were still a lot more bad people, and they weren't going to leave. The magician didn't intend to do all the work himself, so he asked Helmet to focus on the enemy and not stare at him. There was unrest among the Nighthawks, as the presence of a mage was not part of the original plan. However, Paul was confident that he and Max could defeat the guys, after which the Hawks would have to clean up the crime scene. He didn't want to talk anymore, but he wanted to kill the main character, so he attacked him. But Helmet somehow managed to block the first attack, even with the use of the Force. But Max naively believed that he could defeat Arya, so he asked him for forgiveness in advance for this. But the mercenary's arrogant statements didn't make an impression on the magician, because he knew perfectly well that nothing would come of it. Moreover, death, at least his own, was not part of his plans. Meanwhile, Paul continued to attack the main character. He noticed that the guy no longer said anything, which meant he was no longer as brave and strong. Helmet, however, did not show much activity because he was not allowed to do so because of the Seed of Darkness. Nevertheless, he understood perfectly well that he was lucky to have a magician on his side, because without him, he would have had a very hard time. Paul, however, understood the guy's reactions and behavior in his own way, believing that it would be easy for him to kill him. Therefore, the man put maximum strength into the next attack and believed that there was no one else who could respond to him. Only this time he was wrong, because when the dust began to settle, it became obvious that the main character was alive and well. Moreover, this was only the beginning, and the guy was waiting, and now he could no longer hold back and was ready to show off his skills. Moreover, the man made a mistake when he followed Helmet and ended up falling into his trap. But Paul just couldn't get it. He thought that it was he who had driven the guy into a corner. But he had no idea that Helmet also possessed the Force and controlled it much better, which made him head and shoulders above his opponent. Self-confidence and pride. That's what blinded the man. He didn't understand that by losing control, he would lose before even starting the fight. He again attacked the protagonist, who stood there calm as a boa constrictor. And then he dodged, easily and effortlessly, as if dancing, without using the Force to do so. And a second later he found himself behind the enemy and was already attacking him using the Force. It was difficult to withstand such an overwhelming onslaught because so much power of mastery was invested in it. Paul was weak, he couldn't help but block or dodge the blow, so the protagonist slammed him into the ground. The enemy was defeated but not yet dead, breathing heavily and coughing up blood, but alive. He lay there, shaking with anger and fear, and the question of where the guy got so much strength was racing through his head. Helmet had no intention of answering, and this time he was ready to let the man go if he took the rest of the mercenaries and did not pursue him. This hurt the man's pride. He was ready to die rather than run from the battlefield, but Helmet found these words funny. After all, the young man remembered very well how not long ago Paul had run away, leaving his comrades to die. Helmet had nothing more to say to the man, and he walked away while Paul became hysterical. Meanwhile, near the camp, Arya had exhausted all the mercenaries. Most were already unconscious, and Max could barely stand on his feet. The guy's strength amazed the imagination and frightened the mercenary. He had seen different magicians, but this one was different. One of the magician's abilities was to use his powers to lift stones into the air, which he then sent at his opponents. The men were powerless against this ability, and therefore could not dodge the stones that served as a kind of cannonballs. By and large, Arya didn't care what these people were up to, but he wasn't going to let them get away with such impudence. After all, they ruined his mood and became his path. So they deserved everything that happened to them and will continue to happen. Seeing that the mercenaries were losing to the young man, Max decided to use all his strength to defeat him. But all his attempts looked very funny and ridiculous to the young man. He didn't even move from his place while counterattacking. But there Max could do nothing against the huge magical fireball. He couldn't run away. He couldn't dodge. He couldn't block. It was rapidly consuming the man. Only 3 mercenaries remained on their feet, and the magician offered them to follow him to Baden. But even there their fate was sealed. But the mercenaries again did not understand the good intentions of the young man. They tried to escape, but it was useless, because the guy possessed a special kind of magic that could instantly stop them. Indeed, after a few seconds, magical shackles wrapped around the mercenaries' bodies, preventing them from moving. Some of them tried to dodge, but the guy was skilled even in throwing a lasso, a magic lasso. Obviously, they were unable to escape, so they fell motionless to the ground. However, he was starting to get tired of this situation, as he had to spend a lot of time and energy on fast-running cowardly men. Although some of them managed to escape, the main thing was that he managed to catch the supposed leader of this group. But when he turned his gaze to the place where Max should have been, he was not there. In the noise, he tried to hide in the fog. Indeed, although Max was seriously wounded, seeing that the magician had turned his attention to other mercenaries, the man, by hook or by crook, hid in the forest. He didn't understand what had just happened, why the Blackhawks were hunting one of the vanguard mercenaries, and how he had gotten himself into such a mess. Moreover, none of the spies warned him that there was such a powerful magician in this small detachment. But his adventures didn't end there, as Helmet passed by, and it was lucky that the guy hadn't noticed him yet. The surprising thing was that there wasn't a single scratch on the guy. This suggested that Paul had lost and was possibly dead. At that moment, he became careless. So the protagonist turned around and looked at the stone behind which his enemy was hiding. However, he didn't focus on this and moved on. And Max realized that this guy was so strong that it was better not to mess with him. Despair overwhelmed the man. He had no idea how to live on or what to do, since, by and large, he had lost everything. At this moment, the protagonist came to the cart and saw that the rest of the mercenaries were tied up. But Arya was alive and well. The magician was glad that his new acquaintance was alive and wanted him to continue tying up their captives, albeit with rope this time. Only Helmet didn't understand why this should be done, since they were all already connected, albeit magically. It was all simple. The young man didn't want to waste his magic holding the bonds, because the road to Baden was still long, and he wanted to hand all these people over to prison. Suddenly, Helmet remembered that he had heard this word before from his mentor. This is a place where people who did wrong were sent. But the problem was that Paul and Max ran away again. It was a shame, of course, but nothing could be done. But Arya was curious why the sleeping pill didn't work on the main character like it did on all the other servants. The only thing Helmet could find to answer was that he didn't drink the poisoned water, and in fact he didn't even lie. One sip doesn't count. But the magician didn't believe it, so he threw one of his magical bolts at the main character, but he dodged it. Helmet didn't argue, but he also had a question about why Arya was still on his feet and how he had bypassed the effects of the sleeping pill. After all, the guy saw his new acquaintance drinking spring water. The magician's answer was also quite laconic. He could cleanse his body of the toxins that entered it. Jell assumed that this was because the guy's body was covered with a layer of magic-like armor. Now this was interesting because no one could see this peculiar shield, but the main character somehow could. But he didn't see this shield, he felt it with his skin. Arya did not raise the question of why his new acquaintance had been pretending all this time that he saw, heard, and knew nothing. It was all simple. The main character wasn't interested in the topic, and if his comrade wanted to hide something, let him hide it. It didn't concern him. This was quite strange, so the magician got angry and walked away towards the carriage. Towards evening, all the servants came to their senses. They were quite rested, but at the same time they understood that many irreparable things could have happened while they were awake. The butler understood that his mistress would always be indebted to Helmet and Arya, so it was important for him to know how he could thank them. But neither the magician nor the mercenary needed any rewards. They did what they had to do, nothing more. Although by and large the butler paid more attention to the magician than to Helmet, so the guy turned the blame on him. The main character didn't like this clever move, but his expression didn't change, and he replied that yes, he hadn't fallen asleep, and yes, he had taken part in the battle. And yes, the medicine had practically no effect on him. This answer satisfied Gilton, because he had already heard that there were people who were not affected by drugs because they were not susceptible to them. But such people were extremely rare, and he had never met them before. Then the following happened. Out of nowhere, Jenna appeared in the clearing and began to grab the magician by the hands, hug him, and look at him with loving eyes. Obviously, she was in love with the young man and considered him her destiny, because he did not abandon her in trouble, but, as a brave knight of her heart, saved her from danger. She was so excited and wanted to pay for the good mag, but her pressure frightened and embarrassed the guy. But Arya decided to end everything without listening to the girl to the end, saying that he had a fiancé in his homeland, and after graduating from the academy, he was going to formalize their relationship. At that moment, all the hopes, dreams, and desires of the young girl collapsed, turning into dust under her feet. But the knight and the butler understood that this was a disaster, either because they had known Jenna for a long time or because they couldn't even dream of a calm journey now. The girl's world collapsed. She became hysterical, which no one could stop in any way, but she had to move on. Nevertheless, they put the crying girl into the carriage and set off. The butler and the others did not sleep for almost a day, but they covered the rest of the way with almost no problems. And now the gates of the beautiful city of Baden opened before them. The main character was in such a big city for the first time. and it both delighted and frightened him. Now it was time to say goodbye. The butler was glad that fate had brought him together with Helmet, so he promised to recommend him for other tasks in the guild, as he was pleased with the work done. He also paid him 10,000 marks, which was significantly more than the previously agreed amount, so to speak, with additional bonuses. The protagonist gratefully accepted the payment and noticed out of the corner of his eye that Arya had already entered the gate. He had no intention of giving in to his new acquaintance, so he quickened his pace and overtook him, doing this in complete silence. Nevertheless, he was grateful to the magician for his help during their mission, because he understood that without him, he would have had a hard time. Arya did not respond to the protagonist's words of gratitude, as he was too embarrassed to answer anything. This was all well and good, but Helmet needed to find a way to get into the academy. But when the protagonist decided to take a stroll through the city streets, they were much wider, and there were many more people than in the places he had visited before. If you didn't know where to go, you could easily get lost in these labyrinths of streets and never be found. A few minutes later, he finally reached the academy and even went inside, amazed by its size and architecture. He remembered perfectly well that he needed to find a man named Eden Kudrow, but the guy had no idea where to look for him. Suddenly, he noticed the secretary's girlfriend and decided to approach her and ask the question that was bothering him. Perhaps she could tell him something. She was so immersed in her work that she did not immediately notice his approach, so she was very scared when he banged on the table. Not particularly concerned about the rules of decency, the protagonist without hesitation asked where he could find Mr. Kudrow. The plus was that the girl's reaction told the main character that this man worked here, so he could count on a meeting. But in order to arrange a meeting, the girl had to write down the young man's personal information. He gave his name without any problem, although in his heart he knew that it would mean nothing to the man, since they did not know each other personally. However, nothing hurts to try, and he obediently followed the secretary to the appointed place at the appointed time. The girl drew a pentagram on the door with a slight movement of her hand and asked the young man to come inside. It was surprising, although quite expected, that here on every corner there was, is and will be, magic. The guy was interested in what kind of outstanding student he was, one of Darian's, and how he would perceive Helmet's appearance in his life. It was good that he was at least willing to meet with him, and the rest could be agreed upon. At least that's what the guy was really counting on. But for now, taking a deep breath, the main character crossed the threshold of Sir Kudrow's office. But he didn't know any Helmet, and was puzzled by the young man's impudence. But he wanted to know who had the courage to so brazenly deceive the secretary and ask for an audience. And the guy had better tell the truth. The protagonist looked at his interlocutor and understood that this man was not as strong as Darian. But among the swordsmen he met in the human world, he occupied a worthy place thanks to his strength. If this man were a mercenary, he would definitely have been awarded first rank, and maybe even higher. The silence dragged on for too long, and Mr. Kudrow repeated his question. He needed to know why the young man was looking for him. It was too difficult to explain everything in words, so Helmut took out Darian's sword and showed it to the man. The man couldn't believe his eyes, and the boy said that he had been told that the man would understand everything after seeing this sword. Once the initial shock had passed, Mr. Kudrow began to examine the sword carefully. At first glance, it was an ordinary sword, but upon closer inspection, its balance and strength indicated that it belonged to his mentor. Having realized everything fully, the man did not know what to do or what to do, but he hoped that Darian was still alive. But unfortunately, the man left this world not long ago and went to his ancestors. Having thus given Mr. Kudrow hope that his mentor was alive, Helmet immediately shattered it into pieces. The man almost cried, because Darian had disappeared about 20 years ago, and Mr. Kudrow swore on the family's behalf that he would repay him for saving him at the time. But if the old man's sword was in the hands of a young man, it meant that he was his last disciple. It seemed like everything was clear. Now it was interesting why the young man was looking for him. It was all simple. Helmet wanted to study at this academy, and the man had to help him get in. Now everything was clear. Obviously, Darian had sent the young man here specifically and told him in detail about this place. Moreover, the old man thought that Mr. Kudrow would become a kind of protector for the main character in this place. This may have been partly true, but the man needed to know at least some information about the main character. So first he asked how old the guy was. The only problem was that the young man didn't know exactly how old he was. He could only give an approximate age. He thought that he was either 14 or 15, which greatly surprised the man, because how could a person not know how old he was? It seemed absurd and impossible. Seeing that things wouldn't go any further, Mr. Kudrow decided to start by checking the young man's skills and his power level. By and large, This was a standard pre-entry test. After all, it's unlikely that a 14-year-old boy would be accepted into elementary school. This would mean that he would study on par with his peers, but there could be problems if his skill level was insufficient. But if he is 15 years old, then he can take the exams as an exchange student, and this would be an excellent option for the current situation. Although at that moment the man wondered whether Darian's student should take swordsmanship exams, since it was obvious that this level would be more than high. So he thought that if he could explain that the boy was a student of such a great man, he could be accepted into the academy without entrance exams, and that would be enough to confirm his abilities. At that moment, the protagonist realized that Darian had helped him not only in the root forest, but also here. And then he froze, clearly understanding that the mentor had taught him in the root forest, and not in the human world. The only problem was that people in this very world did not know what happened to Darian. They thought that he simply disappeared in an unknown direction and did not go into exile. This suggested that even the mentor's acquaintances did not know where he had been all this time, but the boy was sure that the mentor had ended up in the root forest not of his own free will, but under duress. This means that the person who sent Darian to the root forest was not an ordinary person, since he was able to hide the truth from everyone in the state. And if the person who sent the mentor to the forest finds out that his student is in the human world, then he will no longer have time to study. And they will take away his opportunity to get rid of the seed of darkness and send him back to the root forest. So he turned down the opportunity to skip the entrance exam and the offer to voice his studies with Darian. He couldn't explain to Mr. Goodrow the reasons for his actions, but if anyone found out that he was Darian's student, his life would be in danger, and these were not empty words but the pure truth. Mr. Goodrow believed that no one had the right to attack the disciple of such a great man, not realizing that the human world itself had abandoned Darian. But the protagonist was in no hurry to reveal all his cards, and asked the man to be patient, because someday the day would come when he would be able to tell everything, but it was clearly not today. After thinking for a bit, the man came to the conclusion that the reasons for the guy's silence could indeed have been serious, so he no longer rushed him with answers. Nevertheless, the guy could turn to him for any advice or help, since Darian had trusted him at one time. That's what they decided on, but they needed to start preparing for the exam. The man was going to collect and complete all the necessary documents, and the boy was going to improve his skills. After some time, the man brought Helmut to the swordsman's training hall. Only everything was a little different. Mr. Goodrow himself trained here and did not allow just anyone into this room. Besides, he was sure that Darian wouldn't have taken the boy as his apprentice if he was talentless, but he had to see for himself, so the training fight was mandatory. To begin with, the main character had to chop up a huge log, but he had to do this with a wooden sword, and not the one he came with. The boy had to chop down a birch tree, which was considered the strongest of all trees, and if he could chop the log, then for his age it would be a great achievement. The young man understood the task set before him, and the sword directed part of its force into the wooden sword, which confirmed part of Mr. Goodrow's guesses. He assumed that the boy could control the force, and then the main character, without thinking twice, took and chopped a birch log into 2 parts. The man did not expect such a turn of events, so he looked more than shocked. It was clear that the young man was capable and possessed a high level of skill and strength, but he still had room to grow. Now Mr. Goodrow had no doubt that with such skills the boy would pass the exam at the academy without any problems. The protagonist was pleased with the thought that he could now attend the academy with peace of mind, as his mentor had wanted. Yes, swordsmanship skills would be enough, but the man suggested that the main character also take a written exam, as he wanted to make sure that the guy knew at least something else besides swordsmanship. At that moment, a monkey started beating a drum in Helmut's head, because he was having problems with writing. The problem was not only in the letter itself, but also in the fact that the guy had very little knowledge. He received extremely low scores on all the tests, which were below 10. There are only a couple of weeks left before the exam, but at this rate the guy won't get into the academy, no matter how much he wants to. With such a grade, the main character will not be able to enter the university. Even with a private tutor, he will not have enough time to improve his knowledge. However, Helmut still had great hope that the man would be able to teach him, but this was impossible. Since Eden worked at this academy, he should not have personal relationships with the students, and if he teaches the protagonist, then there will be problems for both of them. It's true that there was one unspoken rule at the academy. Students were busy preparing applicants, but since there was little time left before the exams, the best of the best were already taken. This created problems, since there was no point in sending Helmut to the worst students. At that moment, An interesting idea came to the young man's head. He remembered the magician with whom he had traveled to Baden and asked the professor if a guy named Arya was studying there. It would be strange if the professor had not heard of this outstanding student who had become the best and received the highest score on the magic exam last year. But he did not understand why Helmut was asking about him. Now this was interesting, because if Arya was the best student, then this meant that he was the best magician in this academy among the students. In any case, the main character didn't know anyone except this guy, and he had no other ideas on how to improve his knowledge. Therefore, he decided to ask his new acquaintance to work with him, since he had no other choice anyway. It didn't immediately dawn on the professor what the main character had said, but when he realized everything, he was surprised again, as he didn't understand how Helmut could know their best student. So, the main character found Arya and asked him to study with him. But the guy didn't look happy, rather the opposite. He was annoyed by such an offer, but more than anything in the world, the magician did not like to deceive stupid people, especially empty-headed swordsmen. Besides, he thought that the main character came to the city solely to carry out tasks, but he never expected that Helmut would decide to enter the academy. The mage didn't understand why the mercenary needed something like that. But if he wanted to become a student so badly, he should have taken care of it himself, and he wasn't interested in tutoring. The only thing was that the main character had listened to most of Arya's tirada and started playing his own game. He needed to get into the academy, and the magician was the best student. However, this did not dissuade the guy, and he insisted that he would not train Helmut under any circumstances. So he sent the young man away again because he had no intention of changing his plans, no matter what the guy told him. But Helmut wasn't asking for a favor. He was going to pay Arya for his tutoring services because any work should be paid for. On the one hand, the offer interested the magician, but on the other hand, it offended him. Besides, he wasn't sure that the mercenaries would have enough money to pay him for his services, and how much Helmut could pay him. A few pennies, nothing more. Only the main character was determined and was ready to pay as much as Arya told him to. Arya demanded 100,000 marks, not a penny less, and the entire amount at once, not in parts. Helmut agreed to these conditions without hesitation, but he was not going to disclose how and where he would look for the money. Moreover, he was ready to bring the entire named sum tomorrow, after which he would immediately begin training. It looked extremely implausible, so the magician didn't believe him one bit. But for Helmut, this was not a big problem because he received 90,000 marks for his first task and 10,000 for the second, thus reaching the required amount. He was ready to give all this money to his new acquaintance. The main thing was to start training right tomorrow, because there was very little time left before the exam. Arya didn't know what to do under such pressure because he had named an exorbitant sum in order to avoid working with the main character, and now he would have to do it, even if he really didn't want to. Still, in his heart he was hoping that the main character would not have the necessary amount of money, but he was nevertheless ready to wait for him here tomorrow morning. At this point the conversation ended, and Arya flew into the room like lightning, paying no attention to his fellow students. And Helmut was pleased with himself since he had managed to arrange tutoring on his own, which meant he could afford to rest today. Only one of the magicians looked after him thoughtfully, not understanding what to expect from the stranger in the future, since his best student was reacting to him like that. The next morning, as if nothing had happened, Helmut came again to the appointed place at the appointed time, where Arya was already waiting for him. By and large, the magician hoped until the very end that the mercenary would not come. But since he did come, then let him give the money. Arya was even more surprised when the main character handed him a bag of money, which contained exactly 100,000 marks. If that was the case, the magician understood that he had to keep his word, but up until that moment he had never taught anyone. And if the guy failed the exams, it would be his fault alone, and no one would return the money anyway. But the money issue didn't bother the main character at all. It was important for him to enter the academy, and everything else didn't matter. At that moment, Arya realized that he should have simply refused, and that he had asked for such a sum of money purely out of pride and a sense of self-importance. So the boys came to the library and began to conduct their first lesson in complete silence. Helmut was diligently writing something, and Arya was watching him carefully, wondering whether this guy had a chance or not. Only now did the wizard realize that his new acquaintance was too problematic, although he had not noticed this before. But to be honest, this mercenary learned faster and better than most of the students in the magic faculty. But something about Helmut Arya was bothering him, so he decided to find out if the main character really lived alone in the forest. This question didn't exactly surprise the protagonist, since he thought that the magician had noticed this fact during their trip. Overall, Arya was a good person, But you had to be careful with him because he put two and two together too quickly, so you didn't want to answer a question directly. Meanwhile, the magician continued and said that Helmet has a good memory, he grasps everything on the fly, and he can also concentrate on one task better than anyone else. This was good, but everything else was bad, because Helmet knew neither the basics of science nor etiquette. And the results of the verification test were from the category of hug and cry. The magician did not know how to shove everything necessary into the head of the main character. There was only one way out. Finish preparing for the core subjects and devote the rest of the time to etiquette and improving communication skills. Besides, one way or another, Helmet paid 100,000 marks for tutoring the best student at the academy, and he will break his back, but teach the guy everything he needs. Although money no longer played such an important role, it was a matter of honor, and the magician did not want to tarnish his honor. Therefore, no matter what Dementors pursue the main character, he will definitely enter the academy. In the evening, it was time to solve ethical problems. Helmet had to correctly answer the question, what should he do if a classmate stole money from him? The first thing that came to the protagonist's mind was to cut off the thief's hand. But he did not voice this answer since he needed to come up with an ethical response. Since cutting off his hand was not an option, Helmet suggested stealing his thing from the thief quietly. That's all it took. But even with this answer, he got into trouble. And Arya didn't know how else to explain to Helmet that this couldn't be done. Helmet didn't understand what was wrong with his proposal because he couldn't fight, but stealing his own thing was an option. Arya tried to explain that neither a fight nor a repeat theft would change the situation. They needed to talk and resolve the problem peacefully, to make their classmate understand that he had acted wrongly and that this was not the way to go. In this way, he will be able to forgive the person, but not the act he committed. This is the kind of justice that is taught at the academy. The science of human relationships was much more complex than the protagonist thought. He didn't expect that being human was so difficult. He constantly needed to learn morality and common sense, but he was used to solving all issues by force. To become even a little like the ideal Darien, he will have to study a lot, communicate, and solve complex problems without using his fists. 2 weeks was not enough for this. He needed more time, more hours in the day, more effort. 2 weeks passed in the frantic pace of training. Arya was waiting for his protege near the library, causing a stir among the girls. Everyone was interested in who their idol was studying with all day long in the library, and what kind of relationship they had. Meanwhile, Helmet, not noticing anyone around, approached his tutor. The exam had just ended, and Arya didn't understand why it was being held in the library this year. Naive Helmet didn't realize that it was a rhetorical question, and no one was expecting an answer from him. But he still said that the library was quiet, which is why the exam was held there. Arya didn't want to admit that he was worried and waiting for Helmet, so he made up an excuse about books, but then he still asked how the main character was doing. The protagonist remained meaningfully silent, but Arya assumed that there were no problems, so their agreement was fulfilled. The magician wanted to end their relationship at this point, but nevertheless wished his new acquaintance good luck on the practical exam. And again, Helmet thanked the magician for his help, confusing him and causing him to turn around. The guy couldn't admit that Helmet's words had touched him again, so he hid behind a mask again, saying he took the money and worked for it. However, it was only thanks to Arya that he was able to pass the theoretical part of the exam. Now it was time to take the practical part. But his opponents were also no pushovers. But he didn't hesitate and went to the fencing room, where many people had already gathered. Once inside the room, he decided to stand to the side and wait his turn, as the instructor would call everyone one by one and lead them into the testing room. As time went on, he thought that he didn't know what to do after the exam. He could have gone to practice, since he spent all his time studying and forgot that his body also needed to be strengthened. Suddenly, Sabat Rukul, who was the second son of the Rukul family, came up to him to introduce himself. The main character was in no hurry to give his name. He didn't understand why the guy wanted to get to know him. He clearly wanted something. But the question was what? Helmet was silent for a long time, not because of the academy rules, but because he did not understand why the guy was talking to him. Sabat, so to speak, wanted to become the main character's friend, but he didn't look friendly. If so, the main character gave his first name, but did not give his last name, since he knew nothing about his real family. Rukul thought it would be a great idea to find out information about the main character's family in advance, since he would have to do it later anyway. But Helmet didn't know what to answer to something like that, because he wasn't the one who was going to tell him about Elga and Darien. He also couldn't use his mother's supposed surname, since he was abandoned in the root forest, along with the family medallion. Therefore, it became the best option for him to refuse the tempting offer of imaginary friendship, where he would have to rush into talking about his family. You should have seen Sabat's face at that moment when he realized that in front of him was not an aristocrat, but a real commoner. Realizing his mistake, the guy began to laugh evilly, since he considered it beneath his dignity to do business with commoners. But at the same time, the guy did not understand why Helmet was so confident in himself. It's no surprise that after a couple of minutes, the blonde guy and his friends started making fun of the main character, ridiculing him and considering him a local idiot. Yes. And Sabat couldn't believe that Helmet had money for a tutor. At that moment, one of the professors appeared behind the blonde man and clearly hinted to him that it would be better to go prepare for the practical exam rather than discuss the standard of living of other students. Sabat must remember that this educational institution has strict rules, and anyone can study if they have the ability and talent. On top of that, the practical exam was supposed to start in 5 minutes, so everyone had to be ready for it. The blonde walked past the protagonist and then reminded him that commoners should know their place and not show off when aristocrats are around. At any other time, Helmet would have simply punched the guy, but now he let him go because he had learned to be a man and solve problems without using his fists. After some time, all the students took their seats in the classroom, and the professor began giving instructions. The practical exam will be held in 2 stages, and students will be divided into groups. The main character hardly listened to the professor. He felt dozens of angry, envious glances from the applicants. He realized once again that the human world and this academy were no different from the root forest. Humans are the same as the demonic beasts in the root forest. There are both leaders and victims among them. But here, physical strength is of little importance because what is more important is lineage, family, surname, position in society. This was made clear to him today. But this did not shake Helmet's desire to enter the academy, so he will pass the practical exam, no matter what the cost. So it was the protagonist's turn to pass the first stage of the exam. He had to cut a log with a wooden sword. The use of the force was allowed. They were given 5 minutes to complete this task. If the guy completed it within the allotted time, he moved on. If not, he went home with his things. The main character had done something similar before, but this time he felt there was some kind of catch. However, he didn't drag it out. He directed the force into the sword and cut the log into 2 even parts. The examiner had never seen anything like this before, because even teachers couldn't split a log into 2 parts with 1 blow, but the boy did it. At this point, the first part of the exam was over for the guy, and he could calmly wait for the second one to begin. In the room where other students had gathered, Sabat began to tease the protagonist as soon as he stepped over the threshold of the room. So far, Helmet has managed to keep himself under control. The question is how long he can do this. Following Helmet, the examiner entered the room and said that the second part of the exam was sparring. Each sparring session will last 8 minutes in the presence of a professor who will determine who advances and who does not. Sabat, as usual, began to say nasty things again, believing that since he is an aristocrat, he is a priori stronger than others, and Helmet is weak, since he is a commoner. It was obvious that the blonde man was deliberately provoking the main character and wanted him to hit him. The main character understood that the blonde man was really annoying him, so much so that he wanted to hit him. To stop him from talking nonsense, he wanted to knock out every single one of his teeth. So to restrain himself, the guy clenched his fists until they hurt. But everything was decided by chance, when the examiner named the main character and the aristocrat Enro, pairing them up for a sparring match. Sabat was confident that he would have no trouble dealing with one worthless commoner. Even 8 minutes would be a lot for this. This was the opportunity the protagonist had been looking for a legitimized fight. In the room where the instructor led the boys, professors were already sitting at a table, who were supposed to evaluate the skills of future students. The protagonist didn't quite expect to see Eden Kudro among the professors, but at the same time it was a bit reassuring, even though the guy was confident in his abilities. Moreover, the man had already told his colleagues about Helmet, so he asked them to watch him closely and not miss a single move. Besides, this was the first time that Mr. Kudro had singled someone out, which meant that the guy in front of them really must be a diamond in the rough. The professor did not comment on this because in a few seconds they would see and understand everything themselves. The sparring will be divided into 2 4-minute parts. The one who drops the sword or cannot stand on his feet loses, and the point is not to win the competition, but to demonstrate skills. Everyone understood everything, and the sparring could begin, and the guys took their starting positions. Andro was confident that it would not be difficult for him to win, because he was an aristocrat, and his opponent was an ordinary commoner. While the guy was thinking about how he had trained all his life with the best fencing instructors, Helmet hit him and slammed him into the wall. The two professors looked at this in amazement. Only Eden remained calm, as he had expected to see something like this. If this were a real fight, Andro would already be dead. The main character's entire appearance screamed it. Realizing that things were getting hot, the instructor intervened in the sparring, declaring victory for the protagonist and defeat for the aristocrat. It was hard to comprehend that it took Helmet less than a minute to disable his opponent. His strength was both astonishing and frightening. Helmet was ready to repeat his success and finish everything as quickly as possible, but the professors were worried that they would not be able to evaluate the skills of his opponent. It was obvious that the aristocrat could not keep up with the main character, so it was unclear how to evaluate him. Mr. Kudrow didn't want to interfere, but there was nothing he could do. He asked the protagonist not to try to defeat his opponent. The boy had to try to perceive what was happening as training, the most ordinary training, one of those he himself visited at the very beginning of his long journey in swordsmanship. He couldn't help but remember the wonderful days in the root forest when he fought with Darien, how he gave him advice, how he encouraged him. Now he understood that they wanted him. Andro should have forgotten about his status at least for the duration of the sparring and not looked down on the main character. This could help him a lot. By and large, the guy has never been worse than his peers, so he needs to pull himself together and show a good result. The boy understood what the professor wanted from him. He exhaled and asked the protagonist for forgiveness for underestimating him based only on his status. Yes, he admitted that Helmet could stand up for himself, but he was not going to give in and give the guy an easy win. After that, he attacked the calm boa constrictor protagonist. This attack alone wasn't enough to knock Helmet off his feet, as he quickly blocked it without much effort. To help his opponent improve the quality of their battle, Helmet gave him his first piece of advice. The guy should move faster so that his attack would be harder to block, after which he personally dealt the guy a series of quick, almost imperceptible blows to different parts of the body. The enemy was disorganized, his thoughts wandering around future attacks, so he had poor control over his body, which lunged forward too early. Power attacks weren't that hard to stop either, so Andro had to be careful of exposed areas of his body. When defending himself, a guy must also keep a distance between himself and his opponent, otherwise he might simply lose his balance and fall, just like now. Mr. Kudrow watched the sparring with silent amazement. In the words and movements of the main character, he recognized Darien in his best years. He involuntarily recalled an incident from his life when he was still a very immature knight and got into trouble in one of the dungeons. The wound was bleeding, he had practically no strength, and a monster was ready to kill him. At that moment, he clearly understood that he would most likely not return home alive and never see the light of day again. And then Darien appeared on the battlefield in all his glory and drove away the monster. But he did not understand how these monsters could be defeated if one of the knights had lost faith in himself. And now there was no doubt. Helmet was the second incarnation of the wise, strong, and fair Darien in this world. The exam ended, and the professors began discussing the results. The difference in the applicant's skills was all too obvious this time. Helmet made a lasting impression on his teachers. They wanted to see how he could further develop his potential and where the limits of his perfection lay. A whole week passed since that day, and the main character went out into the city. He needed to find one place. After a short search and getting lost in the labyrinth of streets, the main character found the right building with an eloquent sign. It was the Mercenary Guild of the city of Baden, and a funny guy greeted the protagonist as soon as he crossed their threshold. It was obvious that the guy had come here for a reason, but for a task, as he glanced at the wall where various tasks were hanging. This was the second time Helmet had taken on a mission on his own, so he felt a little embarrassed when he took out his mercenary certificate. The document confirmed that the guy had worked with the Vanguard Guild and had been here not long ago, had left his things behind, and would like to pick them up. The secretary had recently started working here, so he was also worried that he had somehow mishandled the visitor and then looked at his documents. To give the protagonist a suitable task, the secretary must know the young man's preferences and wishes. At that moment, Helmet remembered how angry Mr. Kudrow had been with him the previous evening when he found out that he had spent 100,000 marks on Area's services. The man was pleased that the guy at least didn't go into debt to achieve this, but worked part-time as a mercenary. What was worse was that the main character had spent all his savings on the tutor's services, and now he didn't have a single mark left. The man sighed, realizing that the boy would have to be taught financial literacy in addition to the core subjects at the academy. After all, from that day on, Mr. Kudrow was Helmet's guardian, which meant that caring for him fell on his shoulders. The boy must understand that money is of great importance in the world of people, and it is better when there is enough of it. Moreover, if a person is poor, he will be accompanied only by suffering. Helmut realized that he needed to earn money again. Then everything would be fine, Eden agreed. Besides, there were still a few weeks left before the end of the exams, and the guy had to keep himself busy with something. Then the guy decided to work for the rest of the time. The man agreed, but asked not to take on very dangerous tasks and to be careful. So now the guy has announced that he only needs a job within the city, not outside of it. Besides, there was supposed to be good pay for it, and for the near future, the secretary quickly found something suitable. This mission met all the criteria for the protagonist, but at the same time it was a little unusual, so other mercenaries did not want to take it on. But Helmut decided that it suited him perfectly, since it had to be carried out at the academy. The point is that a ghost has apparently appeared at the academy. It appears and scares students exclusively at night, and each time in a different part of the educational institution. Students and professors were unable to solve this problem on their own, so a request was submitted to the guild. Although this task was different from those the boy had completed before, in this case, he could both earn money and explore the academy's territory. Suddenly, a stranger called out to him, who somehow knew his name. It was a student mage who was happy to see Lord Aria's teachings, and besides, the rumors that were circulating around the academy turned out to be true. It turned out that Aria was a role model in the magic department, and this was the first time the boy had interacted with someone who was close to his idol. Helmut reasonably thought that this guy could be a mage of Aria's level, but he wasn't so sure about it, because their skills and powers were different. A second later, the magician summoned a cute orange creature, which appeared with a cheerful and happy cry. Helmut thought it was a scary and dangerous monster, and it was flying straight at him. The guy thought the creature was attacking him, so he tried to hit it first. Only this was not successful, as the fist passed through the creature, which now looked very angry and offended. The magician began to laugh loudly at this performance, since Helmut was the only one who thought of fighting with Ray. Ray continued to circle around the main character with an offended expression, completely disorienting him, as he had never encountered anything like this before. It was a joke, nothing more. This is how the sun spirit Ray was having fun, and it was completely harmless. But if Ray wants to harm someone, it will be impossible to stop him, even for a powerful magician. Only select wizards could make friends and control spirits, and Cian was one of those talents, and the only one in the academy. It was all interesting, but Helmut was thinking that he could probably catch Ray if he tried really hard. But the main character didn't have time for all this, since he needed to start completing the task. After all, he was at work right now. Shin put two and two together and realized that Helmut was going to find the ghost that had been haunting the students for some time. The guy really knew a little about the ghost, because he was interested in such mystical stories, despite the fact that he communicated with spirits every day. That's why he really wanted to keep the main character company and help him with the investigation. So they came to the fencing department building, where there was not a soul, but the ghost was seen here for the last time. It was assumed that black magic was involved, but this theory was dismissed as the teachers found no traces of it. Helmut was not afraid of the gloomy atmosphere of the building, and he was ready to split up and quickly inspect everything. But Cian was a coward and did not want to leave the main character's side even for a step. While the boys were walking down one corridor, a man in a black cloak was watching them from another. The boys slowly walked from room to room, but in none of them was there a ghost or any trace of it visible. It was logical to conclude that the strange creature had moved to another building, but this was inaccurate. However, the main character was going to check not only the rooms in this building, but also the cabinets, to make sure that there was no ghost here. He needed to find at least one clue to understand whether there was a ghost, whether there was no ghost, and what it actually was. At that moment, he noticed Cian's strange behavior, who was looking at something on the floor, and your guy claimed that he didn't find anything. After that, they went into another room, and the new acquaintance asked how much time Helmut had to complete this task. There were 2 weeks for this, but perhaps everything could be completed faster, because at that moment the magician began to shake with fear. After all, he saw a ghost-like figure walking ahead, emitting a purple light. The figure slowly began to approach the protagonist and his companion. So Helmut grabbed his sword to fight back, and when there were only a few seconds left before the collision, the figure stopped and looked intently at the guys who were frozen at the entrance to one of the rooms. After which the figure took off its hood and showed its face to the world. It was Aria, who did not understand what Helmut and Cian were doing in this room. He was surprised that Helmut was carrying out one of the mercenary guild's missions at the academy. It turned out that the main character had to find a ghost that was walking around the academy and scaring its students, and Cian decided to help his new acquaintance in the search. Moreover, for completing this task, the main character would have to receive 3,000 marks, but Arya did not understand why he needed money and this work, because he entered the academy and now he could simply do nothing. But this was impossible, and besides, Cian had a question. If he and Helmet were catching a ghost here, then what was their mutual friend doing in the room? Mang's answer astonished the small group. He was doing the same thing, trying to catch a ghost, although he was doing it for free. But while for the protagonist this was a job for which he could receive money, Arya asked the Academy's management to take on this issue on a voluntary basis. But by and large, it looked strange because a magician usually doesn't deal with such things, which means he was going to get some benefit from this process. I wonder what it could be. At that moment, the protagonist realized that since the Academy itself had asked its best student to take on this issue, the matter was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. But Cian came up with the brilliant idea of joining forces, because the three of them would find and catch the ghost faster, and would also save time. And while he was almost jumping for joy and happiness, Helmet and Arya looked at him as if he were something bad under their feet. In a word, they didn't like this idea. However, after thinking it over a bit, Arya decided that it would be to their benefit, since the more people there were, the greater the chance of finding what they were looking for. Helmet was also not against this decision, and the company as a whole, although he was, as always, taciturn. So, the three of them gathered in one of the offices, and Arya created an illusion of the entire building, pointing to the office where the ghost was last seen. In addition, the ghost also appeared in the training room, and in the professor's office, and in the gym, and on the examination ground. All these points had one thing in common. They were all located in the building of the fencing faculty, although there could have been something else. Arya agreed with this conclusion. For some reason, the ghost does not appear in the building of the Faculty of Magic, perhaps because truly good representatives of the profession live there. An interesting fact was that there were rumors that this ghost was able to use magic in some way, although this had never been noticed before, and most ghosts were taciturn. But there, Arya understood perfectly well that a high-level magician would not engage in such nonsense as summoning ghosts and scaring ordinary students with them. It was beneath his dignity. However, the question arose as to why this ghost had such a strong affinity for the fencing faculty building, and why he liked it here so much. It was a good question. Shan-san thought, and decided that the ghost was simply afraid of magicians and their magical attacks. So he chose simpler opponents. But Helmet understood perfectly well that the ghost was invulnerable to any kind of physical attack. The day before, the main character had a most curious conversation with his guardian, who had heard about the ghost's adventures at the academy. The man heard that one daredevil had encountered the creature and tried to strike it with a sword. But nothing came of it, since physical attacks were useless against incorporeal entities. Thus, it turned out that the ghost really did exist, but no one yet understood how to catch and neutralize it. But to tell the truth, this is not so sad for the main character, because up to this moment in his life there were no similar situations in which he could share his opinion with someone and begin to discuss this or that issue. Elga only growled at him, and Darien constantly scolded him and got it. Moreover, even when he arrived in the human world, he never spoke with the Vanguard mercenaries, and they did not discuss plans together. And now something special, something sacred was happening. He was sharing his opinion with others, guys like himself, who had bits of information that, when put together, could reveal the truth. Perhaps this was and is communication. Perhaps this is the beginning of friendship. But if the ghost was not susceptible to any physical attacks, could it be captured using the force flow, which Helmet was more than good at? It was an interesting idea that Helmet would never have thought of on his own, but he still scared Jean with his purple sword. Night fell, and the green-haired guy came to the conclusion that it was worth thinking about everything tomorrow, because they were already pretty tired, and it was time to rest. He was the first to go to bed and asked Arya and Helmet not to stay up too long so that they could rush into battle with renewed strength the next day. The remaining guys continued the discussion. Now Arya wanted to hear the main character's ideas and suggestions. Helmet was as inimitable as ever. He was curious if the two of them could create their own personal spirit. Unfortunately, this was not possible, and then the question arose of what to do next. But Arya wasn't worried about this at all because they had a person on their team who knew how to create spirits. After this, Helmet and Arya set out after their fellow student, who decided to catch the so-called ghost, which turned out to be a spirit, on his own. The protagonist didn't quite understand how the mage had noticed such changes in Xian, as he couldn't read his behavior and intentions. But after thinking for a bit, the guy realized that Arya had known from the very beginning that this was not a ghost, but a spirit, and had deliberately provoked their friend to act. The magician did not deny it, but for him it was the only chance. But he did not explain why it was the only chance. Suddenly, they stopped abruptly, as they only knew the approximate location of the acquaintance and the spirit. And in order to follow further, Arya activated a magical search spell that illuminated the tracks. Now they could follow further, since the tracks were clearly visible, and there was no need to guess from the tea leaves where to look for Xian. This time, the so-called ghost decided to visit the dining hall of the fencing faculty. Until this moment, the guys did not know the exact location of the spirit. But now they had a chance to catch it faster than their friend could. So, in a few minutes they were inside the dining room, and Arya made sure that no one could enter or leave from here. But before they took any further action, Arya decided to enlighten the young man about some of the peculiarities of the fencing faculty. It turns out there was a certain hierarchy there. Even though everyone studied in the same faculty, regardless of their skills, the training hall was only accessible to certain classes. Most likely, the spirit used this place because people rarely come here, and this is exactly what it needs. In addition to this training hall, there is also a private one, intended for senior year scholarship students, so they decided to go there straight away. This was all correct. But that area didn't know that Professor Eden had his own personal training hall. It was much closer than the scholarship students' training hall, right under their noses. But it was logical to assume that this training hall was the one where people were least likely to be present. And even then, if there was one, it would only be one professor. If Arya had been completely confident in what he was doing before, then when the conversation turned to the professor's personal training room, he became a little embarrassed, realizing that if he entered there without permission, he would not be patted on the head, but Helmet decided that since they were on a mission, then everything was allowed. And as soon as they stepped over the threshold, the magician immediately felt the presence of the spirit. And at that moment, Helmet suddenly realized that it was quite possible that Arya had not received any request from the academy. For some unknown reason, the mage didn't want to lie to the protagonist, so he told the truth. He was unhappy that only Sean could work with spirits at the academy. It gradually began to dawn on Helmet that his comrade wanted to catch the spirit and study it. And it's a perfect balance. Arya will carry out his brilliant experiments, and Helmet will get his well-deserved money. After that, he began to cast a spell. It was a delightful sight, mesmerizing and bright. He cast a veil of silence over himself, and now he could not be detected by spirits or other people. But catching the spirit won't work that easily, so Helmet must become bait, thus helping the magician. Perhaps the protagonist would have liked to refuse, but he felt something incomprehensible begin to approach them. Dark, ugly, black energy was seeping through the cracks right from under the opposite wall. And then, after a few seconds, this black energy took shape and transformed into something resembling a horned slug. While Helmet did not react to the spirit that appeared, Arya was filled with excitement and decided to greet him with a magic wall spell. Obviously, such a greeting did not please the so-called ghost of the academy, and he tried to run away. But the mage wasn't going to let him go so easily, and created a mana barrier to keep the spirit in place. The protagonist didn't quite understand what was happening, so his comrade in crime had to explain that it was a magical barrier that would prevent the spirit from leaving the training hall. The only problem was that while Arya was holding the barrier, he couldn't move, so Helmet had to deal with the spirit. The protagonist understood that he would not be able to kill his opponent with a sword, so the only way to somehow stop him was to use the force. But this didn't really help, it only irritated the slug spirit. Although, on the other hand, after some time, he noticed that the attack with the force did have a certain effect, so he was going to continue acting in the same spirit. And a second later, Helmet realized that he might have been mistaken, and if he was mistaken, he would be in a lot of pain now. But the young man was not going to retreat, surrender, or panic. Now it was either he who would lose the spirit, or the spirit would lose it. And at the moment when he decided to hit his opponent harder, the room was illuminated by a bright golden light. Shin prevented the protagonist from harming the spirit because he had his own plans for the spirit. Xian did not allow the protagonist to move, saying that he did not think that it would be possible to summon such a spirit so quickly. Moreover, it was a dark spirit, and its power was greater than anyone could have imagined, and vigilance could not be lost under any circumstances. First, it needed to be blocked by a curtain of light. This would be able to hold it back for a short time. Only Helmet noted that the curtain of light helped, but for some reason the spirit was in a great panic. The question naturally arose of how to catch this spirit if all their attempts failed one after another. Sion gradually began to realize that Arya was trying to capture this sweet, wonderful, beautiful spirit for his cruel experiments. The best student didn't want to get into a big argument, but by and large, Sean himself was to blame when she refused to help him with his research. And besides, he was the only mage in the academy who could control spirits. Yes, perhaps, to some extent, Arya's desire for scientific research was valid. But the purple spirit was also with a living being who was scared and lonely. However, this spirit could not be missed, so Arya had to maintain the barrier he had created himself. Helmet had to hold back the purple spirit, thus buying Xian some time, but at the same time not attack him. The spirit summoner didn't want to kill the dark spirit, he just wanted to calm it down and send it home. The main character was ready to try working in a team, but he was not sure how long he could restrain himself. So, the beautiful dance of the main character and the dark spirit began. The guy understood that his opponent was very fast, but this did not mean that he could not keep up with him. It was obvious that no matter how hard the monster tried, he could not break the protagonist's spirit or suppress his determination. Shin had almost finished his spell, but he needed a couple more minutes to perfect it. But they most likely didn't have those couple of minutes anymore because the situation was starting to get out of control. The spirit had accumulated enough strength to attack Helmet, who in that case wouldn't hold back and would respond in kind. At one point, the spirit's attack was indeed dangerous, but the protagonist was able to dodge it. Moreover, it became obvious that the spirit is perfectly aware that the main character cannot attack it, and takes advantage of this without a twinge of conscience. The guy didn't want to break his promise, but that didn't mean he wouldn't do anything to his opponent. He wasn't the type of person to turn the right cheek when he was hit on the left. And at that moment, when he decided to deal a tangible blow to his opponent, Xian called out to the swordsman and asked him to stop. But this was already a problem because the young man hesitated, missed the blow and flew into the wall. Siana was more concerned with the spirit than Helmet. It was a shame, of course, but what could you do? The spirit was weakened, which meant the magician had to deal with it. Helmet didn't seem to notice that his opponent had weakened, but he nevertheless decided not to interfere in the affairs of Xian, who insisted that he could handle it himself. The spell was activated, the seals were placed, and the guy slowly approached the dark spirit. At that moment, the spirit realized that something was wrong and tried to escape, but it was no use, as Arya continued to hold the mana barrier. But under such pressure, the best student had practically no strength left, and his comrade had to hurry. Shin himself understood that the dark spirit was trying to destroy the barrier, but his magic required preparation and endurance. Moreover, the spirit was very angry, so the guy was not sure that he had enough strength and skill to deal with it. A minute ago, he was so confident in his powers, and now he's backing down, while the dark spirit has already set his sights on the magicians. The first one was destined to grab Arya, because without the guy there would be no barrier. Helmet entered the battle, no longer willing to hold back. He needed to stop the spirit and protect his comrades. No matter how much Xian had asked him to restrain himself and not harm the spirit, the guy no longer had a choice. He was threatening Arya's life. So he put the maximum of his strength into the next blow he directed at his opponent. Echoes of Helmet's spirit magic and power reached the mage, and he involuntarily moved, causing the barrier to slowly crumble. It was almost impossible to contain him, so the guy decided to try to protect himself with a magic shield. But this shield only divided the spirit into two parts, which transformed into a two-headed monster. Everyone was so shocked that they did not immediately notice that the spirit was trying to escape in this way. Helmut was the first to wake up and blocked the dark creature's path. He had no intention of holding back his power any longer, so he put as much of it as he could into his sword, preparing to attack his enemy. And already when the tip of his sword was a millimeter from the dark spirit's eye, something strange began to happen. Somehow, the dark spirit mystically decreased in size, and Xian activated his spell at full strength. In this way, he was going to send the dark spirit home so that he would no longer frighten the students and harm them. Helmet and Arya watched in awe as the dark spirit began to disappear into the golden glow of Xian's magical seals. When the smoke cleared, a small, incomprehensible silhouette appeared in the young man's hands. How did a big, scary, evil dark spirit turn into a small, cute, chibi dark spirit? After the boys caught the dark spirit, they took a smaller copy to the mercenary guild to show who was terrorizing the academy. Everyone was curious about how this little miracle appeared in the educational institution. Xian had several guesses about this. Most likely it happened under the influence of magic, although he may be mistaken. But there was also a possibility of the influence of dark energy, but everything turned out well. Having finished all the business in the guild, The guys left its walls and went out into the bustling city. Shin was outraged that they weren't paid right away, because they even showed them a real dark spirit. It was unfair. The guild needed exactly 3 days to check whether the guys had caught the right spirit. Only then would they be able to pay. Besides, this money belonged to Helmet, and Cian had nothing to do with it. Cian tried to prove to everyone that he was worried about the main character because they were friends. The guy believed that if they met, they would now support each other, because this was fate and the beginning of a true friendship. Helmet didn't quite understand what friendship was and how to eat it, but he thought it wasn't so bad, so he shook the outstretched hand. But Arya didn't share the general friendly euphoria, so he decided to run away to avoid participating in all of this. But he didn't manage to get far, as Cian was able to stop him and asked him to treat him and Helmet to food as a sign of eternal friendship. But they didn't manage to eat together, and Helmet ate in the company of Eden, who provided the guy with a document with the number of the dorm room where the guy would live during his studies. Before starting his studies, it would be better for the guy to go and see what's there, because he will have to live there for quite a long time. A new day had arrived, and the boy decided to go and look at his room. Until that moment, the academy had been quiet, but today everything had changed, and for the first time he had such mixed feelings. Everyone who was supposed to move into the dormitories first had to go to the commandant. Meanwhile, there was already one person in the room, and for the first time he realized that he had been very tired in the last few days because he hadn't had any friends before, so this whole situation had exhausted him. Helmet received the key to the room and went upstairs in search of the right room, not knowing that he would have a neighbor. He found the right door quite quickly and was about to open it and enter the room. And the man in the room was thinking about the fact that a series of strange events had begun in his life as soon as he met the main character. Arya really hoped that after the start of the school year, she would never meet Helmet again, because they studied in different faculties. Meanwhile, Max and Paul reached Baden. They went crazy and attacked every mercenary they saw. The guys came here in search of Helmet, because they wanted to kill him more than their lives. But suddenly someone appeared, driving them into a state of fear. This man didn't like that the guys came onto his territory but weren't able to kill one guy. However, their opponent was able to learn a lot of new and interesting things. But they were so stupid and weak that they would never be able to change their lives for the better, and therefore had no right to call themselves Blackhawks. Paul and Max were wrong to think they could stand up to this enemy, and Paul paid for it with his life. Now it was Max's turn to answer for his cowardice, and the price was death. No one could desecrate the name of the Blackhawks. ZX, the man got angry. He should have first asked the guys about the boy and then killed them. Meanwhile, Helmet finally entered his new home. He realized from the surroundings that someone was already living there. This room was certainly inferior to his room in Eden's house, but compared to the sleeping place in the forest, it was a mansion. Overall, the protagonist's life has been quite eventful lately. He's made connections with a mercenary squad, and he's also entered the academy. Elga and Darian would be proud of him. The belief that he was doing everything right settled in his heart. Now he needed to become stronger. Suddenly, he noticed movement around the corner, so he quickly reacted and decided to attack the intruder first. But the problem was that he didn't take his sword with him. But Arya peeked out from around the corner, looking like a guy again, even though she was wearing pink pajamas. Helmet now understood that Arya would be living in the same room with him, but his words did not reach the girl who was pretending to be a guy. By and large, it all looked like the setup of the century, and could have destroyed the girl's disguise. Only now did Arya begin to understand why there were 2 beds in her room. She hadn't given it much thought before, but she should have. She quickly put on her coat and went to the bathroom, but warned the protagonist that he better not touch anything in this room, otherwise she would blow him up. The only thing the main character could do was stand like a pillar in one place and not move. Helmet didn't understand what he had done to deserve such a torrent of hatred. Meanwhile, the dean of the academy, Liam Vies, was enjoying the aroma of delicious tea. But Germany was instantly torn apart, like Tuzik tearing apart a hot water bottle by Arya, who burst into his office without knocking. The day had started off so well, but now the poor dean will have to deal with the offended students. Arya couldn't believe that Liam would do such a trick and move a roommate in with her. Why he did this? Moreover, she worked like a workhorse, precisely for the privileges due to the best student, and wanted to live alone. And now all this. The man was well aware that the girl had found out about the neighbor, so he had to tell a prefabricated story about how there were no free rooms due to renovations, and she needed to be understanding with the academy administration. She entered, but who will enter hers because the dean was obliged to keep his promise because she fulfilled all the conditions on her part. No matter how much she begged and complained, The man had no intention of moving her neighbor away from her. Now she just had to be more careful. And besides, her powers were at the level of an archmage, and there shouldn't be any problems with camouflage. And in general, the girl should have pulled herself together and held out for at least one semester. But he went out of his way to accommodate her and placed her with a student who was close to her in spirit. It's funny, Helmut wasn't close to her, and besides, she only taught him because he paid her a tidy sum, and not out of the kindness of his heart. Liam just smiled at this because his job as her teacher and guardian was to help her make friends, and if that happened, then she would get her own room. The man was tired of trying to persuade the girl, but he exhaled when she calmed down and left his office. However, he couldn't be 100% sure. Only time would tell how things would turn out. Meanwhile, Helmut was still standing by the wall and waiting for Arya to appear. He didn't want to anger his neighbor. When she returned, the guy understood perfectly well that she had failed to do things her way. It was as clear as 2 plus 2 equals 4. In the grand scheme of things, Helmut didn't really want to live with Arya, but he had no other choice, so he didn't think much about it. She was irritated by absolutely everything in this situation. She was the best in the magic faculty. That's why she lived alone. But now everything flew like plywood over Paris, in an unknown direction. She was even ready to transport the main character to and from the academy through a portal every day. But Helmut knew perfectly well that Eden would not like this idea. Besides, she has a disgusting character, and living with her in the same room would be a real nightmare, which you wouldn't even dream of. This is expected, but he will somehow survive. Besides, they are the best option for each other to be neighbors. Helmut also couldn't admit that he didn't particularly want to live with the guys from the fencing department, but he already knew Arya and had talked to her longer than he had with anyone else in the human world. There was nothing that could be done, but belatedly, Arya realized that she shouldn't have helped the main character with the entrance exams. The next day, Helmut picked up his few belongings and brought them to the hostel. He was worried about how Arya would treat him, how they would share the room, where he would put his things and many other things. The girl hung an impenetrable curtain and divided the room into 2 parts. Helmut had the larger part of the room. She had the smaller one, but the guy should under no circumstances go behind the curtain. There are spells on it that warn against penetration into her part of the room. The list of rules didn't end there. The boy had to keep the room clean, not stink, not make noise, and not bring anyone into the room, especially from the magic faculty. But if Helmut needs something or doesn't understand something, he can turn to her for help. Even if she doesn't answer the first time, then on the second or third time they will succeed. For Helmut, all these rules were not difficult to follow, and now he could go about his business. He also hoped that they wouldn't kill each other and would get along. Towards evening, the aristocrats began to discuss the main character, saying that since he had at least one aristocrat on his side in the form of the director, the guy had forgotten his place. But Sabbat was sure that Helmut would soon understand that there was a line that a commoner could not cross. It was a good thing there was no fencing lesson tomorrow, so he and his friends were going to humiliate the main character. Meanwhile, the first day of school had arrived, and Helmut was trying on his school uniform, which turned out to be surprisingly comfortable. Yes, the guy once again realized that his roommate was right when she said that at the beginning of the semester there was not much to do in class. So after classes ended, he planned to go to the training room. Unexpectedly, Cian met him in the hall of the dormitory and was delighted. Although the joy quickly turned to surprise when the guy realized that the main character had left room 301. Helmut didn't understand what was so special about it. But he lives with Arya, and who doesn't? It turned out that everyone around knew that Arya was the best student in the academy, so she had the right to live in a separate room. Cian understood that it would not be easy for Helmut to live with Arya under the same roof because of her hot temper, but the guy still considered the girl a guy and did not know about her secret. In addition, the comrade warned the main character not to get involved with the rabid dog of the Faculty of All Worship during the first class, during the second, and in general, everyone. Only Helmut took his friend's words literally, not realizing that Mad Dog is the nickname of an ordinary person. It turns out that in the fencing department there is a man named Asuka. He is the best among the second years, and last year he beat everyone who decided to fight him unconscious. After that fight, one guy gets expelled because Asuka tore off his ear. After that incident, no one wants to mess with him. Now this was interesting, although everyone understood that such behavior was against the rules, but Asuka was a talented student, so he was only temporarily suspended for such behavior, so Helmut had to be extremely careful. However, the protagonist had to try hard during the first lesson, and if Arya suddenly went crazy, he could call Cian to calm him down. So, All the students gathered in the courtyard on the training ground. One of the teachers came out to them and asked them to line up for further instructions. Everyone stood as the teacher asked, as he was about to begin the first lesson of the semester with basic training. He hoped that none of the fencing students had gone soft in their mother's arms during the holidays. So they were now supposed to run 20 laps around the court. After this, all the students rushed to complete the task, knowing that it was better not to anger the teacher. While most students thought 20 laps was a lot on the first day of school, Helmet was running and thinking that, in his humble opinion, it was not enough. Some students didn't like running next to the main character because he was a commoner. The more they looked at him, the more elegant he seemed to them, and this was incredibly annoying. So the young man decided to trip the main character so that he would fall and embarrass himself in front of the other students. But the most interesting thing is that he didn't succeed, since Helmet was much more agile and faster, and such tricks could not knock him off his intended path. Nevertheless, the young aristocrat did not give up trying to trip up the main character. But no matter how many attempts he made, he was unsuccessful. At some point, the guy decided to step on Helmet's foot, but it was no use. He was able to avoid this attempt to harm himself. But the would-be offender fell to the ground and slid face-first onto it, unable to maintain his balance. The other students looked at this performance with silent reproach, not understanding what their classmate was doing. But the main character understood perfectly well what was happening, but did not react to it verbally. After a while, the first part of the basic training was finished, and the teacher announced a short break, after which he asked someone to go with him to fetch some equipment. And at the moment when he left the training field, a classmate approached the main character and tried to set him up. The guy was indignant, not understanding how Helmet dared to hit him in the leg and make him fall to the ground. The main character believed that he did the right thing because the guy tried to do the same to him, but the offender didn't like this answer at all. He believed that since Helmet was a commoner, he should know his place, and he would never be safe either in the academy or outside of it. At this point, Sabat interrupted the conversation. He believed that Eren should remain calm, since they were going to take revenge on the protagonist during sparring. At that moment, Helmet's mind was shattered. He couldn't understand how such weaklings could rise in status. He couldn't believe they were so boastful about their position in society, which they hadn't even earned themselves. That's why he wanted to show where these talentless people belong right here and now. And everything would have been fine. And he would have even carried out his plan. But at that moment, a mysterious blue-haired young man appeared on the training ground. This was definitely the person about whom the morning had been talking and from whom the gel had asked to stay away. Asuka took Iruno's statement personally, wondering if he was the one being called a worthless commoner. But the young man had no idea who was standing in front of him now, or what he wanted from him. The boys were strangers to each other, yet Asuka kept hearing the newcomer whine and call someone a commoner. So he became curious whether this aristocrat had any personal grievances against him. At this point, Sabat decided to speak up, believing that commoners had absolutely no place in the fencing department, and that aristocrats had to put up with their presence and breathe the same air. The boy became curious as to whether this formidable aristocrat really wanted to show him what would happen to him when he, the great and terrible, stopped being patient and holding back. This behavior infuriated the aristocrat, so he decided to attack the guy who had just appeared on the training field. And only when he heard about Asuka's bad reputation, he decided not to bully the guy anymore, but nevertheless, as he left, he threatened him. But the main character looked at the guy appraisingly, considering whether he should stay away from him or not. After hearing his friend's stories, the protagonist imagined himself as a mad dog of the fencing faculty a little differently. However, the time came for the second part of the basic training. The teacher said that everyone should come out in the order in which he would call out names and take wooden swords. And everything would have been fine, but suddenly the teacher turned his attention to Asuka, who was trying to blend in with the crowd. But nothing came of it. The man didn't understand why the student was late, and the latter began to come up with an excuse, saying that he had consulted with the instructor Patricia and hadn't noticed that it was time to go to class. But instructor Patricia took the day off today, and if the guy is going to lie, then at least he should do it well, and not just any old way. So the guy had to do 10 penalty laps and run 30 laps around the gym, and he had to complete the tasks right now. At that moment, Helmet realized that this guy seemed to have a bad reputation. The remaining students will begin individual training, receiving wooden swords, and the instructor will supervise them in turn. So each student received a wooden sword, including Helmet, and the training began. The protagonist worked his sword swings until he was sweating, remembering Professor Eden's words, who said that first class is not scary, but the guy felt like something was unexpectedly missing here. He was curious. Would anything change in the next few years? At that moment, Asuka, who had just finished running his 30 laps around the stadium, approached him. The guy was curious whether the main character would thank him for preventing him from getting into an unnecessary fight. But he didn't ask anyone for help, and such behavior greatly offended his new acquaintance in the most noble impulse of his commoner soul. Nevertheless, Asuka suggested that the protagonists live in peace and not conflict with each other, since they were both in a similar position, being at that level of the social ladder where someone would constantly bully them. But Helmet was in no hurry to press the outstretched hand, noticing flashes of power on it. His good intuition intrigued Mad Dog, but in reality, Asuka would have preferred it if Helmet hadn't picked on him just because they were both commoners, and he didn't really want to help anyone. With that, he decided to leave the training ground, and the protagonist watched him go, realizing that this guy was strange. The training ended, and the protagonist stood there thoughtfully, wondering if he looked like the kind of person anyone would want to fight. Arya, who was sitting behind the curtain in their shared room, listened to his thoughts in complete bewilderment. She believed that this was not true, and the main character had a hard time from his first days at the academy. It was safe to say that his classmates were not particularly bright, but once the protagonist showed his worth, most of them would stop their attacks. There was some truth in this, as well as in the fact that Eden asked Helmet never to start a fight first. But situations were different. If the guy forced the offenders to make the first move, he could get away with it. Therefore, the main character must, by any means necessary, endure until the first sparring sessions, and then he can do whatever his heart desires. Suddenly, Arya thought that the version of Helmet that existed before he entered university would have already been throwing fists at his opponents. So she was now glad that the guy had begun to change for the better. Helmet even turned away a little since the girl's words sounded too embarrassing, and he himself understood that certain changes had occurred within him. He was curious about one question. How can the best student in his department easily get into fights? But Arya didn't have an answer to this question, and the main character's train of thought was incomprehensible to her. So Helmet himself became confused in his judgments and ideas about one interesting person. Meanwhile, in one of the corridors of the academy, Sabat and his friends met Asuka. The aristocrats should have simply passed by silently and not touched this guy with a word or deed, but the devil pulled their tongues to say that he should now be happy since another commoner appeared in the faculty. Sabat wondered how long Asuka could resist the aristocrats and pretend to have good academic grades, since the guy could turn him from a mad dog into an obedient dog in the blink of an eye. But it sounded pretty funny because the newbies had no idea who he was provoking, and now they were about to find out. One of the guys was offended, not expecting that some commoner would dare to hit him on the back of the head. Asuka was so excited that his hand started to act on its own, and he would prefer that the guy make him obedient here and now, and not make him wait for long. At Greta Academy, there was no discrimination based on social status in education in either faculties. But, unfortunately, using only one rule is impossible to break the traditions that have been ingrained for centuries in the educational institution, and bullying continued to flourish. The aristocrats continued to not consider commoners as people and mocked them as best they could. But when it was Asuka's turn to receive his share of bullying, the nobles ran into some difficulties. The young man wasn't afraid of his fellow students. On the contrary, they should be afraid of him, and the guy wasn't going to hide his head in the sand from just one angry look from Sabat. The aristocrat believed that the guy behaved this way only to justify his nicknames, nothing more. Moreover, after his suspension, Asuka kept a low profile for a long time, hiding at the bottom, so now he was behaving too brazenly. But Sabat finally found his weak spot. It's obvious that another suspension will lead to the guy's expulsion. Realizing this, the aristocrat began to openly provoke Mad Dog, saying, "Hit me if you can." Although no, this won't happen, because the guy is not a fool and does not want to experience the burden of consequences for his misdeed. Asuka had to control himself, because his opponent understood, felt his fear of being expelled from the academy. But his composure didn't last long, and now he was raising his fist to strike. But the blow didn't happen, because a second later both guys were hit and were lying on the floor like sacks of potatoes. At that moment, Instructor Patricia was beautiful and ruthless. It was she who hit the boys because she did not expect that they would dare to desecrate their academy with hooliganism. But Asuka was offended because he was all alone in the corridor. It was a group of people who attacked him. And on top of all that, he was a hooligan. He should have kept quiet. Then he wouldn't have gotten another blow to the back with a stick. But he couldn't. And the instructor repeated that you can't solve all problems with your fists. She wasn't Sabata, but her voice could cut through steel now. The The girl pointed out that the guy should evaluate people by their skills, not by their status, if he became a student at the academy. The aristocrat didn't like this, but he didn't argue, and the instructor took Asuka with her and sent everyone else to the next lesson. When the instructor and the student were alone, she hit him again with all her strength, so that he would understand what he had tried to do a minute ago. She was so tired of trying to explain to this guy that he needed to control himself, but he didn't listen to her and constantly created problems. The first time he was miraculously not expelled, and only because he was the best student, but she couldn't protect him forever. Asuka must understand that patience and hard work will overcome everything, and within a year he will be able to achieve recognition and not be in the risk zone. She also advised the guy to take a closer look at Helmet, since their life situations were somewhat similar, and the guys could be useful to each other. But Asuka wasn't planning on making friends with anyone, and the main character was one of those people who could handle everything on his own. In such a bad mood, Parcisia, Asuka, and the others gathered in the new classroom for another lesson. First, she needed to figure out if all the students had come or if someone had forgotten. It turned out that everyone had come except Helmet, so the instructor decided to send one of the students to look for him, since the guy simply might not have found the right classroom. But no one had to go anywhere since the main character came himself, and he was late because he didn't know that the meeting place had changed. It was obvious that this was the work of classmates, but there was no evidence. Helmet saw the essence of the situation, but did not feel any fear in front of these pathetic aristocrats. But he did not tell the truth, admitting his carelessness and guilt. The instructor and Asuka didn't believe him, but the aristocrats rejoiced, believing that they had won the war. If so, then punishment will be inevitable. The boy will have to run 10 laps around the field after the lesson. Meanwhile, Asuka became very disappointed in Helmet, believing that he was no different from other commoners. Meanwhile, Patricia began the briefing. Today, as part of basic training, they would be training endurance. Each student will receive a wooden sword and an almond ball, which they will place on the tip of the sword. The task is to prevent the object from falling to the floor. Only those students who can hold the balloon for 30 minutes will be able to leave the room. After which she called the protagonist to help her distribute the items. Asuka watched the guy and realized that he was afraid of the status. He will never lower his head before these nobles who are nothing special. But Helmet had no intention of groveling. If he were to play on the enemy's field, then only by his own rules. After which he threw an almond ball at the opponent who had set him up, in the best traditions of American football, and the guy could only blink, realizing that he could neither dodge nor catch the ball. And just a minute later, he was lying on his knees clutching his stomach. And the main character pretended to be polite and asked the aristocrat for forgiveness, saying that he was too far away and he slightly misjudged the force of the throw. The time for general classes was over, and the aristocrat studied in a separate room. Iruno paused and looked at himself in the mirror. There was a huge bruise on his stomach which made him incredibly angry. He couldn't comprehend how some arrogant commoner dared to raise a hand against him. The guy felt like it wasn't a ball that hit him in the stomach, but a stone, and he couldn't forgive it, even though Sabat hinted at it. And in general, they had enough of just Mad Dog, who was stirring up trouble. And now he was joined by this strange guy, who was completely impossible to understand. It's true that Asuka was wild from the very beginning, but why did the newbie decide that he could do anything when every year more and more people forget their place? Meanwhile, Sabat had come up with a brilliant plan, and for this, the guy asked his henchmen to treat commoners with respect. As the aristocrat continued his training, his friends did not understand why they had to do something like this. Once again, it became clear that these guys weren't all that smart, since he didn't say a word about friendship with the common people, and they just listened. He was going to get rid of the annoying interference, so the guys should be polite to the opponents for now. There is not much time left to wait for the plan to be completed. Just a little more, and everything will fall into place. Meanwhile, Cian heard the news that his friend had been punished immediately after entering, so he came to support him. Helmet didn't consider this to be anything special or bad, so he was absolutely calm. But the problem came from an unexpected place. The guy walked into room 301 without knocking, and Arya was ready to kill him on the spot. It was a little offensive to hear such a greeting, because, by and large, Cian came to visit Helmet and support him, so Arya needs to be a little kinder and more welcoming. But that wasn't the point. The point was that the guy didn't even knock. He just went and walked in without permission. From now on, you have to ask permission first to enter. But Cian didn't stop either and kept talking and talking until he got on Arya's nerves and she kicked both guys out of the room. It was a strange situation. Both guys stood stunned outside the door, and Helmet was also holding the pillow in his hands that the girl had thrown at him. While Xian was feeling guilty and asking for forgiveness from his friend who was kicked out of the room because of him, the protagonist smiled strangely and happily. Helmet's behavior was due to the fact that he was proud of himself. Yes, his actions during training didn't change anything much, but at the same time he restrained his strength and treated his opponent very humanely, so he was proud of himself and his actions. The main character had no intention of acting like Asuka, as it made no sense and greatly embarrassed Eden. But the guy wasn't going to sit back and become a whipping boy, so he wanted to follow Arya's advice and show who's boss during sparring. It's interesting, but studying is studying. But soon the weekend will come, and Shin invited Helmet to go with him into the city. But the main character was planning a trip to Eden. He needed to talk to him. But Sion didn't give up. He didn't want to spend the weekend alone, and he asked if he could go home with Helmet. Helmet wondered if Eden might actually be happy to have made his first friend. And when he agreed, Sion shone with joy like golden domes in the sun. Night fell, and the head of the Blackhawks branch received a letter with an interesting request. The young aristocrats turned to them with more small errands, which was annoying, but since they had received the money, they would have to work it off. Not long ago, someone was posing as them and extorting money from people, so the local nobles thought that the Blackhawks were small-time thugs. But as soon as the leader looked into the details of the mission, he noticed a familiar name there. So he asked Chrome what he knew about the main character. But the man had never heard of him, so the leader's interest seemed a little strange to him. The man did not explain anything, but nevertheless asked to gather all possible information about him because he had a bad feeling about something. It was the weekend, and all the students were planning to go for a walk in the city center of Baden. Helmet had no intention of staying at the academy or walking around the city center. He stood and waited near Cian's carriage to go home. The guy was surprised when he saw that the main character took with him only a sword and nothing else. The guy believed that he was doing the right thing because he had retained the habit from the root forest, where he always moved lightly, which increased his chances of survival, and now he did the same. However, the guy was not going to back down, even though he understood that he might be acting in this way unconsciously. Arya stayed at the academy for the weekend. It was strange because Arya almost never leaves the academy and never goes home. Perhaps her home is far away, but even so, it would be possible to go once every 6 months. Seeing his friend's interest in Arya, he was even ready to find out this moment from the girl, if it was really necessary, but the magician refused. Meanwhile, Asuka walked the city streets and enjoyed the taste of shish kebabs and the good weather. He understood that he had hurt the pride of the aristocrats, but he could not tolerate their attacks. But it was disgusting that they could not even beat him on their own, but thought that at least the gods of Olympus could. At some point, he even thought that he was doing something wrong, but if that were the case, he would not now feel moral satisfaction from his actions. Thoughts of Helmet, who had endured a lot but sometimes showed his sharp teeth, did not leave his head. And watching Jerome clutch his stomach and not be able to get up from the floor was quite funny. Suddenly, he turned around sharply, realizing, feeling with his skin, that someone was watching him. But there was no one suspicious there. But wherever they went, the sticky, viscous feeling of being watched never went away. But at some point, he managed to catch his enemies by the tail, and he had one question. Who were these people working for? The men led him into an alley and said nothing. But the guy himself knew perfectly well where this was coming from. And everything could have been fine if he hadn't taken his sword in for repairs, and now he was in real trouble. The guy didn't think that self-respecting adults would interfere in children's squabbles, but apparently they are not respected adults. Asuka stalled for time as best he could, realizing that there were more enemies, and they were all armed, unlike him. So now it was best to try to escape, so he pretended to see and called Instructor Allen. After which he used the force and ran forward, accelerating his body. Since he had no weapons, he could only rely on his hand-to-hand combat skills, and so far he had managed to catch his opponents off guard. After a few blows and jumps, Asuka even managed to get out of the alley. But the bad people still wanted to catch him at any cost because they had orders, so they ran after him. But no matter how hard the guy tried, he failed to escape. Blackhawk's mercenaries began to surround him from all sides. There was no way out. Whether the guy wanted it or not, he would have to break through by force if he wanted to live. Meanwhile, Shin and Helmet arrived at Professor Kudrow's mansion, who was glad to see his ward's friend visiting. Helmet's expression at this moment was shocked, as he had no idea that Eden and Cian were so skilled in small talk. Eden was happy because the main character brought such a well-mannered boy into the house. Now he was calm about the guy. Besides, he believed that since the guys had come here, they should definitely take a walk around Baden, and not just in the center. So Helmet's training went down the drain, and he and Cian went for a walk through Baden at night. And everything was fine, until the conversation turned to area. It turned out that the girl woke Sion up every day at dawn, forcing him to summon many spirits for her research. So, already in the first week of training, Sion was exhausted and wanted a vacation, but it must be admitted that he became better at his job. And at that moment, they came across Asuka, standing on his feet, with torn clothes and wounds, but at least alive. For the first time in a long time, Mad Dog was glad to see Helmet, and he clearly needed his help. A second later, the protagonist realized what was going on. Asuka was being pursued by Blackhawks. The guy admitted that he didn't notice the surveillance at first, so when he left his sword to be repaired, these people attacked him. Shin didn't understand the full complexity and danger of the situation, but Helmet knew how unlucky they were with the enemy. But he still intended to protect the boys. Helmet also had a few questions for the Blackhawks that he wanted answered, which surprised his classmates. The protagonist knew that this group was ready to kill people if someone paid them a good price. A simple academy student cannot become their target. Someone is definitely behind this. Not long ago, the main character himself buried a couple of their people in one of the forests. Therefore, it is safe to assume that they have information about him. But the guy thought that these people would not be able to get to him while he was a student at the academy. But apparently, there was a mistake. It's not that his confidence has been shattered, but there is something he needs to figure out now. Now the mercenaries had a logical question. What to do in this situation? Continue the mission or retreat? The problem was that they couldn't just deal with the target. They had to think about the consequences as well. They couldn't afford any more witnesses, even if it was just a couple of students, so they had to kill all three. But it wasn't that easy. The main character didn't wait for someone to kill him either. He struck first, cutting off the hand of one of the bad guys. While the first mercenary was suffering, the protagonist had already approached the second mercenary, who did not even notice his approach. After which, with one precise movement, Helmet kicked the sword out of his quarrelsome man's hands. Now there were only two mercenaries left with weapons. One of them was seriously wounded, and the score was almost even. After which, the main character disarmed the rest of the mercenaries without killing them, only slightly maiming them. Meanwhile, Sion and Asuka watched what was happening with silent surprise. And a few minutes later, Helmet, without much effort, beat the professional mercenaries half to death. Asuka realized that Helmet had taken care of the problem that he could not handle on his own, since there were more of these people and they were professionals in their field. Meanwhile, the main character was glad that the Seed of Darkness did not react to this situation. Probably everything will be fine if he does not kill people. Shin even got a little nervous and offended, since the main character dealt with all these guys so quickly that he was unable to show off his new, improved magical abilities. Meanwhile, one of the mercenaries tried to reach his sword, but his attempt was unsuccessful. Asuka wanted to know who hired them, although he had certain thoughts about it, but it was unlikely that these guys would just tell him all the information, because they were trained to keep their mouths shut. But no matter how stubborn these guys were, if you cut off a couple of their fingers, it will instantly loosen their tongues. The magician didn't expect that the protagonist would want to torture these people, because even if they attacked the students couldn't afford more than just defending themselves. The boy was going to tell the guards what happened, since the investigation was their job, not that of ordinary students. But Asuka wasn't sure he could trust the guards, because they might simply hush it up when they found out that an aristocrat was behind it all. However, Shin was so naive and so kind that he was going to report what had happened to the guards and asked his classmates not to lay a finger on the mercenaries. Although Helmet agreed, he was not going to leave everything as it was. He was interested in how much these people knew about him. But these mercenaries were lucky, since they knew nothing about the main character, and that was all he was interested in. After this, the students returned to the academy, where they were met by the secretary, who had already heard about what had happened to them in the city. It was already late, so they could go and rest. And tomorrow they needed to report everything to the rector's office, since Asuka's wounds looked serious. He should go to the doctor, but the guy refused. The young man just wanted to go to his room and rest a bit. And besides, Sion had given him first aid, so there was no reason to worry. The only thing is, the magician was sure that the stab wounds would open up again if the guy started moving too much, so it would be better to get some treatment. But no one listened to him. Moreover, it could be done for free if you really wanted to. But he didn't warn us how exactly this could be done, so the whole honest company came to the evil area. The girl, however, was so angry that she was ready to blow the guys away with wind magic if they didn't tell her what happened within a few minutes. At that moment, Asuka opened her mouth in vain, making a comment about how the academy's favorite girl looked like a girl, not knowing that she was actually a girl. At this point, Shin interrupted the conversation and said that Asuka was very badly injured, so it wouldn't hurt to heal a little. At that moment, the girl became even more angry as she realized that her classmate was asking her to cure God knows who in the middle of the night. Well, Helmet also asked her to heal her new acquaintance, playing on his pity. After this, the girl gave in and asked the guys to come into the room, but warned that this was not a free pleasure, and in return, they would have to give her at least something. And Helmet will have to give her tribute, since it was only because of him that she agreed to help Asuka. She wondered what the guy would do for her once she cured his classmate. It was difficult for him to answer this question, but he was ready to do everything he could for her. Now that was interesting, but the girl warned him that it was his own decision. She didn't force his tongue, and he would have to answer for his words. At that moment, the protagonist realized that he probably should have thought about his answer instead of blurting out the first thing that came into his head, but what was said could not be taken back. It took the girl only a few minutes to heal Asuka's most serious wounds. After the treatment, the guy's body looked like new, so his face was extremely surprised. Overall, the situation confused him a little, and the guy couldn't thank Helmet, Area, or even Cian because of this. He didn't have the courage. Nevertheless, he blurted out a rather ambiguous phrase, threw a torn shirt over his shoulders and was about to leave, since the treatment was finished. The protagonist and his neighbor remained in the room in complete bewilderment after his departure. The girl was angry and surprised that most likely this guy didn't know how to talk to people at all. So she felt sorry for the energy spent on treating him. Although then she thought that feeding a mad dog and scaring everyone around it wouldn't be so bad, but the question was whether he would obey her. But Helmet didn't need Asuka's help. He was coping with his own problems quite well, killing all of Cian's spirits. Therefore, the magician had to explain to the protagonist that connections cannot be taken for granted. Yes, Helmet was good, but he also had his limits, so for the future, connections must be made directly at the academy. This seemed to be the case with Area, who didn't care about this issue, so Cian didn't understand how he managed to become friends with such naive children. Meanwhile, morning came, and the protagonist and his friends came to the rector's office, where he told them that 4 unknown people attacked them yesterday evening in the city when they were returning to the academy. But they didn't manage to do anything bad to the guys, and they were soon arrested. But the problem was that the rector received information that these guys somehow managed to escape from custody. Now this was depressing news for the guys because they realized that they were in deep trouble. Asuka was the first to break loose, but it had no effect on the rector. No matter how angry the guy was, it wouldn't change the situation. It turned out that one of the guards was in league with the bandits. But a great question arose as to how the academy and the guards were going to deal with this matter, since the students' lives were in danger, and it was not possible to hush this matter up. The rector understood that they would sort things out. Now they were calling the students of the fencing faculty and asking them about what had happened. Asuka was furious. He understood that he should have listened to Helmet, not Cian, and to extract everything from those mercenaries right there on the spot, and not wait for the law enforcement officers. Besides, it was difficult to understand how 4 people could escape so easily. Were the prison walls really made of paper? Besides, the blue-haired guy was the last one in this world who knew how to wait and sit with folded hands, so this situation was mentally exhausting him. Helmet believed that Asuka himself should decide what to do in this situation, but the protagonist hoped that he would not be drawn into anything suspicious. The protagonist himself understood that he would be the next target, but his new acquaintance had to solve his own personal problems, because when Helmet himself faces problems, he solves them on his own. It sounded very heartless, and it seemed like the protagonist was just trying to become a role model for the students, but that wasn't entirely true, since Asuka himself said that he didn't consider him a friend and didn't want to be friends at all. At this point, the conversation ended, and the protagonist decided to go to the gym, since even during the recent events he had not devoted enough time to his physical training. But despite all his words, the blue-haired guy followed Helmet. The main character didn't understand why the guy was following him, but he said that he needed to go that way too. Suddenly, Asuka asked the protagonist if he wasn't annoyed by all those people who were proud of their status, but whose skills were to be improved. At that particular moment, it was his classmate who was infuriating him. He didn't understand why Helmet had thrown a ball at that guy during one of his classes. Besides, the idea of showing the aristocrats the difference in levels through a duel was also not an option, since Asuka is the best in the class, but they need his head. Only the main character believed that this was happening because his new acquaintance was simply a disgusting person. Helmet simply knew that fighting was not a way out of the situation, and he was told to fight with his classmates no matter how difficult it was. Asuka was surprised that Helmet, unlike how he looked, turned out to be a good boy who obeys his parents and tries to make friends with aristocrats. But he shouldn't have said that, because the topic of family was too painful for Helmet. So he turned around and glared at him so hard that his knees shook, warning that he would not let anyone hurt him and would destroy anyone who stood in his way. It was very difficult to misunderstand the main character's intentions, so Asuka tried to turn everything into a joke. Meanwhile, the protagonist had already entered Eden's personal training room, where he was going to hone his skills. Only the main character was allowed to train in this place, which surprised the new acquaintance greatly, since this place was magnificent, and he could be invited along for company. But Helmet had no intention of doing this and drove his classmate away, since time had an initial value. Meanwhile, Sabat's henchmen returned from interrogation one after another, and they didn't tell anyone anything, but the instructor still got the life out of them. The academy had no way to contact the Black Hawks, and besides, the boys were aristocrats, so they had nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Sabat was silent. It was obvious that they had made a mistake and did not know how to try to get out of the situation. The guy was angry that the Black Hawk mercenaries couldn't deal with some kid. How could something like that even happen? The guy understood perfectly well that the academy would not stop. It needed to find out at any cost who was behind such a crime. He had nowhere to hide, so the aristocrat decided to turn Asuka and Helmet's lives into a living hell. A new school day began. Patricia informed the students that sparring would begin soon. This was good, because Helmet's patience was running out. Yes, he could not avoid punishment, but he wanted to resolve the situation peacefully. He hoped that his plan would work, despite Asuka's skepticism, and if it didn't, he didn't know what he would do next. But before the sparring began, there was another important event, namely, writing a test. So it was necessary to familiarize myself with the material in the textbooks. Helmet returned to the room and shocked Arya to the core when he said that he had forgotten to buy the necessary textbooks and that he had a test tomorrow. Sadly, even Eden didn't warn the main character about the upcoming test before entering the university. Although no, the Guardian did ask him to buy books, but because of the fight in the city, the boy conveniently forgot about them. Now the only way out of the situation for the young man was to get permission to go into the city to buy textbooks. But the problem wasn't getting permission, it was that the guy had no money, which didn't surprise Arya, remembering how easily he'd paid her 100,000 marks. Now the main character needed advice from the girl on where he could make some quick money, since his money for the last task was with Eden, and he wouldn't have time to pick it up. The girl realized that the guy needed to lend her some money, but he didn't understand what it meant, so she had to explain. This seemed like a great option, so Helmet promised to repay the debt on the weekend. In this case, Arya decided to go to the city with the guy and buy him all the necessary books, but she needed a little time to prepare. She didn't want the guy to buy anything with her money, and besides, she was free now, so she didn't mind chatting a little. Arya was worried that if Helmet went into the city alone, he might be attacked, so she decided to go with him. But she didn't expect that Cian and Asuka would go with them too. Shin joined them to have fun, Asuka to skip school, and Arya was already not happy that she went, since the boys really irritated her. After a while, they reached a bookstore. Cian loved the smell of new books, and was in no hurry to help his friend choose books. The girl took care of that. Helmet remembered all the titles of the books and dictated them to his neighbors so that it would be easier for her to find them. A couple of minutes later, he had in his hands a huge stack of books that the girl had found for him. All these books were about basic things that the main character already knew well, so it felt strange for him to buy them. At that moment, Asuka approached him and handed him a book that was not a textbook. The thing is, Instructor Patricia liked to make things difficult for her students, so she would always use either complex vocabulary or problems they hadn't covered before. And this collection has everything they need. Arya and Helmet were mildly surprised by the boys' analysis and deep approach to test preparation. At the checkout, Arya had to pay 2,000 marks for all this beauty and knowledge. The money for the books was paid, and at that moment the girl at the checkout recognized Arya, as she was a frequent visitor here. Having finished shopping, the guys walked back to the academy. In fact, the guys realized that it is not easy to be popular because such people have too many fans. It turned out that Arya was one of the few who entered the upper class with the highest results, so it is not surprising that many people knew about her. But Helmet looked at the two guys and the girl, realizing that most likely these were the human connections that Elga and Darian had told him about. Soon they arrived at the academy. To tell the truth, the girl was very tired and wanted to rest a little. At this point, the protagonist began to wonder if there was any point in using books for learning, since Arya already knew a lot without them. It turns out that knowledge changes depending on a person's views. Books help us look at the world objectively, because beyond what everyone can see and comprehend, there is something deeper and invisible. Therefore, Helmut, despite all his talents, must study hard and not just mess around. And it's better for him not to lose any of the books he bought, because if something like that happens, she will not forgive him. But the promise the boy made at night was broken in the morning, and when he opened his box where he kept his books, there was nothing there. But it wasn't just the main character who lost their textbooks. The aristocrats stole them from Asuka too. After this, Helmut did not know where to find the strength to finish off his offenders, since this concerned not only him, but also Arya, who helped him. But somehow he magically found the strength within himself and did not come to the aristocrats, but held out until the sparring began. Each one will have to go through when both sides give their consent. The instructor believed that fighting with friends was good, but if someone chose a new opponent, it would be much better. So, Asuka was the first to approach Sabat and wanted to talk to the aristocrat man-to-man. The aristocrat was interested in what the excellent commoner student needed from him. Mad Dog decided to give Sabat a chance to cross swords to resolve their misunderstanding once and for all. Only the blonde once again showed his cowardly nature when he told Asuka that he and the others had already split into pairs. Only the instructor asked them to find new opponents for sparring. Although the aristocrat didn't care, he had already chosen a partner, and Asuka needed to be paired with a kindred spirit. At this point, the protagonist intervened in their conversation. He didn't care that even if the aristocrats all attacked him together, the outcome was already predetermined. The aristocrats thought it was some kind of joke, and that one of Sabat's henchmen would be enough to defeat the main character. Not long ago, Sabat predicted something similar. In order to provoke the guys into a duel, they deliberately stole their books. But common sense hadn't completely abandoned them. The boys understood that they couldn't defeat Asuka, not knowing that he was the better of two evils. True, to win, they were going to use a hang, which violated all possible rules for conducting duels within the academy walls. If it is self-defense, then they will get nothing but penalties, and they will be able to cripple the guys, and they will have to leave the academy. Aaron was willing to take this risk, as the game, in his humble opinion, was worth the candle. Jerome could have stayed away if he was afraid, but Aaron was ready to carry out any order from Sabat, as long as Helmut was handed over to him to be torn to pieces. The blonde was all for it, because he himself had long wanted to beat up the main character. So, the first duel was to take place between Sabat and Asuka. The guys took their starting positions. The aristocrat saw perfectly well that his opponent was losing control. This was what he needed. He waited for his classmate to attack him first, and then he would do everything to cripple him. But Asuka froze in place, waiting for something, somewhat reminiscent of a wolf on the hunt, which irritated everyone and tickled their nerves. Sabat didn't take into account the fact that when Asuka takes up a sword, he transforms. His emotions are under control, his senses are heightened. He waits for the right moment to attack, and does not leave the enemy a single chance. Even then, Jerome tried to convey to the aristocrat the idea that his plan was doomed to failure, but he did not hear him. Well, what will be, will be. The fight began. Sabat was wrong to think that he could predict Asuka's attacks. Nothing came of it. A minute later, one missed heartbeat later, Sabat was lying on the ground and could not get up. So strong was that single blow from the enemy. Mad Dog. He's Mad Dog even in Africa. The guy was glad that Sabat's stupidity made this duel wonderful and quick. At that moment, the aristocrat felt that his classmate had broken his collarbone. Anger rose from the depths of his soul. How dare he do such a thing, a suicide bomber? But, overcoming the pain, the guy rose. His resentment, anger, and rage gave him the strength to carry out his insidious plan. He was going to use Vis and destroy the enemy once and for all. But while your evilness was dreaming, Asuka hit him again, this time knocking out his teeth. Moreover, Sabat was unable to block any of his classmates' dozen attacks. He moved like lightning. Obviously, this massacre of the infants could hardly even be called a battle, so the aristocrat admitted his defeat. But Asuka hadn't had enough of it yet. How he missed the old contempt in his opponent's gaze. Why did he decide to give up? Things wouldn't work out like this. They would continue. Meanwhile, Helmut and Aaron were about to begin their duel. Asuka was relentless. He almost purposefully beat the aristocrat, not giving him the opportunity to dodge or block the blow. The guy had practically no strength left even to get up from the ground. The only problem was that even if he continued to lie in this position, Asuka was not going to spare him, because they were not finished yet. So the aristocrat had to get up and continue the fight. The guy couldn't believe that he, a swordsman from the Rugal family, could lose to someone like the blue-haired guy, who was also an ordinary commoner. But when he raised his head to us, he noticed that all his classmates were looking at him as if he were trash under their feet, and were in no hurry to help in the current situation. He didn't understand why their gazes began to express such all-consuming contempt, because they were birds of a feather. However, this sobered him up a little, and Sabat was able to stand up, taking the sword. He was filled with only one emotion: hatred, and it was directed at Asuka. So the guy called on his power and directed it into the sword, as he was ready to destroy his opponent. But he failed to land a blow on his opponent. Asuka dodged the direct blow, after which he immediately counterattacked, using his power, knocking out the last desire to resist from the enemy. And all because Sabat broke the rules, so it would be fair if the blue-haired young man did the same. So he planned to deliver a finishing blow using the force, possibly crippling the aristocrat. And everything would have ended very badly if the instructor had not intervened in the fight, stopping Asuka's last attack. The teacher announced that this duel was over. Sabat was to go to the infirmary and take care of his injuries, and the blue-haired young man was to follow the man to his office. But the best student in the fencing class didn't understand why it was his fault, because it was the aristocrat who broke the rules. And if the guy hadn't been able to dodge, he would have already been carried out of the hall on a stretcher. But the fact was that it was Asuka who showed disrespect to his opponent. The instructor was annoyed that his best student continued to make excuses for himself, while instructor Patricia coddled him like a little child. So he asked one of his classmates to take Sabat to the infirmary, after which he turned to Asuka again, saying that he understood that the boy had been through a hard time, but that didn't mean it was okay to act like that. At that moment, one of the guys approached the instructor and asked him to watch the fight between Helmut and Aaron and perhaps stop them. Arona and Jerome were talking the day before the sparring, the latter trying to convince his classmate that they were doing the wrong thing and that they wouldn't get away with it. Aaron didn't understand when Jerome managed to become so close to Sabat, since he still continued to protect him. The problem was that if you look closely, their so-called leader was long gone. His reputation was long gone. Jerome didn't understand what his friend was getting at. The point was that Sabat hadn't been punished yet because there wasn't enough evidence. But everyone knew that he had used other people to harm Asuka. He had blackened the aristocrat's name and resorted to the help of Blackhawk. Therefore, the majority of students, being rootless, watched the situation with discontent, although they could do nothing about it. Sabaya hasn't been respected by anyone for a long time, and the rest of the aristocrats would be better off if Asuka beat up their leader and he would be expelled from the school. And if the leader disappeared, then the rest would no longer be interrogated. And to be completely honest, the guy really wanted to defeat Helmut. And it would be great if Sabat and Helmut left school together. Now, Aaron mentally asked Sabat not to blame him for what had happened. That was the way of the aristocrats. That was how they survived. Suddenly, before the start of the fight, Helmut decided to ask his opponent whether it was he who broke into his locker and took the books. Aaron did not confirm this information, but did not deny it either, saying, "Guess for yourself." At this point, the conversation ended, and it was time to begin the main part of the sparring. Aaron looked at the main character and realized that there were many holes in his defense. Was he really that confident in himself, or was he just bluffing? Although on the other hand, it didn't matter at all. The guy had already attacked the main character, deciding to start with the legs. Only this didn't work, as Helmut immediately counterattacked, cutting his opponent's wooden sword in half, after which he delivered a crushing blow to the enemy's larynx. Aaron fell to the floor, realizing that he could hardly breathe and was about to suffocate. There was a catastrophic shortage of air. At that moment, Helmut approached him and decided to ask him one very interesting question. Did the guy really think that his status as a nobleman would protect him outside the academy? By and large, the protagonist could break his opponent's neck with one blow. Does he really think that title and status are also taken into account in heaven? At that moment, Aaron clearly realized that an unusual person stood in front of him. But then, who was Helmut really? Although, on the other hand, the protagonist understood perfectly well that his classmate could not speak, since his vocal cords were torn, after which he stepped on his right hand, tearing a long, silent scream from the enemy's throat. At that moment, the seed of darkness inside the protagonist began to come to life and pulsate, forcing him to continue to mock the enemy. At that moment, the instructor and other students ran up to them, asking Helmut to stop and throw away the sword, since the duel was over. But the young man looked at him in such a way that he wanted to sink into the ground from his murderous gaze. The young man came to his senses, and it took him several long, tense minutes to realize what he was doing. Only when the effect of the seed of darkness weakened was Helmut able to release Aaron. At that moment, the instructor breathed a sigh of relief and asked Jerome to provide Aaron with first aid and take him to the medical center for further examination and treatment. Helmut had to follow him into his office. When Helmut and Asuka found themselves alone with the instructor in the office, he gave them a chance to justify themselves and explain what prompted them to such unworthy behavior. Both guys were silent, their gaze lowered, believing that they had acted correctly in this situation and that it was not their fault what had happened. But the man believed that they were not in a position where they could justify their actions, so it was really better to remain silent and say nothing. Besides, he expected something like this from Asuka, but he didn't expect such behavior from Helmut. Only the main character believed that he had not violated the rules of the duel in any way, word or deed. But in the man's opinion, Helmut had seriously harmed his comrade. He had a ruptured trachea and shattered the bones in his right hand. Therefore, if he had not received first aid, he could have suffered breathing problems, and his torn vocal cords could still somehow recover, but he might never be able to hold a sword in his right hand again. But Asuka believed that Helmut had done the right thing, since those scoundrels had even tried to kill him by hiring Blackhawk. So what if they could never pick up a sword again? But the instructor wasn't talking to Asuka, so he punched him in the head to shut him up. And even if we assume the boys didn't break the rules of the duel, don't they think they still went too far? The question was rhetorical, because Helmut did not understand at all what he was being accused of now. After all, Aaron is weak. But despite his weakness, he humiliated not only him, but also his friends. Therefore, the main character simply made it clear to him that there are things he should not get involved with, and under what circumstances. In addition, the boys broke into their lockers and stole all the textbooks, but the instructor was adamant. He did not expect that if someone in the future displeases the protagonist and his friends, they will take revenge and punish them through a duel. And if this really happens, then the boys do not deserve to study at the academy, because such behavior is contrary to the spirit of chivalry and also the ethics of the fencing faculty. But Helmut was seriously upset. The guy didn't understand how insults, extortion, humiliation, and theft from commoners by aristocrats related to the ethics of the fencing faculty. The only problem was that the instructor didn't defend either side, and the problem was that he didn't do anything in the situation. But Helmut was confident that he could solve the problem that the administration could not. The next second, the instructor pulled out his sword and struck between the boys, demonstrating his strength. After all, this was the only way Helmut and Asuka could understand the meaning of the words he had spoken. They couldn't get it any other way. The man asked Helmut not to change the subject and to understand that he had used his power to oppress the weak. Besides, if he now cripples the guy for his disobedience, will he be able to accept such justice? We must realize that in this world there are nobles, but there are also commoners, and there are strong and weak people. One cannot despise a commoner because someone is of noble blood, and no one has the right to trample on the weak if he is strong. Therefore, the question arose as to how the actions of the guys today differ from the actions of those who have been trying to oppress them all this time. Only now did Helmut begin to understand the meaning of the instructor's words, but he had the following question. What should he have done in this situation? The man didn't know what to answer, but he admitted that the academy, and he personally, were to blame for the fact that they hadn't been able to do anything yet, and for this he asked the guys for forgiveness. At the academy, the administration wanted nobles and commoners, strong and weak, to be equal. And if the boys always remembered this, they would one day be able to find the answer to the question asked. However, the man admitted that he had good students in front of him, but he needed to punish them, and he forbade them from participating in duels. They could only spar with each other. But that wasn't all. The boys had to write 50 letters with changes, and until they did that, they wouldn't leave that room. The guys wrote letters of apology until the night, until their hands were red and swollen. The protagonist did not regret using his skills to resolve the situation, but he made a mistake and momentarily lost his composure, which suggested that he still lacked strength. At that moment, Asuka noticed that his comrade looked depressed and assumed it was because of his swollen hand. But the problem was much deeper, but Helmut only said that he was upset because he had to write letters with changes instead of training. Moreover, the protagonist noticed that Asuka was much better at wielding a sword than he thought, considering that he had been training for so little time. Meanwhile, instructor Alain was watching the guys through the window. He had already understood that Helmut was a rather talented and skilled student, but the murderous aura that emanated from him during sparring was similar to demonic energy. But after a few moments, he pushed this thought away from himself, realizing that this guy was ready to listen, and most importantly, ready to hear him. The instructor hoped that the boy would be able to continue studying at the academy and not go astray. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, the leader of the Blackhawks listened to the report of his subordinates, who were trying to harm Asuka and gathering information about Helmet. The leader of the Black Hawk mercenaries was extremely dissatisfied with his people, because while he was trying to get them out of prison, he lost one of his spies. The men realized that they had made a huge mistake, so they asked their master for forgiveness. They asked to be heard, saying that the main character, a first-year student, moved completely in the same way during the battle. He was equal to a second-rank mercenary, but the man did not want to listen to them, and stopped the flow of speech with a gesture of his hand. Moreover, he gathered his people not to look for the guilty. In truth, he should even reward them for surviving that duel. After all, among those kids there had to be one guy with black hair, dark eyes, and the face of an aristocrat. And so it was a guy with such an appearance who disarmed the mercenaries and caused them certain injuries. Crom said that the guy's name was Helmet, a former member of the foot mercenaries who had killed 5 of their men in the past, and the Blackhawks had been trying to track him down ever since. There isn't much intelligence coming out of Baden, but they had a spy who was in the perfect spot, and thanks to him they got this information. The leader knew it was best not to anger the beast in his own home, but if he still held a grudge and they were careless, the beast might one day bear its claws. The branch leader had no authority to make a decision regarding this situation, so his people will have to report to higher management, after which they will be given leave. After they left the office, the man understood that you never know when a wounded dog will come for you if you don't leave him alone. So he ordered Crom to kill the messengers after carrying out the order. Meanwhile, at the academy, after completing his punishment, the protagonist went to his room and tried to walk to his bed as quietly as possible without waking Arya. But the girl was still awake, and she didn't admit that she was worried about the main character, saying that no matter how quietly he walked, she heard his steps. The girl heard that during a sparring match, the main character beat his opponent so badly that they became fools. The protagonist did not deny this, and added that he had to write letters of apology, otherwise he would not even have been able to train. The girl noted that the guy got what he wanted, but it didn't make him happier. Helmet didn't answer, but he did ask Arya to forgive him for losing the textbooks she had bought him, so he didn't intend to ask her for help again in the future. But this statement made her incredibly angry. She even pulled back the curtain to see his face. She didn't understand whether the guy was brave or too naive, and it was stupid to be upset about the book. The girl didn't know that his textbook would be stolen when she said those words. Nothing can be done about it, so it doesn't count. It wasn't the protagonist's fault, and the situation could have been resolved in a trivial way. Just return the money for the books, that's all. Once again, Helmet realized that he was lucky to have a friend, and thanked Arya for his help and generosity. Once again, Helmet greatly embarrassed the girl. She hid behind the curtain and buried her face in the pillow. A new day dawned, and Helmet decided to go train again in his guardian's personal training room, but it was no use. The door wouldn't open. Well, he had the right key and it didn't break, so I wonder what happened here. At that moment, an old man approached him and informed him that the instructor's training room was being cleaned today, so the guy had to go to the general training room. He didn't quite like the idea, but he had no choice but to go there and see what would come of it. When he entered the common training hall, dozens of pairs of eyes from the fencing faculty students stared at him. A week had passed since that ill-fated duel, and classmates began talking to the main character, paying him compliments and telling him how they never liked Sabat. This was definitely not the equal relationship the instructor was talking about. There was something alarming and hypocritical about it. In fact, all these people behaved this way only because they saw Helmet as a real threat. One of those days, the protagonist's classmate told him that Instructor Eden was looking for him. As much as the main character wanted to stay in the training room and work out, he had to go to his guardian. The man sat at his desk and worked with documents. Eden was looking for the guy because they needed to have a serious talk, because he had received a message that during sparring there had been an accident with the direct participation of Helmet. The Age of Plaid did not deny this, since it was all pure truth. The boy understood that if he responded to Instructor Allen the same way as last time, he would be scolded again, so he needed to show that he had learned his lesson. So the boy asked his guardian for forgiveness. By and large, he thought it would be right to show who was stronger, but after the words of Instructor Allen, he realized that he was wrong and needed to be more careful. The man remained silent, realizing that he had not called the guy into his office to lecture him, but apparently he thought it was worth saying all this. It seemed to Eden that it was enough that the protagonist had thought about his actions, and that soon those who had bullied him and Asuka would be punished. This information came as a real surprise to the protagonist, as Instructor Allen had not told the boys anything. The aristocrats will most likely be expelled, As instructor, Alan received a confession from one of the participants in the bullying. The guardian noticed that his ward looked very surprised, as if he did not expect that he would not scold him. Nevertheless, the man wanted to say that fighting injustice is everyone's direct responsibility, but this must be done in moderation, assessing all the risks. If the guy truly realized the consequences of his actions, he will remember these words, feelings, and draw the right conclusion. Suddenly, memories came flooding back to the serious professor, and he admitted that he had done some stupid things as a teenager, but the main thing was to do them in such a way as to not get kicked out of the academy. The man asked the young man to invite his friends to stay at their mansion for the weekend. The young man thought that the conversation with his guardian had gone quite calmly and well. And when the boy was about to leave, the man stopped him, saying that he needed to prepare new textbooks for him, since the bad boys had burned the stolen books. Only Helmut didn't understand why there were two sets on the table. It was simple. Eden had prepared one for his protege and the second for his friend, who found himself in the same situation. It was all well and good. Only the main character did not want to hand over the books to Asuka. But looking at the guardian's face, he realized that the objection would not be accepted. Meanwhile, Shun and Asuka were waiting for the young man at a small table in the dining room. Helmut noticed more than once that wherever he went, he always met a magician, who considered this a compliment to his modest person. But the blue-haired guy noticed that the main character had two sets of textbooks in his hands. He doubted that Helmut would give him one of them. But he was mistaken, since the main character gave one of the sets to his comrade in misfortune. Meanwhile, Cian asked Helmut if he had time on the weekend, as the magician had some small business with the guy. So, the weekend came, and a noisy group of young people went to the Griffin pub, which was located on 3rd Street and was the best in the city. The magician brought them to this establishment to have a few drinks, relax, and celebrate the victory of justice. The only thing Cian was sad about was that Arya didn't go with them, although to be honest, he doubted that Helmut would agree to go either. The guy was a little sad, as he remembered Arya's words about how she wasn't going to go on vacation with them, since the noisy company of guys was giving her a headache all the time. Meanwhile, Cian decided to start a conversation by mentioning that the main character is considered the most popular guy in the fencing department, despite the fact that he does not communicate with other students. Asuka thought that their classmates were simply afraid of Helmut, so he was making eyes at him. Otherwise, they wouldn't pay any attention to him. At this moment, the main character decided to ask one of the questions that was most troubling him. If other people hate him so easily, then why do guys talk to him? This question disarmed the young people because the main character looked very cute when voicing it. After drinking, Cian launched into a confession, saying that from the first glance at Helmut, he felt that with him his life would become much more interesting and vibrant. But Asuka liked the fact that the main character wasn't a chatterbox. You could tell right away what he was capable of, although his arrogance could sometimes be quite difficult to bear. Meanwhile, the magician had already drunk so much that he fell face down on the table and did not react to what was happening around him. Asuka even thought it was quite cute that the guy got carried away after drinking a few mugs. Meanwhile, it was already dark outside, and it was time to return to the academy. But the magician was so drunk that he could not walk on his own. Then the logical question arose. Why drink so much? But the main character looked to the side and saw a familiar silhouette in a cloak, surrounded by a crowd of beautiful girls. Until this moment, Arya, as usual, spent her time in the library searching for the necessary information. But the girl couldn't find the book she needed, even though she remembered that it should have been somewhere here. Although perhaps she had forgotten it at home, which would have been extremely unpleasant. Since she reread this book over and over again, it would be logical to buy it at the Baden bookstore and not depend on the library's availability. She remembered very well that a few hours ago Helmut had invited her to go to the pub with them and chat a little. At the time she had refused, deciding that she would rather spend her time reading, but now she understood that she should have agreed. But as soon as she got dressed up and went out into the city, she immediately regretted making this decision. It happened as she expected. As soon as the fair sex noticed her, they surrounded her and began to chatter, offering to go to the store and buy a book. Arya didn't understand why the girls wanted to buy her anything. It would have been better if they had moved out of the way and let her pass, but no one was going to do that. It was a shame that all her words didn't reach the fair sex, but she couldn't even use magic in such a situation. At that moment, Arya suddenly noticed that Helmut was staring at her from the opposite end of the street. So, without thinking twice, she purposefully pushed her way through the crowd in the direction of her roommate. After which she turned to the crowd of girls and said that she was asking for forgiveness. But she had business with the main character that had been planned for this evening a long time ago. But Asuka decided to spoil such a beautiful cover, saying that when they invited Arya to go for a walk, he refused them. But the girls, seeing the mage standing next to the guys from the fencing department, were puzzled, and then began to shout loudly, asking why Arya should spend time with such narrow-minded individuals. Moreover, these swordsmen, especially Asuka, had a disgusting reputation that every girl in the academy and beyond knew about. He was very angry at such statements made towards him and his friends. So he asked the girls, while still politely, to leave in good health, while he could still control himself. The beauties didn't need to be told 3 times. They were happy not to get involved with such an ugly guy who didn't care one bit about their tender feelings. But Helmet was interested in how Arya ended up near the pub. Everything was simple, but she did not answer anything. The only thing she did not like was that her friends smelled of alcohol, so she asked them to stay away from her. Besides, in the situation with the fans, she didn't really need help. She was just angry that Helmet was watching her and wasn't going to do anything. The protagonist thought that he didn't need to save his roommate, since with her level of magical abilities there was no need for it. But the girls were curious about what happened to their green-haired friend, who was sitting with his back against the wall and not moving. But in one of the guy's pockets, Asuka found a bottle with some kind of green potion. It was an antidote. Students from the Faculty of Magic usually carry them with them. It just needed to be poured into Cian's mouth for him to wake up. As soon as this was done, a few minutes later the green-haired young man came to his senses and looked at his friends in bewilderment. He was glad to see Arya in front of him, who had refused to go to the pub with them, but was now standing here, which meant she was worried about them. While Asuka and Cian were sorting things out, Helmet quietly asked his roommate if she would join him on a visit to the Guardian's mansion. The protagonist understood that the girl didn't really like the company of noisy guys, so he offered only her to go with him, since Eden wanted to meet his friends. On the one hand, the girl was glad that the main character invited only her, but on the other hand, it seemed a little strange to her that he didn't invite others to go with them. Helmet understood that if he invited other guys, the girl would not go anywhere with him. And he owed her a lot and did not want to ruin the relationship. This caring attitude captivated Arya, so she agreed to accompany the protagonist on his journey home. At some point, the protagonist even thought that, although he still didn't understand relationships very well, the ice between him and Arya had broken. He thought so until the morning, when the girl got angry once again. It turned out that a team battle was planned, in which Arya and Helmet had to defeat Jian and Asuka by any means necessary. She had no intention of losing, and there were no weak points in her plan. If their team loses, despite following him, then Helmet is 100% to blame. The girl hoped that the guy would try and they would win. Before these events, Helmet returned to the room and saw that Arya was in the room and holding a book in her hands. The girl had to go back to take the necessary item. Now she could go to the library, and besides, she was interested in how Helmet's preparation for the midterm exams was going. This time the main character was not worried about the practical parts of the test, but not about the theory. It turned out that last time the guy had difficulty passing the written test at the entrance exams, since he didn't know the humanities very well. The girl wasn't surprised to learn that the main character's worst subjects were the history of the continent and understanding of magic. It was sad to admit, but there was nothing I could do about it. For an exchange student, choosing textbooks in the humanities is essentially a simple formality. However, the protagonist had to try to become better, but he did not understand why he needed to study humanities if he could become the best in the practical exam. It wasn't that simple. Until the 3rd year of study, the fencing department conducts an absolute assessment, which is not based on duels. Professors look at progress in fencing and award a rank. From 1st to 4th, receives 1st class, 5th to 11th receives 2nd class, and so on. But even if a student is good enough to get 150 points, he will be given exactly 100. So if a student does not get the highest rank, there will be 3 more people with the same score as him. And the humanities would divide students. Helmet now understood that everything was much more complicated than he would have liked. Arya wondered if Helmet could still be so arrogant after Asuka defeated him. At this point, the girl put forward her conditions under which she would help Helmet in the current situation. But as soon as she and Helmet entered the library, the young man immediately regretted that he had agreed to her conditions. There were too many students there, but Arya was not at all embarrassed and she called the main character to her table. But they didn't stay there long, after which they went to private reading rooms. Students on Dean's list can get permission to use them. At this moment, the main character realized that his roommate was getting too many different perks. She didn't pay much attention to this and decided to let the guy into her personal space, but only this time, so she asked him to prepare well for the exams. Only today she and Helmet were not destined to study in this private reading room. as Asuka and Cian had taken it over. Nevertheless, the green-haired boy smiled happily at the girl, as he was glad to see her. Besides, he had taken over this room for a reason. Aswa was the best in the fencing department, and Cian was second in the magic department, so they had every right to be in the room. Moreover, the green-haired boy plucked up his courage and asked Arya and Helmet to leave the room, as he and his friend needed to concentrate on preparing for the exam. At that moment, Helmet felt like there was something fishy going on here, since Cian always stuck to them. But now he was driving them away. Nevertheless, the girl had a brilliant idea. She suggested leaving Asuka and Helmet in this room so that they could continue preparing for the exams together, and she and Cian would find another room for themselves where they could study together. But when the guy started to refuse, Arya assumed that he was hiding something, since he had always dreamed of studying with her. It turns out that Asuka was worried about Helmet taking first place in the midterm exam, so Cian is now helping him with his studies. It turned out that the boys' results on the previous exam were almost identical. The blue-haired boy had only 1 point more, so now he was worried about his leadership. Helmet's results on that exam were partly due to Arya, who helped him a little at that time. Now the guy understood that Arya was on the main character's side, so in theory he could score more points than Asuka. Okay, that was all clear, but Arya didn't understand why Asuka chose Cian as his assistant, forgetting that her classmate was good at magical humanities. But since their secret was revealed, Cian offered Arya a bet on the victory of one of the swordsmen. The bet stipulated that the losers would go through 100 rounds on the court without using magic. At this moment, Asuka became tense, as he didn't understand whether they would be able to defeat the sweet couple or not. But when Helmet and Arya were left alone, the girl once again reminded her roommate that they had no right to lose. Now this concerns not only the main character's grades, but also her pride, so the conditions for preparing for the exam will be Spartan. Time passed quite quickly, and before the students could blink, the weather worsened and it started raining. But the rain wasn't a problem for the main character and Arya. Their main problem was that the guy was doing absolutely poorly in the humanities. The girl believed that if they put in maximum effort, the main character would make at least some progress. Apparently, she overestimated his abilities. The girl could give the protagonist some of the answers to the projective questions that simply needed to be remembered. But what did he do with those questions that required a detailed answer? For example, in one question he had to explain who light and dark magicians are and indicate the harm that dark magicians cause. The guy wrote down his thoughts in literally 2 sentences, so he didn't understand what Arya didn't like. The point is that he should have based his answer on information he read in the textbook, not on personal experience, which is hard to believe. When Cian looked at the protagonist's answers, he immediately realized that his friend had never written an essay before. And Asuka didn't understand why Helmet chose such a strange subject as understanding magic. The thing is that exchange students didn't have a huge choice of humanities subjects, so they had to study what they were told. The guys even suggested to their friend that they should skip school this semester, which enraged Arya, who was ready to kill them for what she heard. No matter how difficult it was, she would not allow her student to lose to Asuka, who had no respect for humanities at all. In addition, the main character must forget about training, since Arya will not let him out of this room until he learns how to write an essay and learns the necessary material. The following days passed at a frantic pace. Sometimes Helmet had no time to eat, so his friends brought him food, after which the boys put their textbooks aside and ate together, while cheerfully talking about various abstract topics. But after that, Cian and Asuka went to rest, and Helmet could only dream of rest. With a teacher like Arya, that's for sure. At some point, the main character realized that because of him, the girl had problems that she did not deserve. Since Helmet was so worried about her and didn't want her to run 100 laps around the stadium, the guy should study hard. At that moment, the thought occurred to the guy that Arya most likely had reasons for why she wanted to be first. Of course, there were reasons, but Arya, like all people on the planet, had secrets that she didn't want to talk about. The protagonist, like no one else, understood what it meant to keep a secret deep in your heart and make sure no one found out. Helmet knew that Arya was powerful and would one day become an archmage, and then he would learn of the seed of darkness within him, so they would have to end their relationship before that happened. He felt sad, but there was nothing he could do about it, so it was better to concentrate on his studies. But when she began explaining the confusing moment to the protagonist, she sat too close. And the moment their eyes met, an awkward, tremulous feeling arose, the nature of which they didn't yet understand. The charm of the moment didn't last long, though, as Arya scared him off with a flash of anger at the protagonist, who was looking at her as if enchanted. The girl realized that Helmet could not concentrate on her words, So she was ready for a short break. Youth and the first immature feelings, the nature of which is frightening, that is what worried Helmet now. But not only one was confused about his feelings, but also Arya, who was red as a lobster and hiding behind a book. To get his thoughts in order, the protagonist went to the training hall, where everyone already knew that Asuka and Helmet were fighting for first place in the faculty, and that Arya was also involved in this dispute. The protagonist acknowledged the dispute, but although the theory test was too difficult for him, the guy was not going to give up. Andro also really wanted Helmet to defeat Asuka, since his classmate had become insolent and allowed himself to do too much. Only the guy spoke so freely until he noticed that mad dog of their faculty was standing next to him. Asuka didn't plan on standing silently, though, and scared the guy to death, saying that he shouldn't blame him for his worthlessness. Although he didn't really care about Andro, it was more important to him to know whether Helmet was aware of the upcoming lesson. The main character didn't quite understand what was going on. It turned out that these would be sparring sessions with first-year students to boost their fighting spirit. Nothing interesting. Asuka was confident in his abilities and believed that he would not lose to the first years, no matter how outstanding they were. Only among them there was a girl whose powers were several orders of magnitude higher than those of the others. But she is not only strong but also very beautiful. Only Asuna hoped that he would not have to fight her, since he would not be able to finish her off like he does with the guys. Meanwhile, a fragile-looking girl sat in her room and looked at her sword. A new day dawned, and it was time for sparring with the first years. Helmet and the others waited for the inevitable. All these guys were in high spirits, and the second-year students stood and waited for the newcomers to arrive, remembering that a year ago they themselves were like that. Suddenly, Andro turned to the main character and pointed to the girl he had spoken about yesterday. She was indeed very beautiful, but if you looked at her more closely, you could find common features with Helmet, which was strange. The guys couldn't take their eyes off her, realizing that she was beautiful, and her aura spoke, whispered to everyone that she was from nobility. But it was impossible not to notice her resemblance to the main character, so her classmates looked at him in unison. Meanwhile, among the first years there were several representatives of the nobility who looked down on the commoner second years. The guys still didn't understand who they could run into if they continued to say nasty things, calling Asuka and Helmet bad names. Amidst their chatter, ridicule, and insulting assumptions, the boys didn't notice that Asuka's eye began to twitch from barely restrained rage. The gates to hell will definitely open today. The protagonist didn't envy Asuka's new victims, not realizing that this wouldn't solve the problems. This time, it was instructor Patricia who had the honor of overseeing the sparring. She was planning to challenge the students to a duel in pairs. Thus, first-year students should learn from second-year students, and second-year students should try to teach the younger ones. So, the first representative of the first year was Charlotte. At that moment, the protagonist thought about how appearance is determined at birth, so he had a couple of questions for her. But the girl was supposed to be paired with Asuka, who looked shocked. What his classmates feared most happened, because at this rate there would be no girls left in their department at all. Asuka desperately tried to convince the instructor that he was not suitable for this sparring, even though they were both top students. But the first years did not understand his intentions and emotional impulses, thinking that he was afraid of losing to a girl, not understanding what kind of person he was in general. There was nothing to be done. The instructor did not back down, and Asuka had to climb up onto the platform to the girl. Charlotte hoped that her opponent would not hold back his powers, which might be possible due to her being a girl. But playing a game of giveaway wasn't part of his plan from the start, so she better not cry when he hits her. Helmet was supposed to fight with some Jeffrey. After looking at the first year, Helmet realized that his opponent was at a decent level, so he shouldn't be underestimated. His aura could be compared to that of a second-year student, but only time will dot the I's and cross the T's. Meanwhile, Charlotte and Asuka were about to begin their match, and they took their starting positions. Before the start, the guy became curious why the girl entered the fencing department. She gave the standard reason that she wanted to become stronger more than anything. Besides, she had heard rumors about Asuka, so she wanted to remember this fight as her first strong opponent. The guy didn't have to be asked twice, so he decided to attack her first. So far, the girl managed to hold back the enemy's onslaught, but she was unable to attack under his pressure. To her credit, Charlotte held her own well, but the rumors couldn't convey the full force of Asuka's straight punch. But this was only the beginning. The guy wanted to see how long the girl could hold back his onslaught, so she better be on her guard. But from this moment on, she too will not be an easy opponent or a punching bag. Within a couple of minutes of the fight, the girl realized that the sword of the best second-year student was fast and unpredictable. None of his classmates could keep up with Asuka's speed and movements. His technique lived up to all the rumors. Yes, He didn't fight at full strength, but Charlotte managed to block his attacks, striking him with a high level of concentration. Judging by her movements, the girl spent a lot of time honing her basic skills. During the new attack, the guy thought about giving her the opportunity to counterattack and see what would happen next. Noticing a gap in the enemy's defense, the girl decided to take advantage of the moment, since there might not be another one. But she didn't really succeed, and Asuka tried to understand what had just happened. Whether she had decided to show that she didn't fall for tricks, or whether there was something else here. To test his thoughts, the guy attacked Charlotte again. It was becoming increasingly difficult for her to hold on, as she was already tired, but she did not give up. When they were close to each other and no one could hear them, the guy asked her if she really wanted to achieve a tie. She didn't answer, but the guy reminded her that there are two categories of people he doesn't like: arrogant people and those who have no respect. Because of fear, at the very beginning of the sparring, she decided that she had no chance of winning. But did she really forget that he was an ordinary commoner? Where did her pride go? Moreover, if she is not going to strive for victory, then she should not take up the sword. There are plenty of people willing to do so without her. Helmet didn't understand why his friend told the whole truth to the girl, and did it during the fight. But his words brought Charlotte to her senses, because she wanted to learn something despite her status as a rival. So a duel with Asuka was a good idea. She was ready to continue the fight and asked her opponent to do her that small favor again. Asuka noticed that her stance had changed, but it wouldn't have much of an effect anyway, but he nevertheless rushed into the attack. But imagine his surprise when the girl almost hit him with her sword, and only thanks to his reflexes did he avoid the blow. Now their dance with swords was brighter, hotter, more beautiful. No one could take their eyes off it. No one could interrupt their tango. But Asuka decided that it was time. Time to finish what he started, and attacked the girl from the air. He literally pinned her to the floor of the platform with his body, not giving her the opportunity to move. The victory, as he had planned earlier, over the first-year beauty was his. Overall, he liked the fight, but it wasn't Charlotte's fault that she lost. She was just unlucky that he was her opponent. However, he was pleasantly surprised that the girl was able to almost match his pace after changing her stance. If she got used to it a little, the outcome of the fight would be different. It was educational, but Asuka was heavy and continued to sit on her. Only after her words did the guy realize what he was doing, so he apologized and hurried to get up. Charlotte wasn't particularly worried about it, but she understood one thing. Asuka is a good person, not like everyone says. While Asuka was shouting at the other guys, Charlotte accidentally turned her gaze to the second years and saw Helmet. She pretended that there was nothing special in their glances. Meanwhile, Jeffrey and Helmet had to go and fight. Right at the platform, the girl ran into a classmate who considered her loss a disgrace for the entire first year. But it didn't matter to her whether she was a commoner or an aristocrat, since talent can't be bought with a title. Not long ago, Adro asked the main character about what is more important in fencing, strength or technique. At that moment, the guy thought and said that he couldn't say for sure, but strength comes first, and various techniques were created to increase this very strength. Adro understood perfectly well that Helmet was not tormented by doubts, because he had the highest strength indicators among all the second years and the best techniques. But what would a guy do if his opponent was stronger than him? Today, he was about to find out, since his opponent was several times taller than Helmet, broader in the shoulders, and definitely possessing greater physical strength. The first year looked at the main character with disdain, because you wouldn't say he could beat you half to death, and in general, the previous fighter was much more impressive than this one. Meanwhile, Instructor Patricia asked the protagonist not to cross the line this time. But Asuka found it strange to hear such words addressed to someone other than him, since he had been the fencing faculty's biggest problem up until that point. Meanwhile, the guys could already begin their duel, and Jeffrey Helmet was the first to attack. At some point, the protagonist realized that he would be immediately defeated if he did not change his stance. By doing so, he was able to dodge the enemy's first blow. Jeffrey was surprised that the boy quickly realized that if he had blocked the attack as usual, his sword would have broken into pieces. Meanwhile, the main character realized that his opponent only had strength but no technique. Moreover, the guy was extremely unlucky, since Helmet often fought against opponents who had nothing but fighting power, so now he is sick of this. Therefore, their entire sparring was built on the fact that Jeffrey attacked and the main character dodged, and nothing more. At some point, the first-year student got angry. He wanted the second-year student to attack him and stop rushing around the arena from side to side. But Helmet wasn't going to do as he was told, and no matter how hard his opponent hit, it was no use if he kept missing. And since the guy promised his guardian not to cause any more problems, Why not finish the fight instead of waiting until the enemy's endurance is over? Everyone was interested in what was happening on the platform right now. Why Helmet was looking down on all the first years, including Asuka. Jeffrey paused. He figured out the main character's plan, noting that he did not expect anything more outstanding from a commoner. He then went on to reflect on the enormous gap in experience between them that Jekyllmut would never be able to bridge, that a stronghold is built from birth and supplemented by an excellent education, and that a commoner who cannot afford a sword simply cannot rise to the top. Helmet understood that this was a rather obvious and predictable provocation, which he didn't even want to pretend to fall for. But Jeffrey didn't stop there and brought up the topic of teachers, saying that Helmet's mentor was obviously of the lowest level. At this point, Instructor Patricia reprimanded Jeffrey and asked Helmet not to think about anything and to focus on the duel, because if his sword was controlled by emotions, then one day everything would end badly. The only problem was that the first-year student had touched on a very sensitive topic, had stepped onto the most shaky ice, and now had to reap the consequences. Now it was time to start beating up the babies so that they would learn a lesson. The second-year student's speed was off the charts. The first blow was delivered to a specific point on the opponent's left leg. The main character delivered the same pinpoint blow to his opponent at the symmetrical point of his right leg. Jeffrey didn't understand anything and thought that the guy had hit him too weakly, since he had no visible injuries. But a second later, he fell to his knees, not understanding what was happening to his body at all. The fact is that no matter how resilient a person's body is, there are always points that cannot withstand even one blow. In addition, the main character filled in every word of his opponent, so he asked him to fill in that today he will lose to a commoner. Then, with one skillful move, the main character knocked the first-year student face down on the floor. This wasn't enough for him, so he disarmed his opponent without much effort. Overall, as an exchange student, he had almost nothing to teach the aristocrat, but he hoped that he would work on himself instead of insulting other people's teachers. But Instructor Patricia tensed up. She understood that something very bad was about to happen, so she asked to stop since the outcome of the sparring had long been clear to everyone. It was in vain that Helmet tried. He had his own plans for this, so he hit his opponent on the shoulder, after which he fell to the ground, unconscious, and the protagonist was declared the winner. That day, the second-year students won all the duels with the first-year students, which made them realize the difference between them and the older students. After all these events, Helmet decided to approach Charlotte, although he didn't know how to start the conversation. He looked at her silently for a long time, so the girl became embarrassed and decided to say hello first. He was tormented by doubts, wondering whether he should ask her the question head-on or approach it from a different angle. More than anything else, he was interested in finding out who the woman whose name was engraved on his medallion really was. That's why I wanted to find out everything right here and now. But direct questions might not lead to anything good, but on the contrary, complicate the situation. The guy was also worried that the girl might realize that there was a seed of darkness inside him. Then any person, especially if it was an aristocrat, would hand him over to the temple, and the temple would either kill him or send him back to the forest. Meanwhile, Charlotte was also worried, because this second year was practically playing with Jeffrey during the duel, and she was worried that she had somehow angered him. That's why I decided to start the conversation first to clarify the situation. At that moment, Helmet realized that he couldn't ask the girl the question that was bothering him, so he said that he really enjoyed her duel. Since this was the case, Charlotte decided to invite the main character to have a sparring session together someday. But since the main character remained silent for a long time, she began to worry and talk. But Helmet eventually agreed. In that case, she will look forward to the opportunity to train with him and test herself. At that moment, Asuka approached them and noticed that the guys and the girl were chatting pleasantly about something. He simply misinterpreted their conversation, assuming that Helmet enjoyed talking to a beautiful girl, although this was not entirely true. Moreover, his friend's assumptions were so absurd that Helmet began to ignore him. A new day had arrived, which meant it was time to continue preparing for the theoretical exams, which is what the main character was doing. But when he looked at his current tutor, he realized that something was clearly wrong today. It had been years since his instincts had been on edge. The last time he had felt something like this was in the root forest. Now the situation was repeating itself. He felt the danger coming from area. To avoid making the situation worse, the protagonist decided to ask what happened to the girl. He wasn't mistaken. She was in a foul mood. She even slammed the book shut with a certain anger. But she decided to ask the guy a question. Not long ago, she heard a rumor that a girl from her first year asked the main character out on a date. Is this true? The main character even choked in surprise, which led the girl to conclude that the rumors were true. Only nothing like that happened then, but Arya no longer listened to him, saying that rumors had spread throughout the academy, and besides, they said that the girl was very beautiful. Helmet correctly concluded that his roommate was angry about this very thing and nothing else, although she denied it all. But there was no date, and there won't be one. Charlotte just wanted to have a sparring session with the main character next time, so they chatted a little afterward. And it was the pure truth, because Helmet would never lie to his roommate. It was good. Besides, Arya constantly thought that Helmet was not only her roommate, but also the closest person to her, whom she trusted. Moreover, she asked the protagonist to never believe the words of girls who start a conversation first, because there is a high probability that each of them is trying to get closer to her through Helmet. This statement greatly shocked the protagonist, as he did not think that such a thing could happen. Only their Arya was 100% sure of her words, because some of the girls who stalked her were quite smart. They even dressed up as guys to get into the dorm. This means that among them there are smart liars who can deceive the main character with their excellent acting. After hearing such a fiery speech, the protagonist concluded that he should stay away from Charlotte so as not to anger Arya. Yes, there was no reason for the roommate to beat around the bush. She could simply say that Charlotte was suspicious and the girl did not want him to let her get too close. There was nothing shameful or bad about that. During the exam preparation, Arya was a very strict teacher and scrupulously checked every answer given by the main character to the tasks. At some point, after reading the statements, she came to the conclusion that the answers were not as stupid as they had been before. Helmet, Asuka, and Cian were as happy as first graders at such praise, because after all, they had put in a lot of effort for this. The blue-haired guy patted his friend on the shoulder. After all, he still couldn't believe that Helmet had managed to go through all that hellish training as the best student in the magic faculty. Meanwhile, the roommate did not calm down. She said that the guy's answers were not perfect, so he should not relax, and not forget that his goal is to become the best in the class. Meanwhile, Cian took the floor, praising everyone for their hard work in preparing for the midterms, and announced that he had prepared something special for them. The guy thought that studying on an empty stomach was wrong, so he put in a lot of effort and found a great place that made absolutely delicious waffles and invited his friends to go there. There are hot, freshly baked waffles with sweet strawberry cream on them. This bribed Arya and Asuka, who thought that nothing bad would happen if they went to such an establishment with Cian once. But the main character didn't particularly like the idea of going to the center of the capital in the middle of the night. Thus, they found themselves in such a delicate situation because when they arrived at the establishment, it was already closed, and the friendly company kissed the lock. Moreover, Shin even burst into tears, since the next time he had to go to the establishment alone, and he wanted to share this moment with his friends. Glad that the situation turned out this way, Arya suggested the guys go to another cafe, since this one was closed. This didn't seem like such a bad idea, so the guy suggested going to a place that made good toast. Arya was already ready to go anywhere, if only Cian wouldn't stand in the middle of the street and stop them with his sobs. Thus, they came to an establishment that was much more crowded, and the prices for sandwiches, which Asuka considered ordinary, were unusually high. The problem was that the guy's family only gave him money for tuition fees and not for going to restaurants, cafes, and so on. This was understandable, but then another question arose. Asuka had been the best student in the class up until that point, so he should have received at least some kind of scholarship. But the guy didn't answer this question. But Arya noticed that there were indeed a lot of people in this establishment. But at the same time, it was very clean. Although this shouldn't have been surprising, since the establishment was designed for aristocrats. Helmet and Asuka found Arya's behavior strange, but the girl said that, as a mage, she had to pay attention to even specks of dust, so they couldn't interfere with experiments. And over time, this became a habit and was applied everywhere. Meanwhile, the waiter brought the company their order. But suddenly a huge burger was placed in front of the guys, stating that it was intended for the faculty of swordsmen. It turned out that the main character made this order when he read that it was something special, intended specifically for swordsmen. But he did not expect that this sandwich would be such a huge size. And everything would have been fine, but at that moment a group of first-year students approached the cheerful company. The company consisted of Charlotte and Jeffrey, who were happy to see Helmet and Asuka. At least the girl was happy. It turned out that the girl also wanted to eat a special toast for the swordsman's faculty, and was pleasantly surprised that Helmet also ordered a similar dish. Jeffrey kept the girl company because he wanted to argue with her, which provoked Asuka's anger, who believed that it was wrong for such a big guy to push around such a fragile girl. But the blue-haired guy made Charlotte angry because she felt like he was looking down on her because she was a girl. But since she was the top student in her year, she had to eat as much as she trained. Meanwhile, while this little argument was going on, Shin was already preparing to cut himself a piece of the burger. After all, it looked very appetizing. But it wasn't that one. Helmet noticed his advances and hit his friend on the arm. Meanwhile, she suggested that the girls eat together, since they were all gathered in the same place at the same time. Meanwhile, Arya began to get jealous and decided to approach the girl, asking if she knew her. A new day had dawned, and Charlotte and Helmet were sparring under the supervision of several instructors. If she thought Asuka was difficult, she was wrong. Helmet's movements were even more difficult to predict. However, she gave it her all, so she managed to dodge the enemy's attacks. She even managed to counterattack, but the guy managed to anticipate this and knock the sword out of her hands. Charlotte did not deny her loss, and besides, her bruised wrist was hurting. At this point, their sparring ended, and the professors were about to give them grades for the fight, which they would announce a little later. And already in the evening, Charlotte, Jeffrey, and Helmet with the guys met in a cafe, where Arya pestered the girl with strange questions. It would be strange if Charlotte didn't know the best student of the Faculty of Magic, who is the talk of the whole academy. The girl blushed deeply, not understanding what was wrong with her, but Arya was pleased, since this demonstration was exclusively for Helmet. Meanwhile, Sion and Asuka realized that as long as they communicated with Arya, neither of them would get a girlfriend or experience the joys of meeting under the moon. But Helmet, from Charlotte's reaction, realized that Arya was perhaps right in her fears. Besides, apart from their similar appearance, he and the girl had no common ground, so it would be best to stay away from her. And in general, now it was more important for him to become stronger, and not to find relatives who didn't need him. During the day, Helmet found Asuka in the study room, lost in strange thoughts. He became curious about what would happen if his friend was not expelled from the academy in the new semester. But the guy didn't answer the question. He was more interested in how his friend's duel with Charlotte went, and whether it was difficult for him to defeat her. There was nothing complicated. The sparring ended quickly. Helmet was simply stopped by the instructor for a conversation. Asuka's duel itself was quick and easy, but the protagonist must think about something else, the theoretical exam, and prepare harder if he doesn't want to see Arya's dark side. The girl who appeared out of nowhere and greatly frightened Asuka completely agreed with the guy on this issue. Since the main character's final exam was supposed to be on understanding magic, the girl was going to review the entire textbook material with him for the last time. The girl had already completed all her tests, and the only thing the guy could do to help her was to pass her tests with flying colors. The protagonist began to take out his textbooks, although he didn't understand why Arya didn't want to run 100 laps around the field. It wasn't just about running, but also about the fact that the girl didn't like losing and hated new, unexpected variables that prevented her from having control over her own life. That's why Arya loved to bring everything she did to perfection, and Helmet's loss would be her loss, and she didn't want that. After seeing Asuna off, Arya and Helmet continued their studies. The boy really tried, and his answers became less disgusting. The day of the final theoretical exam arrived, and the students had 2 hours to complete it. Everything was going well until the protagonist read a question about dark power and realized that he needed to write a detailed answer. The exam ended, and Helmet came to the library where Arya was waiting for him. She was interested in how the exam ended. The protagonist believed that he had done a good job of completing the task, since the magician had foreseen almost all the questions on the test. However, there was one rather strange question that was quite difficult to answer. Arya wanted to know what that question was. The protagonist repeated word for word what was written in the test task, since he never complained about his memory. It's not that the girl was surprised, since this teacher asks questions like this from time to time, and no one will take off points if the guy answers it thoughtfully. Helmet wrote that he would accept the dark force and find a way to use it in order to continue living. This answer greatly surprised the roommate, although on the other hand, something similar could have been expected from the guy. She admitted that it was a good answer. At least Mr. Ruxin wouldn't think badly of it, which was already a plus. But Helmet was interested in what Arya would write if she were in his place. If I didn't want to give a standard answer, I would say that I would look for a solution to the problem in the temple, since the dark forces are the jurisdiction of the church, and it is difficult for aristocrats to answer differently. But if she were asked about her personal opinion, she would answer the same way as the main character, even if she would turn the saints against herself. Besides, if you think about it, the church ministers are merciless towards darkness, and if someone came to them for help, they would only receive the death penalty. Therefore, in the current situation, it is best to try to find a solution yourself and not rely on the help of saints. Therefore, the girl believed that her protege had tried very hard, and if everything went according to plan, the main character would be the best in his class. But she asked him not to say anything like that outside the academy, since at the academy, learning new things is above religion. But in the outside world, there is no such thing, and the guy could get into trouble for such a point of view. Helmut himself understood this perfectly well, perhaps even better than Arya, because he had a secret that was better left undisclosed in the church. All the midterm exams were over, grades had been posted, and the list of students with all the results was posted, so everyone was crowded together and now looking for their names in the rankings. This practice of posting results in the square was done to fuel the desire to compete with each other, and most importantly, between commoners and aristocrats who valued their reputation. Helmut also approached the list of results, but first he wanted to know how Arya was doing. She was doing great. She was in first place. He could breathe a sigh of relief. The protagonist understood that Cian studied harder than anyone else, but this was not the first time this had happened, and his friend was probably used to it and calm. But this was completely wrong. Shin turned pale and was ready to faint. He didn't understand why he lost to Arya this time, and he wanted to know how the girl managed to become first again. After all, they had just started going through spiritual understanding, so the guy thought he had a chance to get ahead of the girl by at least 1 point, even though he was a little inattentive. The thing was that 3 months was enough to fully study one subject at the academy, which is what Arya was doing. But the green-haired guy believed that the outcome was not yet decided. He was sure that it would be a draw. Only this time he was wrong, as Helmut came first in the second year of fencing class. Seeing the result of her protege, Arya was proud of him and congratulated him with all her heart on his victory, knowing what a long path he had come. Meanwhile, Asuka approached them and noticed that the difference between him and Helmut was only 1 point, since both had done the practical part equally well. It was surprising that the guy wasn't angry, but on the other hand, even though he lost, it wasn't the end yet. The second semester was ahead. Besides, it was better to lose to the main character than to give first place to some upstart. But next time this wouldn't happen, so Helmut had to prepare to lose in the second semester. Meanwhile, Sion was almost crying. He thought that Asuka lost on purpose because he wanted his poor little Gaga to be punished. After which the guy began to ask Helmut and Arya for forgiveness and mercy, since 100 laps were too much for him, and he would simply die while running. But the main character knew perfectly well that 100 circles would not be enough to kill a person. But the mage thought differently, and Arya should have understood him better than anyone else, since she was also a mage, and she also had problems with endurance. True, she wasn't going to compromise because there was a huge gap between their scores. Shin himself was worried about his belly starting to stick out after the night's twists, but now he has such a great opportunity to burn off extra calories. With nothing else to do, Shin had to walk in circles around the stadium under the bright, silent moon. After the exams were over, the students continued to train, and during one of the training sessions they began to discuss the fact that they had a practical assignment in the forest waiting for them the following week. But Helmut and company had forgotten all about it, and so they looked at the speaker with surprise. It turned out that, for example, Ardo had never gone into the forest on his own, as had many others. Everything is fine. The main thing is to find a place where you can go to the toilet, and also not step in the waste of others. In general, be careful with this matter. Therefore, on a hike, everyone should have a shovel with them, and if they want to avoid being eaten by mosquitoes, it is better to sit in the tent and under no circumstances go out into the light of day. It turned out that Asuka had once tried to live in a tent on the way back from Baden, but to be honest, he had never tried to survive in the mountains, so now this whole situation was a little stressful for him. Helmut assured him that there was nothing to worry about. Mosquitoes could be driven away with incense, and as for the waste, it was always easy to spot and not step on. Asuka didn't want to develop the topic of the toilet. Besides, he was worried about something else, supplies, so he suggested that Helmut go to the store on the weekend and buy everything necessary. It was a good idea that couldn't be rejected, so the protagonist agreed without any problems. So, the weekend came, and the main character and his friends came to a specialty store. Asuka was confused, since he had no idea what he needed to buy for a comfortable life in the forest. At that moment, they turned their heads and saw Sin next to them, who always walked next to them like the shadow of Hamlet's father. Helmut looked at Cian and understood perfectly well that he was in an excellent mood, and his physical condition had returned to normal. Only that day, instead of the green-haired magician, a dark spirit disguised as a human was running around. But the main character pretended that he didn't notice anything then, and didn't comment now. Meanwhile, Asuka was ready to start purchasing the necessary materials. The store sold scented candles that repel mosquitoes, but if you buy them, You need to choose one that isn't too smelly. On the hike, the boys will need a lamp. The hills are dark in the evening, but if the lamp is too bright, it will attract predators. So you need to choose one that is enough to light the way. At that moment, Asuka realized that his friend was more meticulous than he expected, but it was better than enduring any kind of inconvenience. And to prevent a fire in the tent or in the camp, Cian brought the guys a scroll for extinguishing fire. Only at some point the guys got carried away. They began to pay attention to the fires and dream of a barbecue during camping with instructors. The protagonist couldn't understand when buying the necessary supplies turned into a shopping trip before a picnic. However, he decided to leave the boys for a while, as he needed to go and buy some gloves. The young man could not enjoy camping outside of Baden, as he had not yet been there. It wasn't that he thought they would be attacked by any of the Blackhawks with the teachers and other students around, but he couldn't relax and let things slide. Yes, being constantly ready for an attack was quite tiring, but as soon as he became even stronger, he would immediately settle all the issues. Suddenly, as he was passing by the shop windows, he saw a vendor selling cotton candy that looked like bright pink clouds of air. At that very moment, a beautiful blonde bought a portion of cotton candy and approached Helmut, telling him how the man made this sweet. The girl knew who was standing in front of her, but the main character had no idea who she was or what she wanted from him, even though they attended the same class. It turned out that the girl's name was Teresa, and she showed serious interest in the young man and wanted to talk to him for at least a couple of minutes. But Helmut remembered all of Aria's instructions and decided to run away from the stranger. The girl realized that the fair sex was clinging to the main character in order to get close to his roommate, but there was no need to worry about her, since the mage was of no interest to her at all, while the swordsman was very much so. At the moment when she wanted to grab Helmut by the sleeve of his cloak, Aria appeared between them and pushed the girl's hand away. The roommate was very interested in what Helmut was doing here, because he should be in another store now. The best students of the second and third years of study clearly did not get along and were competing, so now they were throwing barbs at each other. Only then did Aria decide to turn on her charm and ask Teresa if the girl really had any business with her. Teresa, like all representatives of the fair sex, fell under the influence of Aria's unearthly beauty, so she did not immediately find an answer. If so, Aria decided that she could take Helmut and run away from her competitor. The girl pulled the young man through the crowd, not understanding why he did not listen to her advice, and continued talking to Teresa. To be honest, the guy tried to brush it off, but if he had simply ignored the girl, it would have been too rude because she was a whole year older than them. Their conversation about Teresa wasn't the most pleasant, so Aria asked where the guy had taken Cian and Asuka, since the main character didn't go to such places alone. Therefore, the girl was sure that these two were somewhere nearby, and since they were all here, it was worth it for them to stick together. And when they came to the store where the guys were supposed to buy everything they needed for the picnic, they saw a strange picture in front of them. They had bought so much different junk that they would never need in their lives. They spent the whole day and evening pleasantly busy and returned to the academy in high spirits, because now they had everything they needed for camping. As the boys walked forward, chatting cheerfully, Helmut felt a chill run down his spine, and a red light went on in his head, signaling danger. At that moment, he still did not understand who was pursuing him and whether he was being pursued at all. Because when he returned, he did not see the man who appeared only after several long moments. In Baden, in the Blackhawks' lair, Anton met a high-ranking guest. Mazchina had a rough idea of where the guest was supposed to appear, but he couldn't even spot the moment of his appearance, which took everyone in the room by surprise. When the man materialized, he asked Anton not to stop and to continue to update him on the situation, because it was not for nothing that he was torn away from other matters and sent here. Anton was even afraid to raise his head, realizing that in front of him was one of the strongest representatives of their organization. And with this man, or no longer a man, it was better not to joke and do what he said. As the report stated, they could not get rid of one young man. However, they managed to gather some information that Fascio could personally become acquainted with. It was gratifying that they had at least managed to do that, so the mercenary began to carefully study the documents, trying to find at least something interesting in them. But nothing really interesting was found. It was known that the guy was a foot mercenary. He had a second rank. He also had 2 murders to his credit, and now he was studying at the academy. But with such skills, the guy has no reason to study at the academy, so one can conclude that he is simply hiding there, and besides, he is patronized by the Baden aristocrat, Eden Kudrow. It would be interesting to hear something about the guy's past as a mercenary. Only the Hawks were unable to find any information about that period of Helmut's life, They only know that he joined the vanguard while on a mission. It was not known where the guy came from, where he studied before, what his social status was, but it was known that he was a student with the second rank of a mercenary. To be honest, in all his years of service, Fascio had never seen a more suspicious young man than this one. On the one hand, one could assume that the Blackhawks had crossed the path of someone who should not be crossed, but on the other hand, they never took on two easy targets because the dead do not speak, and if their bodies disappear, then they never existed. Therefore, the man promised himself to eliminate the main character, who dared to desecrate their organization by any means necessary. Meanwhile, morning had arrived, and the academy students began to gather in the courtyard. They were soon to set out on a campaign. Meanwhile, Instructor Allen confiscated alcoholic drinks from the most careless and most cunning students. After all, they weren't going for a walk. Nevertheless, he was ready to drink a bottle of this wine together with other instructors. And the students had to understand that they were not going on a picnic because each of them had been warned in advance that if the instructors found suspicious drinks, food, or other items, they would take them away and not return them. At that moment, Asuka appeared on the street carrying a huge backpack with essentials on his back, but it looked as if he was going to rest, not train in the fresh air. But that wouldn't do, so Instructor Alan ordered the young man to take only the important things, as the horse would slow down considerably if he had to carry all that junk on its poor back. Monday morning was filled with warm rays of bright sunshine, and the camping lesson outside the academy had begun. The protagonist understood that it had been quite a while since he had left the city, and students often wanted to go to the center. But outside the walls of the academy, the air was completely different, so forgotten, distant, and familiar. Meanwhile, Asuka, who was riding next to the main character, noticed that his horse was significantly better than the other students, which was probably due to the help of the aristocrat. But the main character thought that his horse was just a horse. He didn't see the difference between his animal and his friend's animal. Moreover, Helmut forgot that the animal needed to be given a name, and so he rode on the poor nameless horse. This was wrong, since the swordsman and his horse stay together for life, so most people give names to their animals. The same should be done by the protagonist. There was no need to come up with something pretentious. The name had to be simple, the first thing that came to mind. But the first thing that came to the main character's mind when he looked at his horse's mane was his friend's name. So, the students had been on the road for quite a long time, and it was already late evening. They dismounted from their horses as they had arrived at the place where they would now set up camp. It was the first time in his life that Asuka had ridden a horse for so long, so now his whole body ached, and he basically didn't feel like doing anything. Meanwhile, the main character tried to organize his thoughts. He knew that on the first day they would rest and grill kebabs. On the second day, a hunt was planned, and on the third day, some kind of group mission awaited them. The good news was that he didn't feel anything strange while he was driving here with the rest of the guys. The third day would be the best time to attack him, so you'll need to stay on guard at least until then. Then you can relax. Suddenly, Helmut was pulled out of his thoughts by Asuka, who did not understand where the main character's horse had gone. But Helmut himself didn't understand where his horse had gone and why he only had a leash in his hands. Only after a few seconds did the boy realize that the leash had been carefully cut off with a sharp object, possibly a knife or a sword. The main character could not understand how this happened because he was always on guard, always felt his horse, and did not notice anyone or anything approaching him. At that moment, he was again pulled out of his thoughts by a friend who pointed towards the forest, as he noticed the silhouette of Helmut's horse among the bushes. The problem was that the main character's sword was tied to the back of a horse, so he asked a friend to borrow it for a minute. Although Asuka didn't understand why Helmut needed the sword, he still gave it to him, and the main character headed towards his horse, making his way through the green bushes. A few minutes later, the guy was already standing next to his horse, but he didn't see or feel anyone around him, and that was another problem. But his sixth sense screamed about danger, so he looked at his feet, feeling an unpleasant chill run down his legs. And bingo! There was a trap hidden in the grass. It was so well hidden that it was impossible to notice with the naked eye. Besides, such objects were prohibited in hunting grounds. The guy wasn't stupid, so he immediately realized that this was not a coincidence, it was a warning. The Blackhawks silently made it clear to the protagonist that they had declared a hunt for him. But this was already curious. Besides, the guy understood that since this was his reality and inevitability, it was worth enjoying the process. Leaving the trap in place, the main character approached his horse and looked at it, deciding that it would probably be logical to name it White, but the animal did not react to this name. The guy came even closer to the animal. He understood that he would destroy anyone who stood in his way, Anyone who would threaten his friends they wanted to play, he would play with them. The main thing is that the opponents are worthy, and not just some ferdy. After some time, Instructor Allen gathered everyone in a clearing near the fire. Before preparing for dinner, he was going to announce the leaders of each squad. From now until the last day of camp, all tasks will be completed in groups. Students are required to avoid unnecessary contact with others. Team leaders will also be provided with a communication bubble to connect with the main instructors. One such communication ball was received by Helmet as the leader of one of the teams. At that very moment, Asuka approached the main character and brought with him several other guys who would be part of their team. Helmet should get to know them. One of the guys who would join Asuka and Helmet was Enro, who believed that fate itself had brought them all together. The main character didn't really remember the rest of the guys, including the red-haired, bright-eyed boy named James, even though they had already met several times before that moment. Next, the team leader had to introduce himself, although the guy really didn't want to do this, since everyone already knew him. His behavior no longer surprised many, although now he was in a leadership position. So he asked the guys to start preparing dinner while he went to the instructor and told him some important news. It turned out that while he was going after the horse, he discovered a trap in the grass. Now, Asuka understood why his friend had a strange expression on his face when he came out of the forest with his horse, and now Asuka wanted to look at the trap with his friend. The rest of the boys were angry with the best students in their class, because they went off in an unknown direction and left the preparation of dinner to them. When Helmet, Asuka, and Instructor Patricia came to the place where the trap had been earlier, they did not find it in the grass. It seemed to have evaporated. The main character was sure that the object was lying exactly in this place, because when he approached the horse, he almost stepped on it. If he had stepped on it, he would have lost his leg. The problem was that without evidence, the instructor couldn't figure it out. As a precaution, she would tell them all about the traps so they would be more careful. Helmet looked at the crushed grass and realized that the bandits had demonstratively destroyed the evidence before he brought the instructor to show the guy that they were watching him closely. He had understood one simple truth long ago when he lived in the root forest and learned to hunt from Elga. You need to gain an advantage over a target that is stronger than you. Moreover, humans have the tenacity and remarkable endurance to slowly subdue their target until it collapses from exhaustion. The protagonist understood that his opponent was quite cautious, but he didn't know him well and would therefore make mistakes. Moreover, if anyone was afraid of this area, Helmet felt at home. And while he was here, he had nothing to fear. After some time, Helmet and Asuka returned to the camp. Their classmates had already started preparing dinner, and the meat was already ready first. Only the coals that lay on the plate could hardly be called pieces of fried meat. It was impossible to eat the food prepared by the guys, so Asuka took matters into his own hands and prepared incredibly beautiful steaks. Not only was the meat incredible to look at, but the taste was incredible too. And if it weren't for the second best student in the class, they would have been eating coals and snacking on grass leaves. And suddenly one of the students pulled out a bottle of wine from nowhere. Apparently the evening was no longer languid. Everyone, as one, looked at the bottle of alcohol, mesmerized, not understanding how their classmate managed to drag it here. They were all, to put it mildly, searched for similar items. It was about a magic robe with a storage spell. Even the trainers don't know about it. Patricia would be making her rounds very soon, so they were planning to have a drink a little later. Meanwhile, the instructor had already taken a dozen bottles of alcohol and was slowly approaching the last group of students. The guys tried their best to deceive the girl, saying that they had nothing and never had anything, and that in general they were good and could be trusted. Helmet did not reveal his comrades' secrets, so he confirmed that they really did not have any alcohol. This time, the instructor decided to believe them, but warned that the leader was responsible for the mistakes of all team members. At this point, the instructor left. The boys were happy that their cunning plan had been successful, and now they could take out the bottle and try its contents. Within a few minutes, the glasses were filled with a wonderful elixir of good mood. But the taste of this elixir was not so pleasant, so James's face was distorted by the overwhelming sensations. Helmet looked the worst, so Andrew thought that it was the drink that was the problem, and their leader didn't like the taste. But it wasn't a matter of taste. Asuka assumed that his friend was still worried about the trap that had been there, and then disappeared. The students assumed that the trap had been secretly set by hunters who were poaching, so there was no particular reason to worry. At this point, the alcohol had already gotten to many of their heads and loosened their tongues, so the guys were curious about where Helmet learned to fight so skillfully. The guy said that he lived in the forest for a long time, where a mentor took him under his wing and taught him what he knows. This was interesting information, and many of my classmates wanted to study with the same master as Helmet. But this was impossible, since his mentor had recently left this world, and the boys were glad to meet him. There was an awkward pause at the table, and many began to ask Helmet's forgiveness for carelessly thrown-out phrases. We were feeling a little sad, and it was time to fill our glasses with wine again and raise the spirits. At this moment, the protagonist realized that alcohol brings people together. This is a good lesson, and he will use it often in the future. After a while, it became pitch dark. The guys got so drunk that they fell asleep where they were sitting, not bothering to put away the bottles, and Helmet decided to take a little walk. Having already moved a decent distance away from the guys, the main character neutralized the effects of alcohol in his blood. The guy had to be on guard all the time since he was being hunted, so he moved away from his comrades. He was wondering whether the enemies would attack him now or not. He had been standing for some time in the middle of a beautiful small clearing. The wind tousled his long, silky hair. There was deathly silence around, but this silence was too deceptive. A predator was lurking in it, which needed to be provoked into an attack. But while no one was in a hurry to attack the main character, he still discovered an interesting little house. I wonder who lives in it. Most likely a forester, but I had to check. A few minutes later, the door was opened by an old man who, at first glance, looked absolutely harmless. He immediately recognized the main character as an academy student, but he didn't expect the guy to have a small question or request for him. It turned out that the guy had recently stumbled upon a hunting trap, so he was worried that someone else might get caught and hurt. So he wondered if it was possible to increase patrols in the area to avoid a similar situation. The old man thought the protagonist had gotten something wrong, since setting traps in hunting grounds was illegal, so no one wanted to pay the large fines. But the main character was from the fencing department. He had keen eyes, and he was far from stupid, and he could not confuse a trap with something else. But if this was really so, then he, as the caretaker of this territory, had big problems. So he agreed to increase patrols of the area, but he also understood that a well-camouflaged trap was difficult to notice with the naked eye, so he was curious how the guy did it. But this was already the old man's miscalculation, because the main character did not say that he saw a trap, and not some other trap. The old man made a mistake, so he tried to smooth things over by saying that 9 times out of 10, poachers use bear traps. So he made the logical conclusion that the main character had seen exactly this trap. Helmet was no fool either, so he sensed something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what exactly. But he agreed that he had been a little hasty. He explained that it was more difficult to spot a trap than it might seem, so everyone in the area should be careful, including the old man. After which he asked the caretaker if he knew what kind of competitions the fencing department held in this forest. Without thinking twice, the old man told in detail how the fencing faculty's campsites had been held in this forest up until this year, but he didn't know how it would be this year. After listening to and thanking the old man, Helmet left him alone and went his way, as he did not sense any dangerous energy from him. Only his heightened instincts were still screaming about danger. But he didn't want to torture the forester, even though that way he could get the information he needed. Haste wouldn't help him in this matter, and besides, he had no moral right to expose his comrades to danger. Besides, the enemy won't be able to hide forever. Sooner or later he will show his face, and then the guy will bravely accept the fight. But when he returned to the camp, he realized that he had problems for another reason. Their drunken company was discovered by Inspector Patricia. A new day had arrived, and all the students gathered in a large clearing and waited for a new briefing. Everyone should remember the first rule of hunting: safety. Everyone should aim well, and make sure that no one shoots anyone else instead of the animal. Each student will receive a bow, arrows, rations, and a map, as well as a communication device. So if something happens to someone, the student must contact the instructor and call for help. Cheating on a hunt also won't work, because what matters here is not the quantity of animals killed, but their quality. Even if someone brings 10 rabbits, he will receive a lower rating than the student who brought 1 fox. Besides, the guys have to keep track of time. It gets dark very quickly in the forest, so everyone has to finish hunting and bring back the catch by 5 o'clock. Asuka, without thinking twice, paired up with Helmet and believed that they would definitely defeat everyone else. Some students thought it was unfair that the 2 best students were working in pairs, but Asuka didn't care at all about their opinions. Let them prove that they were better than them with their skills. Asuka had no idea what was really going on in the forest or why Helmet was acting so strangely. All that mattered to him was the competition he wanted to win. But the guy had never hunted before, and he wouldn't mind if his friend suggested a good place to hunt. Now that's a good idea. Let Asuka kill as much game as possible so that he can finish the competition quickly and then he can calmly settle his business with Black Hawk. To this end, Helmet took his friend to the river, since animals always come to such places to drink water, so it is easiest to track down and kill game here. This seemed completely absurd to Mad Dog, since he didn't want to sit in one place all day, waiting for the weather to improve. Walking back and forth was not an option, since the basis of every hunt is patience. This is the only way to track down the animal. Moreover, while they were walking here, the main character noticed claw marks, which means there must be a predator somewhere here. As usual, Helmet was not mistaken, because a couple of minutes later a large brown bear came out to the water. Since the beast was really big, the guys decided to shoot at it at the same time to make sure they killed it. Exactly 2 heartbeats later, 2 arrows flew at the bear. The animal was wounded, but not killed, so it decided to run away from the grief-stricken hunters. While the main character was inactive, Asuna decided to catch up and finish what he started. But catching the beast was not so easy. I even had to use the force, and only after that did it fall on its back. But the joy of the moment was spoiled by terrifying human screams, full of pain and despair. The protagonist immediately realized that it was a man screaming, so he asked Asuka to deal with the loot, while he himself ran to check what had happened and to whom. The protagonist hurried forward to make sure that his comrades were okay, and that no one was torturing them from the Blackhawks. When he reached the clearing, he saw that one of the guys had fallen into a trap and was bleeding. The second classmate was in a panic and could not figure out how to use the crystal ball due to fear. These 2 unfortunate people were very lucky that the main character made it in time. Pulling the leg out of the trap was impossible, because if you do that, the guy will die from blood loss. You need to leave everything as it is for now. Now it was time to give the guy first aid, for which the main character found the necessary medicinal plant under the tree. According to preliminary calculations, a few stems should have been enough. Helmet had no time to answer his classmates' questions. The patient couldn't wait. To avoid getting dirt into the wound, the boy washed the stones and plants. Now it was necessary to make a powder from the plant to smear it on the wound. After this, the main character tore off a rather long piece of fabric from his classmate's robe. After all, in order to prevent the guy from dying, you need to apply a tourniquet to the leg. This way, you can stop the bleeding. In order to remove the boy's leg from the trap, Helmet was going to loosen it and disassemble it, but his classmate had to be patient, as it would hurt. Helmet spent a few seconds dismantling the trap, and now he could move on to the next stage of assistance. So there was no bleeding, but it didn't last long. A tourniquet is a temporary measure after all, so Helmet applied a homemade medicine to the wound. Overall, they were very lucky that this herb grew nearby, as it could have been used to stop the bleeding. But then the young man needed medical help, so it was necessary to contact the professors immediately. In truth, Helmet was afraid that the situation would get much worse, but this trap was only the beginning. In this case, the trap's fastenings were poorly installed, otherwise the classmate would have lost his leg. Overall, the Blackhawks acted recklessly, as they attacked and harmed the children of aristocrats since they could not reach the main character. Suddenly, the guy realized that Asuka was now completely alone, which meant that they could freely try to harm him. But the anxiety immediately subsided as soon as he saw his friend alive and well near the tree. Mad Dog was angry. It wasn't his fault that he was slower than the main character and couldn't catch up with him, and there was no need to sigh so heavily. They should be working as a pair, not all this. After calling the instructors, the blonde returned to the protagonist, thanking the guy for saving Basil, after which he swore on his honor that he would never forget his good deed. Helmet was not yet accustomed to such gestures, so he again switched to the wounded man. He noted that the wound needed to be treated again to prevent infection. But whatever you say, it's nice to receive gratitude, especially if you're basically being bullied. Soon a healer appeared in the clearing. He treated Basil's wounds and praised Helmet for the first aid he provided. Now there shouldn't be any complications. Now, Inspector Patricia had evidence and she could report to her superiors what had happened in the forest so that the authorities could begin an investigation. After which Wesley said that Basil tried to run into the forest because he saw something there and then stepped on a trap. So, Wesley and Basil were returning to the camp. Asuka was also ready to return, since he had already snatched some excellent prey for himself. Helmet had no intention of taking the bear away from his friend, so he could return to camp and the protagonist would catch someone himself. There was no need to worry about him since he would not fall into a trap. He had been trained in the art of hunting for too long. This was a chance for the protagonist to strike back while no one was around, and he was also sure that someone was constantly watching him. In order to find the enemy's hiding place, Helmet used the force and increased his sensitivity. It was not in vain that he did this because otherwise he would not have noticed the trap and would have fallen into it. He had narrowly escaped Basil's fate, but now he had the chance to see what the enemy was capable of. The trap that the protagonist discovered was designed to kill a person, not to capture him. It was based on thin, strong steel wire, so Basil was very lucky to get caught in the trap. Otherwise, they would have collected his body parts from the forest. If one trap was here, then at least one more must be somewhere nearby. It seemed his sixth sense had not failed him, as a young deer had fallen into the snare. It all looked very much like bait. Then it was clear how the classmate was lured into a trap. But now the guy was going to kill the deer and take it for himself. Meanwhile, at the camp, the instructor checked who had caught what and gave grades. Asuka was beaming with pride at having killed and brought back a bear. But many doubted that Asuka was capable of doing this on his own, which angered and irritated him, and generally led to a fight. The main character, as always, was unperturbed, standing next to his deer. Overall, the instructors were very pleased with the students' performance this year, and even prepared prizes to present to the winners. There were only 5 prizes, but first place could win all the prizes at once. Asuka was already confident of his victory, and divided the prizes between himself and Helmet, although no one had yet announced that they had earned it. But he shouldn't have behaved like that, so now it wouldn't be so offensive, because he only took second place and received access to a free study room for a month. The main character tried to calm his friend down, because before this the guy had been buzzing about the study room, and now he had it for a whole month. Helmet himself received 10 food cards and was quite happy with this result. Besides, he was not trying to win. And now, the boys have the opportunity to try bear and venison for the first time in their lives. Everything was fine, but somehow it became too quiet without 2 team members. Everything was clear with Basil, but Wesley fell into the water and could no longer continue the competition, since when he was returning to camp, the bridge collapsed under his feet. Mikkel was also inattentive and fell into a trap on the opposite side of the forest, and suffered a broken limb and was sent to the academy, since nothing could be done on the spot. It was impossible not to notice that all these strange things were happening only to their team. The main character also understood that someone was no longer only hunting him, but was eliminating members of his team. But the guy doubted that it was worth disturbing their peace. After all, they were getting ready for the last day of camping, although they were a little boring, since they had to sleep on the ground. However, I wanted to return to camp after surviving in the wild, safe and sound, and not fall into a trap. For now, Helmet decided to remain silent so as not to horrify his friends. A new day had dawned, and it was time to move to the place marked on the map where they were to set up their camp. They had to leave right now since the journey would take 4 hours. The journey was indeed long, but nevertheless they were practically there, and James noticed something and asked Helmet to look. They found an ideal place to stop, with a flat surface, and most importantly, there was a spring nearby so they could drink for themselves and the animals. A big plus was that the water contained no poisons or sleeping pills, so it could be drunk freely. Asuka once again did not understand the nature of the behavior of his friend, who fell down in the water as if there had been no liquid in his mouth for a month. Overall, since the guys arrived here significantly ahead of schedule, they were able to rest a little before starting their assignments. The first thing the boys did was set up a tent in which they would sleep, after which they made a fire near which they would warm themselves. The main character felt strange seeing his cheerful friends so silent. Everyone was exhausted and worried about the fact that 3 of them had already returned to the academy with injuries. It was time to put an end to all this, so the guy decided to go into the forest and meet the danger face to face. But once again, Helmet couldn't go alone. Asuka followed him again, so I had to collect brushwood and at the same time tell the guy which branches he could take and which he couldn't. It was so dark in the forest that Asuka felt like he would be blinded by the bright light when he returned to the academy. The main character didn't respond to this, but asked his friend to collect normal brushwood. For quite a long time, everything went quite calmly, but at some point, Helmet gave his branches to his friend and asked him to go to the camp. Helmet himself could not go with Asuka to the camp, as he had an urgent personal matter to attend to. Asuka couldn't even imagine what his friend was going to do, but he still did as he asked. But the main character found a clearing where the enemy was already waiting for him. To tell the truth, for the first time in a long time, the bandit enjoyed preparing for the upcoming events, and all thanks to the main character. But before moving on to the main course, the masked man offered to chat a little. On the one hand, the man was tired of looking at the guy's face, but he was very interested in talking to the guy. The main character wasn't afraid of him, considering him an unhappy person since he couldn't even show his face. Fascio ignored the jab, as he understood that Helmet was a predator just like him. So, the man started this conversation for a reason. He introduced himself, threw a beetle at the guy's feet, saying that it would give him one last chance to survive. Fascio had quite a lot of power in Blackhawk and could bring in talented people, and Helmet was an undeniably talented guy. Therefore, the boy had to eat a poisonous beetle, then the man would accept him into their friendly company. If he refuses, the boys die one after another at the hands of the man. Helmet did not understand where the man got so much courage to threaten the aristocrats with death. Every aristocrat is different, but now the matter is different. Helmet has no choice, he is obliged to accept his invitation. But Fascio never expected that the guy would drag out the time and then refuse. Moreover, he crushed the beetle without thinking. The answer was obvious. Helmet declined the invitation. Yes, and the man learned little information about the main character, who was ready to start a life-or-death fight right now. But the enemy also set up his nets, which he activated during the guy's first attack. However, this did not stop the protagonist from dodging and continuing the attack. The guy understood that if he eliminated the enemy now, the problem would be solved. But Helmet's attack failed, and Fascio was a little disappointed, since such talent as the guy had wasted. A second later, dozens of pre-prepared knives flew at the young man. At camp, the boys began to notice that the mugs on the table were shaking, as was the ground under their feet. The sound was strange, like a landslide, which was unlikely since there had been no rain for a long time. Andro began to worry about Helmet, since the guy had been gone for a long time. And then there were these strange sounds. Meanwhile, one of the classmates returned and brought back food for the horses, since he did not find the animals. The situation was clearly getting out of control, so the three of them went to look at the horses, but they really weren't there. They were already on edge, so they almost died of fear when they saw the black silhouette of a man. It was good that it was Helmet, alive, but he looked extremely rumpled. Asuka had a lot of questions for her friend, from where their horses were to what happened to the guy. There was no longer any possibility of hiding the true state of affairs, so the protagonist was going to reveal all his cards. They had a kind of conversation around the campfire. It turned out that Helmet had crossed Blackhawk, and he had sent an assassin for his soul, who was already trying to kill their entire group. The boys began to realize that their classmates were not injured for no reason, but that everything was planned by the bandit. The first to break down was James, who did not want to die because of the problems that the main character created for himself. For his outburst of hysteria, he was hit by Asuka, who was not going to give up and die, after which he assumed that all this was Sabat's doing. Helmet seriously doubted this, since while he was working as a mercenary, he killed a couple of people from the Blackhawk, which is why they were so angry. Besides, those people weren't particularly strong, only at the level of third-rank mercenaries. Now the guys began to understand why Helmet was much better than them. It's simple. He honed his skills in real fights. Nevertheless, the protagonist understood perfectly well that all responsibility for what was happening lay with him, and he was going to solve the problem. But the guys thought that this would be the wrong decision and that they needed to call the instructors. Only Asuka lost his crystal for communication with the mentors. Everything was as usual, but leaving here at night was not an option, since there were many traps around their camp. Since everything turned out this way, they needed to wait until the morning and leave this place. They would be able to reach the main camp within 12 hours. So far, this was the optimal solution, since the enemy avoided direct confrontation with the main character. Helmet will cover the rear, so the guys will be able to retreat almost painlessly, and if the bandit attacks, the main character will fight him off. Once everyone understood everything, it was time to rest and gather strength, since running for 12 hours would be a grueling test. Helmet spent most of the night watching over his comrades, but then James and Bruce came out of the tent, saying that it was their turn to be on duty. In the opinion of the main character, this was a bad idea. Since the guys need strength, he could not understand that in front of him were young swordsmen who also have princes, pride, and honor. Helmet was trained not to sleep for several days, so he can easily endure 3 days. Yes, such an enemy would instill fear in anyone, which is why their pursuer had not shown himself all this time. It was not worth thinking that everything would be simple because predators never give up their prey. And at that very moment, one of the horses appeared from the thicket of the forest. James recognized his horse, although he didn't understand how it had ended up here if it hadn't been anywhere near this place just a couple of hours ago. And then something clicked in Helmet's head. He asked his friends to quickly move away from the forest. But it was already too late. A bandit appeared in the clearing, clearly with treacherous thoughts. It wasn't difficult for him to find the weak link and reach out to it. It was as easy as pie. And a second later, he took Dino and dragged him away in an unknown direction. Asuka and Andro woke up from a strange noise, but as soon as they looked out of the tent, the guys saw a smoke screen. For the first time, James and the others were faced with real danger, and it left the boys in a state of shock. Helmet tried to calm his classmate down, saying that it was just a smoke bomb and that he needed to pull himself together, as no one knew when this man would decide to attack them again. But the assassin still took Dino, but it was necessary to think clearly and understand that since the guy was conscious, then for some reason this person needed the guy alive. But if the guy wants to stay alive, he must pull himself together and be on the alert, preparing for any unforeseen situations. A few minutes later, Asuka and Andro ran up to James and Helmet, worried about what had just happened and wanting to hear everything firsthand. Meanwhile, the main character realized that the situation was really getting out of control, since their opponent knows human psychology well and how to influence it correctly, and the guys have no combat experience. The question arose of what to do in this situation, since they basically couldn't abandon their classmate in trouble. But how to get him back? That was the question. The protagonist also had no intention of handing Dino over to his enemy, but he also had no concrete plan for his return. It is necessary to understand that if they all go to the enemy's lair together, then he will get what he wanted. But if Helmet goes alone to save his comrade, then the rest will be left without protection. So a silence fell over the clearing, which was broken by James's question about why all this had happened to them. And then the guy went into a state of anger, reproaching the main character that all this happened precisely because of him, and he has no moral right to leave Dino to be torn apart by the enemy. Helmet had no intention of abandoning a comrade in trouble, but he also didn't want to put the others at risk to save one person. Therefore, in this particular situation, the protagonist could only take responsibility for bringing back as many people as possible. This made James even more upset. He couldn't calm down, realizing and feeling his helplessness. James was pulled away, but Andro also disagreed with the protagonist's conclusion, because one should never, under any circumstances, abandon comrades in trouble. So when James calms down, they need to sit down and calmly discuss everything, and maybe then together they can come up with a plan to save Dino. There was some truth in this, so the main character waited for the rest of his friends near the fire. James felt guilty towards Helmet, so he asked for forgiveness because he was very scared and did not think with his head at all. While the guy was calming down, the main character also had time to think, and now he was ready to ask the guys for something. Now they didn't know where Dino was. If they all fought together, the guy wouldn't be able to guarantee the success of survival. Moreover, he was sure that it was practically impossible. He understood that his comrades would never leave without Dino, which made his task more difficult. Since everyone wanted the same thing, they no longer had time to sleep. They needed to figure out how to kill the assassin and save Dino. They simply didn't have time to think, because the first arrow flew at the main character, which he managed to block. What was more interesting was that some kind of bundle was tied to the arrow, which puzzled everyone around. So the boys thought for a bit, unhooked the bag and decided to take a look and see what was inside. They definitely didn't like the contents, as it was their friend's severed finger. It was the first time the boys had seen a severed limb, so disgust, surprise, and shock were reflected on their faces. Helmet asked James to look closely at the finger and try to figure out whether it belonged to Dino or not. The classmate couldn't help himself, but Helmet reassured him that the finger had been cut off while the cow was still circulating in the human body, so it could be concluded that the boy was still alive at the time of his denial. It was also obvious that the enemy did not intend to kill the young man. Suddenly, Andro noticed that there was something else inside the bag besides the finger. It was a card with a message on it that said that if the boy wanted his friend back, he should come to the specified place at dawn. The boys began to study the map, and it turned out that they needed to come to a large stone hill, which was located quite far from their camp. At the protagonist's speed, it should have taken about 15 minutes if he ran at full speed. It was also obvious that the enemy was trying to split the guys into two groups. However, Helmet most likely didn't have to do what was required of him, because the boys could have gone and saved Dino instead of him. Andro suggested another option. The guys stay in the camp and wait for Helmet to return, while others go to the enemy's lair. The protagonist was not against this scenario, but warned the guys that Black Hawk would try to get rid of them. Asuka had already read that they needed to hold out for 30 minutes until Helmet returned. It was within their power, so there was no need to worry about it. Besides, the guy had a plan, and he also wanted to scratch his fists from someone's face. The night was not over yet. Dawn had not yet come. Dino was lying on a ledge of rock. At that very moment, the main character was also hurrying towards him, and there were only a few meters left before he landed next to his comrade. After examining the area, the protagonist realized that there was no enemy here, which meant he needed to quickly pick up Dino and hurry to his friends. Touching Dino's shoulder, the protagonist realized that he was okay, although for some reason he did not come to his senses. And at that moment, Helmet felt something was wrong, although he didn't even want to think about the reasons for this feeling. But as soon as he looked at his comrade's face, Everything immediately fell into place. He was possessed. A few minutes later, a sharp pain pierced the guy's body. He was twisted, fangs grew, and veins bulged. His clothes began to burst at the seams as the young man began to grow in size, his body twisting at unnatural angles. It was an incredibly creepy and dangerous sight. The main character had never seen anything like it in his life. It was obvious that demonic power had somehow entered the boy's body, and it was obvious that this was the work of Fascio. Demonic power is the energy of a berserker. If you feed it to a person, the power of the person and the power of darkness will begin to clash endlessly until one defeats the other. All people die when their power is depleted. But now Dino is not Dino. He was a 2-meter monster that somehow needed to be tamed. He was already not thinking clearly. His eyes were filled with anger, fury, and blood. He didn't understand who was a friend and who was an enemy. The main thing for him was to attack. The main thing for him was to bite. The main thing for him was to kill. Everything else didn't matter. Nevertheless, the main character tried to somehow hold back the enemy's onslaught, but he had never seen such a settlement before, and the berserker's speed was very high, so it was quite difficult for the main character to resist him. But if the main character couldn't attack the enemy on the ground, he decided to try attacking him from above, so to speak, to catch him off guard. Now the boy understood that there was quite a lot of demonic power in his classmates, and he had become a monster. If he still had to kill him, it would be sad. The worst thing about this whole situation was that Helmet experienced the forgotten, unpleasant sensation of the awakened seed of darkness. The seed of darkness had definitely awakened, and was beginning to react to the demonic force that the boy had not encountered for a long time. This complicated the situation, and it was necessary to figure out how to get out of it. Perhaps in this situation, the seed of darkness was a definite solution, so the protagonist waited with dignity for the enemy's attack. Now the young man could easily parry every blow from his opponent without fear of harming himself or him. For a moment, Dino swung, intending to deal a crushing blow to the main character. But for some reason he hit not Helmet in the face, but the rock that was behind him, without breaking eye contact. After a few moments, the rock began to crack, ready to fall apart into small pieces. So strong was the blow. Now it was the protagonist's turn to rein in the berserker. He activated all his power for the next attack, after which he hit the enemy, and he began to fall to the ground. So the guy was going to cleanse his friend of the darkness that was in him by deliberately immersing himself in that darkness, after which he would need to meditate for some time to come back to normal. So everything went a little bit wrong, and a rockfall fell on them due to a destroyed cliff. It is interesting that even in such a stalemate, Helmet came out unscathed. He was alive and well, full of energy, while his opponent was trapped in a stone trap. Only in this way could the protagonist begin the purification process, the seed of darkness absorbing the demonic energy, which was much lighter than the demonic energy that permeated the root forest. The boy understood that his strength would be enough to cleanse his comrade's body of filth. The more time passed, the faster Dino turned from a berserker into an ordinary average guy. Very soon he began to look like himself, and not like some kind of muscle-bound monster. On the one hand, Helmet could breathe a sigh of relief, but on the other hand, he needed to pacify the seed of darkness that had been gorged on demonic energy. Nevertheless, the guy quickly pacified the darkness within himself. But he understood that he had spent quite a lot of time on the cleansing process, and it was good that there was no enemy here. Otherwise, everything would have been much more difficult to pull off. Now it was necessary to get Dino out of his stone prison and move him to the camp. He asked the guy for forgiveness for the fact that he would be pulling him out, and it would most likely be painful. But he had to be patient, and there was no time left to rush into tenderness. Moreover, the main character sensed something was wrong. Namely, the mountain began to collapse from the berserker's final blow. If before it had only slightly collapsed, now it was ready to completely fall apart into stones. Meanwhile, the boys were waiting for the enemy to arrive at the camp, preparing to fight him off. I made Fascio wait a long time, and after a while, a thick thicket appeared. Asuka was the first to see the enemy approaching, since he was standing facing him. The rest of the guys simply sensed him. The mercenary grinned slightly through his mask, feeling like he was in for a good laugh. James wanted to look back, but Asuka stopped him, as it could ruin their plan that they had worked on for so long. Asuka understood that their opponent was not simple, with perfect stealth skills, so the fight would be difficult, but they only needed to hold out for half an hour. The previous evening, the protagonist had come up with an unusual formation for his classmates. If they kept the area as open as possible and looked in all directions at once, they should be able to spot the enemy. Then, it will be possible to follow the plan that Asuka came up with. Indeed, now they were standing in that very line, and could see the enemy approaching them, counting the number of guys. Fascio understood that the only thing missing here was the main character and the berserker. These words threw the red-voiced guy, who was worried about his friend, off balance. But Asuka shouted at him, saying that you can't believe everything the enemy says. Now the bandit understood that the bravest of the guys was the mad dog of the fencing faculty. The rest would be both cowardly and weaker. The man admitted that he started hunting the young people only because they were friends with the main character. But even despite this, killing two aristocrats is quite dangerous, even for a representative of the Black Hawk. Therefore, he was ready to make an offer, which was that among them there was one gentleman. If they helped get rid of him, then he would release all three. It was a great opportunity to get rid of the commoner who was making life difficult for all the aristocrats in the swordsmanship department. And besides, fighting against him was useless. Enro and James thought about their enemy's words. But Asuka thought it was all nonsense and couldn't believe that his comrades were seriously thinking about it. Only now James's mind was clearer than ever before. The assassin's problem was that he didn't understand that no self-respecting swordsman would ever sacrifice his comrade, so the boys were going to defeat him and return home alive. The conversation clearly didn't work out, so Assassin was going to kill the guys and bury them somewhere under a tree. Asuka noticed that the enemy was preparing to attack, so he asked his comrades to concentrate and be ready for it. But it was impossible to be prepared for what they saw. It seemed as if the enemy was dissolving into thin air, and after a moment, he simply disappeared from their field of vision, disorienting the students. Asuka understood that the enemy had hidden his presence, but not his physical body, and as long as they maintained their formation, they would definitely be able to deal with him. The guys were in hellish tension, not understanding why the enemy did not attack. Asuka was sure that the man was waiting for them to lose their guard and relax. It was obviously a bit of a cat-and-mouse game. At that very moment when James was distracted, Fascio appeared, ready to finish the guy off. To his credit, the guy's reaction wasn't that bad, so he was able to block the first punch. A few seconds later, the enemy retreated. James was alive, but a little scared. However, the enemy understood that James was now the weak link among the guys, which could be taken advantage of. So he decided to get rid of the guy first by attacking him from the air. But things weren't so simple. At some point, the man changed his plans and landed on the ground in front of Enro. The young man had to defend himself, but his attempt at defense was much worse than James's. Nevertheless, the guy stood firm, and the enemy, having tested the waters, retreated. Asuka was beginning to understand that this was just a game for Assassin. They were toys for him, nothing more. But he did not take them seriously, not a single one of them. Moreover, the man was extremely annoyed and disappointed with such worthless representatives of the Academy's swordsman faculty. At this rate, he wouldn't even be able to play normally. Now he was going to speed up and hoped that his toys would not break like thin twigs in the wind. Asuka received the first blow and the first wound. His shoulder began to bleed furiously. Blows rained down on the guys from all sides. They couldn't keep up with the movements of the enemy, who was moving at the speed of sound. Standing, maintaining formation, staying focused, trying to track the enemy's movements, it became extremely difficult for the guys. They were wounded, they were tired, but pride did not allow them to lower their swords. It was beginning to get light. The guys were still on their feet, holding on with all their strength. It was hard to breathe. Everything was swimming before their eyes, but they had to hold on a little longer. Meanwhile, the mercenary was happy. He liked this spectacle because the guys looked like prey that was about to end up on the grill. Asuka was damn angry, realizing that Assassin was happy with what was happening. But he would soon regret starting this game. The guy suggested getting rid of Enro and James and playing one-on-one. It would be much more interesting. After all, a guy can't show everything he can do when he's held by two anchors. To tell the truth, Fascio liked this proposal, although he didn't say anything yet and kept looking at the guy. Enro didn't understand what the guy was up to and tried to stop him. The man understood that the boy was offering his life in exchange for the lives of his friends. It looked very touching, but he had no reason whatsoever to act in such a way. Besides, the man wasn't sure that Asuka was capable of anything, which made the guy angry because he was good, damn good. Besides, if the mercenary loses to Asuka, then he can never even dream of defeating Helmet. It was obviously a cheap provocation, but Asuka hit the nail on the head, so he shouldn't be offended now. Besides, he always liked it when his victims resisted, so he was ready to give Enro and James time to get away, and then he would take on Asuka himself. Although James was in critical condition, he did not want to leave the battlefield, but Enro convinced him of the need to stop the bleeding. The boys stepped back, and Mad Dog and Fascio remained standing opposite each other, waiting for the right moment to start the fight. The young man quickly collected his thoughts and was ready for the enemy's first blow. But he was too fast, so in literally a second he was behind the guy. But Asuka's reflexes and senses were heightened, so he was able to react and minimize the damage from the attack. Moreover, he immediately went on the attack, and the man had to retreat to avoid being hit by the sharp sword. The music didn't play on his street for long before the assassin launched an attack, this time from the air. By some miracle, Asuka managed to survive again and dodge, while the enemy's sword passed within a millimeter of his body. But this gave the guy the opportunity to counterattack, although it was difficult to maintain such a rhythm of the fight. However, the man managed to get out of the line of attack just in time. And Asuka thought that in this situation it was possible to use the technique that he had seen during Charlotte's sparring. The guy's stance interested the opponent. He even dropped to the ground. Only now did the man begin to understand that this guy wasn't bluffing and could still entertain him. But even using a new stance and fighting technique, Asuka could not keep up with the assassin, so he continued to receive new wounds. Asuka knew he had to remain calm, heighten all his senses with the force, feel the tingling in his fingertips, and only then attack the enemy. But while he was unable to achieve anything, the guy was still standing on his feet and trying to land at least one blow on his opponent. Andrew and James watched the battle and realized that Asuka was now copying Charlotte's fighting style. Meanwhile, the man's laughter was too ominous in this noir setting of black sky. Fascio realized that he had a worthy prey in front of him because the more he pushed the guy into a corner, the more his senses and reactions became heightened. The man would have liked to play with the students a little longer, but Helmut was supposed to return soon. But Asuka stubbornly refused to die at the behest of such a scoundrel and bandit as Fascio. But Asuka didn't have time to come to his senses before the enemy's blade was near his throat, showing the difference in strength and experience. And a second later there was a mini-explosion. It seemed that nothing would remain of Asuka's head after that. But the guy put maximum strength into defense and was able to block the blow with his own hand. This even slightly delighted the enemy. Not every student was capable of such a thing. But the guy's question surprised him a little. Why would he need to know whether an assassin could hold his breath for a long time? The thing is, the guy wrapped a magic scroll around his hand to extinguish fire. It would start working when someone damaged it. The scroll opened. The man did not expect such a setup and meanness from children. Meanwhile, Asuka took a deep breath and attacked his opponent. If he couldn't use his sword, he would use his fists and then add the sword. Although the assassins were caught off guard by the young man, he still held back his onslaught. Nevertheless, the young man managed to inflict the first wound on the enemy. His hand began to bleed. But Asuka understood that this was still too little, and he needed to finish off the enemy to make Helmut's next job easier. This time, the enemy also used his legs and threw the guy further away from himself. The scroll's effect ended, and the assassin was able to fall to his knees and begin to cough, and then breathe, filling his lungs with air. At that moment, he saw a communication sphere appear out of nowhere on the ground. Asuka stared at the object in bewilderment, because when they were all together, he had looked for the sphere, but had never been able to find it. Only now did the guy realize that he had put it in the back pocket of his belt, and then conveniently forgotten about it. This was their chance, their last chance, and Asuka frantically began calling the trainers, trying to tell them that they wanted to kill them. Sadly, the man threw his knife and smashed the sphere, cutting off the last thread of salvation. However, the coaches received a signal for help before the connection was finally lost. Asuka was pleased with himself. He was able to contact the trainers. They would use a teleportation spell and would soon come to save them. The guy's words provoked the bandit. He needed just one moment to wring his neck. Suddenly, the man stopped abruptly. He felt that Helmut was already close. His aura was pressing. It took his breath away. Fascio was unable to kill Asuka because Helmut appeared on the battlefield, so he was forced to retreat. At this moment, the main character looked like the ruler of hell, but at the same time he was holding Dino in his hands and covering Asuka with his body. The bandit realized that his plan had failed, so he needed to take care of himself, not the bunch of students who had outplayed him. Noticing that the man had disappeared, the guys thought he had run away. Helmut has not yet commented on the situation. Asuka began to get indignant, since they were supposed to hold out for 30 minutes. And not all of this, because if Helmut had been a minute late, they would all have died. But even with his delay, the guys were able to hold out. Now it was his turn to finish what they started. Now the guys had to wait for the instructors here and not follow him. He would finish everything today. Fascio ran away. He was upset that he could only take one dagger, but the worst thing is that Helmut did not give up and is pursuing him. But there were a lot of traps in the forest. This should slow down or even kill the guy. Although, who knows? It's a shame to realize that I lost to students, children. But what is, only this time everything went according to Helmet's plan, and he launched an arrow laced with the force at him. But Fascio was quite agile, so he was able to dodge the arrow. However, the recoil was too great, causing the man to fall down. It's amazing. You could even give him a prize, since the man was the first to survive the main character's attack. Fascio couldn't appreciate the protagonist's joke, but he was curious how he managed to get here, since the forest was full of traps. The opponent is forgotten a little, but Helmet still responded. He did not hit any of them, practically saying directly that he broke them all. But the time for talking was over, and the boy again attacked the man with a beam of force. Fascio dodged again, but now he understood how the guy was able to kill their people in that ill-fated forest. However, such techniques would not work against him, after which he activated the stealth skill. Helmet always enjoyed watching his prey fight from a corner, but he believed in hunting in silence. The man naively believed that if Helmet was in the dark forest, he would definitely lose to him. But he had no idea that the boy had spent his entire life in the darkening forest in the world, so he felt like a fish in water in such an environment. Just when the man thought he had the boy, he turned around, put the force into his sword and attacked. The man barely survived, not understanding how this young man was able to predict his movements. The mercenary thought the guy was just lucky. Not realizing that this was not the case, he also decided to use the force to win. Moreover, he began to throw leaves, branches, and other things at the guy, thus hiding his presence. And behind this noise, the guy would not hear him approaching. But he was wrong again, and Helmet sensed his approach again and attacked, shattering the bandit's hopes into pieces. Fascio stepped back, realizing that this was no ordinary man, as he was able to read his movements behind the secrecy. No matter how Fascio tried to attack, no matter from which side he approached the main character, he couldn't hit the guy. After all, you can use various advanced stealth techniques, but it is impossible to hide the desire to kill, and Helmet tracked precisely these fluctuations and then attacked the enemy. Everything Helmet did and does was beyond human comprehension, because he fought the berserker, broke dozens of traps, and now all this. But this was a small warm-up. Now the main character was ready to strike back. The man understood that the situation was grave. He had suffered severe blood loss, stealth was already dangerous to use, but the guy, the personification of the force, would not be able to use it for long. He wanted to wait out the danger behind a tree, but it was not to be. The main character cut his shelter in half. After this, he dealt the enemy a noticeable, painful, but not fatal blow to the chest. It was now more than clear who would win the fight, as the man was on his knees and coughing up blood. There was no way out. Fascio raised his hands, deciding to surrender. Life was more precious than anything in the world. If Professor Alain had been sitting, he would have shown nobility, and Helmet would have hit his opponent again. Besides, it wasn't a duel, nor was it a friendly sparring, so Fascio deserved respect. It was time for the man to pay back for all the good things he had done, and Helmet broke his leg bone so that his opponent wouldn't even think about escaping. Persuasion was used. Fascio promised to show Blackhawk's people to leave the main character alone if he allowed him to leave peacefully. Then they started making half-threats, saying that if the man didn't return to headquarters, then others would come after him to take revenge. But this did not make an impression on the main character, and he also broke the man's arm. Since the bandit still didn't understand anything, the guy decided to clarify everything. He would kill him and bury him in this forest and finish off everyone who came after him. And if the man had nothing more to say, then it was time to meet death. Meanwhile, another actor from this action movie appeared in the clearing and asked the guy to stop for a minute and listen to him. So, an old man appeared in the clearing and asked the young man to put down his sword and talk to him a little about business. At this moment, the main character became a little tense, not understanding who it was, and a more powerful energy emanated from him. It turned out that the head of the Blackhawks, Mr. Predatory Claw himself, had come to the clearing. The man, as a businessman, understood that everything had to be paid for, so he was ready to pay a fair price for the freedom of his person. But the main character had no intention of not taking money from him and not letting his opponent go. This complicated things, especially since the Blackhawks had been short-handed lately, and the old man couldn't just give up on a talented fighter like Fascio. Nevertheless, the leader of the organization offered the protagonist money and information, if he would, of course, let his man go. Helmet looked closely at the old man and understood that he was very strong, and in his current state, he would hardly be able to cope with him. Besides, if the guy kills his current opponent now, the seed of darkness will make itself known, so it's better for him not to act rashly. The old man continued to persuade, saying that he would stop all surveillance of the main character, and none of his people would dare to come even one step closer to him. It was clear to the naked eye that this was a perfect deal for the main character. After thinking for a bit, the protagonist decided to agree, but he needed both money and information. And there was only one thing he couldn't agree to. This young man was certainly quite greedy, but the leader of the Blackhawks was willing to give him whatever he needed. The first to fall at the feet of the protagonist was not to interfere with the gold coins. There were about 300,000 marks inside. If the main character didn't believe it, he could count it. Regarding the information, everything was a little more complicated. The leader was ready to answer one question from the protagonist, but this option did not suit him. This is all because Helmut needed at least 5 answers from both the leader and his man. The head of the Blackhawks expected something like this. He has been selling and buying information for over 10 years, so he has seen many and a lot. So from the expression on the main character's face, he unmistakably determined that he had accumulated a lot of questions. But in the current situation, a compromise had to be found, and the man was ready to answer the protagonist's 5 questions together with his subordinate. After this, the main character immediately began interrogating the guy. It was important to know where Fascio hid the students' horses. It turned out that the man had tied them up near a cave to the east of here. The main character also needed to understand whether the Blackhawks would attack him in the future. It turned out that Blackhawk acted separately, so no one would take revenge for the mercenary. After this, the main character became very curious about what was hidden under the mask, and when he took it off, he was very disappointed. It was obvious that it was really better for a man to always wear a mask and never take it off. So, after practically wasting 2 questions, Helmut had 3 more that he was ready to ask the leader of the Blackhawks. Suddenly, the old man took out a communication device from his robe pocket. It was curious, though. It turns out that it was a secret communication bead that only the head of the Blackhawks could use. As soon as the guy needed information, he could contact the man with it, and he would be happy to answer the remaining 3 questions. This agreement had a term of 10 years, after which the leader of the Blackhawks would be relieved of all obligations. This was all clear, but the main character also needed the man's cloak, since it had a secret storage area in which the main character could carry the communication sphere. There was no need to ask the old man twice. With one easy movement, he took off his claw and threw it to the main character. And now the young man was a little surprised, as he saw Forrester in front of him. An unexpected turn of events. It was all simple. The man specialized in camouflage, and it was difficult to explain, so he decided to show everything clearly. And now, a second later, standing in front of the main character is not a hunched-over old Forrester, but a contented, handsome young man. At the same moment, the protagonist threw the defeated enemy to his new acquaintance. Helmut insisted that the Blackhawks never appear in his path again, otherwise the conversation would be different. The man understood everything perfectly, so now his primary task was to help his colleague. And at the moment when the main character was about to leave, a man called out to him saying that we too were curious about something. The point of the question was that the man noticed that the boy had no hesitation in taking the lives of others, but he hesitated before swinging Fascio's sword. After all, there are situations when you need to act without hesitation, not think about the consequences, but just act. Helmut admitted that there was some truth in the man's words, but at this stage in his life, the protagonist was a student at the academy. The Blackhawk leader definitely liked the main character. However, it was time for him to leave, but he would eagerly wait for the guy to contact him. Within a few minutes, the 2 men were racing along a forest road away from Helmut. Fascio was very ashamed of himself because Talon had to give up the money, the cloak, and answer 3 questions in order to save him. Moreover, the man will forever remember what the leader did for him, and will work even harder to repay the debt, and most importantly, to kill the hated boy. But Talon understood perfectly well that his man had absolutely no chance of completing the mission. Therefore, the organization will no longer interfere in the affairs of the main character. Let him live as he wants and do what he wants. Fascio didn't understand what was going on because if he alone wasn't enough, then they could gather more people and then they would certainly be able to kill Helmut. It is obvious that the subordinate was offended by the fact that the young man removed his mask and saw his real face. Talon understood that yes, they might be able to kill the main character if they focused all their efforts on it. But the guy wasn't dangerous enough to sacrifice all of that for him. Besides, he who shows mercy to his enemies will not betray his allies, and if Blackhawk creates a friendly relationship with this guy, he will be able to get much more benefit than he spent today. Talon was also well aware that Helmut was in some way similar to a demonic beast, just as beautiful and dangerous. Meanwhile, the young man returned to the camp, and an excited Alan and Patricia came running to meet him. The main character was not wounded anywhere, nothing hurt, and in general he was fine. The same cannot be said about his fellow students, who did not look their best, all wounded and bandaged. Alan began to scold the guy for chasing the assassin, trying to catch him, without waiting for any of the instructors. Helmut didn't understand what the problem was because nothing had happened to him. The instructor's lamentations ended, and the protagonist approached the healer and asked him about Dino's current condition. By and large, the boy's condition was satisfactory, as the healers managed to reattach his finger, and the internal damage had also almost completely healed. But even they were unable to completely remove the traces of demonic energy. The old man really wanted to know the details of what happened. So Helmut had to tell him that Dino had turned into something like a monster and had started to go on a rampage, and then had suddenly fallen. It was very interesting, since the veins of any person through which demonic energy flows burn, which leads to death. But since there was very little demonic energy in the guy's body, it would come out on its own, although he would still have to be sent to the temple for some time for complete purification. Instructor Patricia was very worried about what happened to the guys because she believed that it was partly her fault, since she did nothing, saw the trap, and did not think that there could be assassins here. But in reality, all this happened because Helmut brought danger upon himself and was unable to protect his loved ones. At first, he enjoyed having a strong opponent nearby, but it affected the people around him, so the protagonist could no longer enjoy the process. And when he returned to the camp and saw his wounded friends, he experienced a hitherto unknown feeling of all-consuming anger. At that moment, Helmut almost broke his neck as he saw a familiar figure in a cloak moving in his direction. Arya herself arrived at the camp. Instructor Alain didn't understand what the girl had forgotten at their camp, but it turned out that Professor Duane had asked her to come urgently for medical assistance. So, since Helmut had just returned and no one had examined his wounds yet, Arya had to do it. The protagonist was a little embarrassed, but he still sat up and rolled up his sleeve, exposing the wound to the girl's healing magic. For the first time, she realized that the situation was more dangerous than it seemed at first glance, since someone had even managed to injure him. For some reason, during his treatment, Helmut wanted to talk about ethics, because there was once a question in a textbook about asking a person when he is in danger. Is it a blessing? The protagonist did not understand why people would rush into such hell. If they could not save another person, then a painful life awaited them. Arya realized that the protagonist only thought about this question because his friends almost died, and the guy also doubted that he would be able to save anyone next time. Today he felt weaker than ever, although this was not true. The girl didn't know what to answer to this, but she believed that the guy needed to understand one thing. People help each other because they expect that someday others will help them. People survive by helping each other, since the capabilities of one person are limited. There's something else we need to think about, since Asuka, James, and Andro offered their hands so that everyone could survive. And it wasn't just Helmut who fought today. Yes, that was true. But the protagonist was worried that his friends would start to hate him because he was the cause of their negative experiences. Arya was already tired of listening to the protagonist's whining, so she slapped him on his healed hand and sent him to the guys for a serious talk. Approaching his friends, the protagonist began the conversation with an apology, since it was all his fault that everyone was hurt, even though no one blamed him for anything. For example, Andro, thanks to the main character, understood that all people are defenseless in the outside world. There is no guarantee that a similar situation will not happen in the future. Since they were all swordsmen, it is safe to say that they survived only because Helmut was by their side. Thanks to this, Andro's purpose in life became more clear and tangible, for which he thanked his friend. Meanwhile, Asuka approached them. He wanted to know what happened to the assassin. It was clear that Helmut could not tell the details of what happened, but he was glad that Black Hawk would not bother them anymore, which did not suit the guy. Meanwhile, James approached the main character and silently extended his hand for a handshake. The young man felt guilty not only towards his best friend but also towards Helmut, who wanted to save those he could. But because of his stubbornness, everyone almost died. So he was sincerely sorry that everything happened this way. And only thanks to the main character no one died. And that was worth a lot. James will never forget this life debt. And if the day comes when Helmut needs help, James will run to him without hesitation and stand next to him, offering his shoulder. Only now, after all the words spoken, after all the handshakes, after all the smiles, the protagonist realized that instead of a force that suppresses others, they had a force that unites their hearts and hands, gives faith in a bright future and real people. This is where the real strength of people lies. It cannot be analyzed. It can only be felt. And Helmut felt it. Besides, James was sure that after being on the brink of death, he became stronger. which was also a nice bonus. The day was in full swing, and the protagonist had calmed down a bit, but he still continued to think intensely about something when Arya approached him, saying that she was going with the professor to the academy, and invited Helmet to teleport with her. But the main character wanted to go back with his friends, or rather, with his best team in the world. It was wonderful, so the girl did not insist and simply walked towards the teleport. Meanwhile, Luke approached the walls of the Basara kingdom in search of answers to his questions. You and another stylish person who is absorbed and overflowing with a large amount of power are new. Exactly a week has passed since the incident in the forest, and the days flowed sedately. Study, training, training, study, and on one of those wonderful days, Dino himself came to the training hall. The guy was immediately bombarded with questions from his classmates, who were retelling gossip they had heard and embarrassing him. The students expressed their emotions so violently and pressed poor Dino, for which they received a blow to the head from Asuka, who began to defend his friend. Mad Dog didn't really take sides, but he was irritated by weaklings who couldn't do anything but condemned others. The conversation turned again to Helmet, who was not in the general training room. It turns out that after that night incident, the young man spent all night training in a private training room. Everything was true, so the young man not only trained, but also meditated. And during one of his meditations, he realized that the seed of darkness had grown inside him. This most likely happened because he absorbed a lot of demonic energy. But at the same time, his strength level also increased. Now the young man clearly understood that every difficult cycle of events that happened in his life made him much stronger, including physically, emotionally, and spiritually. He understood that he had become stronger, but it would be good to understand how much stronger and to get some confirmation. There was a knock on the door of the training room, and when the guy opened it, he saw Patricia, who asked him to go to Eden's office. The man was waiting for his ward and prepared tea, which meant that the conversation would take place in an informal and peaceful manner. Eden was worried about Helmet, although on the other hand, he was the only one who could have gotten away with only minor injuries after meeting the A-rank assassin. He was 1000% sure that if Darian knew about this, he would be incredibly proud of his student. But Eden called the protagonist into his office to discuss another topic. The man was interested in what the protagonist was going to do after the end of the school semester during the holidays. Helmet was planning to travel a little and at the same time engage in trade. In truth, the man was worried that the young man would want to leave the academy, and he wanted to ask him not to do so, as the boy could still learn a lot within these walls. But Helmet had no intention of going anywhere, and in general, if such an idea had occurred to him, he would have told Eden about it first. He also asked the protagonist to tell him if he encountered any difficulties during training, since the man was not sure whether there would be a person in the academy who could help the guy with fencing. At this moment, the main character suddenly thought and said that after the night incident, he had raised his level, but he couldn't say by how much. Eden was happy for his protege, and then abruptly went to get some documents, saying that he had some more interesting information for the protagonist. During the holidays, a combat competition will be held in the Basar Kingdom, and since there are many talented swordsmen there, Helmet will be able to see how much stronger he has become if he participates in such a competition. The young man himself was not averse to participating in such a thing, but if someone realized that he was using divine sword techniques, he might get into trouble. Yes, in the Basar Kingdom, Darian is regarded as almost a deity, so people will definitely understand that Helmet is using his sword techniques. Therefore, if the main character decides to take part in this competition, he will have to use only well-known sword techniques. But besides that, the young man thought that it would be a good idea to also hide his face if he still decided to participate in the competition, because he did not want anyone to start following him again. Eden understood his protege's feelings perfectly well and was worried about him, so he asked him to be careful and also to think carefully about whether he should take part in the competition. At this point, the conversation ended, and the main character was about to leave, as he had to take the final part of the exam. Eden asked his protege to be gentler with the instructors, and then everything would go well. So, this time, the students were faced with a practical test of their combat abilities against monsters. No one expected that such an exam could take place within the walls of the academy. The very word monsters frightened many. There were 10 stages, one person would go through the tests at a time, and you could also give up halfway. The higher a student climbs, the more points he gets. After what happened recently, students should have realized that demonic energy is nearby, and that is a fact. The forests are home to various types of monsters that often attack people, so you need to know how to resist them. Previously, this test was only taken by senior students, but this year the rules were changed to ensure everyone understands the need to always be vigilant. No one will really let students fight real monsters. It will be just an illusion, but a pretty real one. But even if that were the case, the instructor's terrifying gaze indicated that it would be better for them not to be arrogant. James and Andrew were already feeling a bit uneasy, but they had to give it 200%. But Helmut, who lived with Elga, was looking forward to the start of the exam. He understood that they wouldn't be handed a truly powerful monster, but it was still interesting. At that moment, Asuka spoke up, realizing that in their competition for the title of best student in the class, the practical assignment would once again play a decisive role. So they both had to go to the very last stage to determine which of them was better. At one point, Helmut even thought that Asuka had stolen his phrase, but Mad Dog thought that his friend had become too similar to Arya. So, Asuka's strength, endurance, and self-control were enough to reach level 7, and that was the end of his exam. As always, he was indignant afterwards, saying that the exam was wrong. And who could have even thought of such a thing? Most of the guys couldn't even pass the 5th level. They were lying in the corridor in a state of unconsciousness. Something was definitely wrong with the exam. The main character didn't want to think about such trifles, and it was his turn to take the exam. In order for the boy to be able to understand the feelings of others, especially Asuka, he had to reach the 8th stage. This behavior and his friend's words intrigued Helmut. He wanted to know what was there on the 8th step. So, Helmut entered the examination room, where Professor Dwayne was already waiting for him, who was glad to see the guy in full health after the night's adventures. The old man also remembered the guy, because during the magic exam he gave a very curious answer to an equally curious question. That day, the protagonist's exam paper was like a breath of fresh air for the elderly magician. So now he expected something unrealistic from the guy. The exam was about to begin, the blade was drawn, and the boy had to do what he did best. In the first stage, the guy was attacked by a monster rabbit. Killing him was like hitting Helmut on the pavement with 2 fingers. There was a monster rabbit, and there is no monster rabbit. Until this moment, the protagonist had never encountered illusions, so now he was overwhelmed by various sensations. The professor was struck by the boy's determination. It wasn't bravado, but experience that could be seen in the movements of his sword. Helmut, playfully, had already reached the 4th stage where he finished off the snake monster. Until the 8th stage, the monsters differed only in size, so they were not difficult to kill, but at the 8th stage, something interesting began to happen. Helmut was sweating a little and waited impatiently. He wanted to understand what made Asuka give in. So a huge centipede-like monster appeared from the pentagram. Now, Helmut understood his friend, because it is difficult for people who see this for the first time to pull themselves together and start fighting. But the main character is not them. He saw these monsters in reality. Here he was not afraid. Here every movement of the sword was thought out, precise and painful. Killing this monster is easy because it is not Naho. But if the snake had appeared, perhaps the main character would have given up too. But not now. The 8th stage did not end the matter, so the main character cleared the final 10th stage. The test was passed with flying colors, but Helmut felt like the monsters became more aggressive at the final stage, as if the mage wanted to kill him. However, after the exam was over, the magician even praised the young man for the work he had done. The test was invented a long time ago, but not many could complete it, and Helmut actually became the second-year student in history to clear a monster in the 10th stage, which was something to be proud of. In addition, there was a reward for completing the last stage. The guy could ask for any artifact of his choice. Since the old man would be making the artifact himself, Helmut could think it over carefully and then find it in the laboratory. Helmut didn't need time to think. He needed an artifact that could change his appearance beyond recognition. For Professor Dwayne, it was a simple task. But nevertheless, the boy had to wait a little. At that moment, everything around froze and shook. Apparently, the magicians had mixed something up again, and that's when it went boom. The professor hit the nail on the head. Arya is getting carried away with her experiments again. At this rate, she'll turn the entire academy into smithereens. Professor Dwayne was ready to beat the girl with his stick because he had asked her 100 times not to destroy the training ground. The test, the professor's absurd test, was to blame for everything, so he should blame himself, not her. And at that moment, the girl noticed that Helmut was standing next to the professor. Only his presence made Arya calm down and go down. But the girl had no intention of commenting on her behavior and simply walked past the main character in silence. In any case, she cleared all 10 levels, which means she also has the right to choose the artifact. Something clearly happened during the exam, and Arya had passed. But Helmet felt that she had needed more than just magical powers to do so. When Helmet came to his friends and told them about his success, Asuka couldn't believe that he had cleared all 10 levels. But no matter how annoying it was to lose, the guy wanted to know what kind of monster was on the last level. In terms of strength, Asuka would have been able to handle that monster, but the main task of the test was overcoming fear, and that's what his friend would have had problems with. The final stage required the destruction of a whole swarm of cockroaches, which then united into a single whole and then disintegrated again. In general, Helmet is not afraid of insects, but even he found it unpleasant to deal with them. Cian, however, praised himself for not making any bets this time. When the boys had gone their separate ways and were going about their business, Charlotte called out to Helmet and congratulated him on his excellent test result. The guy didn't think that everyone already knew about it, but he was a local celebrity, so it wasn't surprising that this happened. The girl also congratulated the mad dog of the fencing department on having managed to clear 7 levels and reach the 8th. The girl was serious since most of the students in their faculty only reached level 4, so levels 8 and 10 were the highest level. The young man involuntarily remembered how he used Charlotte's technique during the fight with the assassin. Still, he didn't know how to express his emotions correctly, so he yelled at the girl, saying that he managed not thanks to her efforts, but because he was a genius at adaptation. After a burst of anger, he turned around and left the auditorium, leaving Charlotte and Helmet completely bewildered. However, they did not stand in the corridor, but also left the academy building. The guy generally wanted to go to the dormitory and rest a little. Moreover, he admitted that he wants to travel during the holidays, so he will not go home. The girl admitted that she would like to see the world because sitting at home is like being imprisoned in a dungeon. You constantly suffocate there. Helmet looked at Charlotte and understood that this girl could be part of his family or maybe not, and he didn't want to be disappointed. The young man also noticed that the girl behaved much more friendly with him than with the other second-year students. To be honest, she always feels better after talking with the young man, as if she were returning to the good old days. Helmet made her an unexpected offer. If during the holidays she felt that she had become stronger than she was now, he would be happy to fight her at any time. This was amazing news, so the girl was determined to become stronger. Meanwhile, Arya was waiting for Helmet at the dormitory, and as soon as he arrived, she gave him a gift in the form of a bracelet. This was not a simple bracelet, but a bracelet of magical communication. With its help, you can contact other people. It needed to be slightly charged with the Force, and the bracelet would immediately send a signal to another identical bracelet, which the girl already had. She gave him this bracelet for a reason, because the young man always gets into some kind of trouble. And if this happens to him again during the holidays, he must definitely contact her using this thing. It's nice to know that at least someone cares about you, so the young man wasn't going to distract the girl anymore. But if something really serious happened, he would definitely contact her. Yes, 6 months have passed since the young man left the root forest, and during this time he has met many different people. Now it is time for summer vacation, which means he needs to gather information, and Blackhawk will help the main character with this. Of course, the guy didn't want to get involved with Talon so early, but nothing could be done. In a week, fighting competitions would be held in the kingdom of Basor. The young woman wanted to know everything about the influential people of this country, important incidents, the king, the royal family, the nobles. In a word, the more information, the better. Talon immediately thought that the guy was going to participate in these competitions, which is why he was so interested in this kingdom. But Helmet didn't comment on this statement in any way. In principle, a man can work the way he wants. The guy doesn't care, even if he decides to investigate everything half-heartedly. But then the guy will only doubt Blackhawk's ability to collect information. It was a clever move, and the man realized he was talking to a smart young man who was attentive to detail, because he clearly stated what he wanted, but at the same time did not go into specifics, took advantage of the weakness of the organization to achieve the greatest efficiency, and at the same time did not let others understand that he knew. Yes, the young man is definitely more cunning than the fox, so Talon will prepare the information according to his request, but he will have to wait. The documents can be left at the Trade Guild in Basara, where Helmet will pick them up when he reaches his destination. The man said that he would contact the protagonist as soon as the information was ready. The conversation was over. To be honest, the young man had been preparing for this. But simply contacting the leader of the Blackhawk was still difficult, and one always had to be on guard, which was a little tiring. Having changed his appearance, the young man set off on a hike, but he cursed himself for it once again, because the sun was scorching, sand was clogging his shoes, there was a catastrophic shortage of water, and his mood was below the center of the earth. The guy was already sweating 100 times. It was very, very difficult for him. And how to live in such conditions? That is the question. Yes, he assumed that this could happen, because a third of the territory of this kingdom was desert. But when he faced such a problem, life took on a different color. It was cold in the root forest all year round, and the boy got used to this cold. But he could not get used to the heat. It was good that at least he did not face sunstroke, and at least thank goodness for that. But it wasn't just the heat, but also his new appearance, which was extremely difficult to get used to, as he didn't look like a swordsman at all. Well, what is the main thing is that he got the artifacts for free. The city was extremely unusual, but nevertheless the young man unmistakably determined where the tavern was. He had only one wish, that he be offered something cold, but not alcohol. By and large, he still had many places to visit, but the main character was very tired. But the troubles were just beginning. The local regulars decided to play a little joke on him, saying that the young gentleman had come to their hotspot. It all ended with the main character almost killing the offender. His mood was already at rock bottom, and then these guys started pestering him. His tone and his gaze sent shivers down the spines of strangers. And then everyone started laughing together, already making fun of the assessor, because Helmet showed himself to be a very formidable young man. Moreover, the man, who had been lying on the floor just a second ago, jumped up to the young man, began to hug him, saying that he would pay his bill. After this, the protagonist found a small shop where he could cast a cooling spell on his cloak. So, he found a place to stay, a way to beat the heat. Registration for the competition was supposed to start tomorrow, and today, he could just relax. Looking at the statue of his mentor, the main character suddenly realized why he had such a harsh character. After all, spending his whole life in such a hot place, it was simply impossible to behave differently. He wished Darien would watch him with more than just the eyes of a statue, but life always has its own plans for everyone. After a walk and solving minor household issues, the young man came to the hotel. Suddenly, a strange man approached him and asked if the young man had paid for the emerald room on the 5th floor. Moreover, the man suggested that the main character move out of the room and take another one, since his master had nowhere to stay. After such a statement, Helmet really wanted to hit his interlocutor. The man was ready to settle the matter with a small compensation. At that moment, the protagonist realized that the hotel employee had disclosed his personal information to this unbearable person. But now was not the time for the worker. Helmet stood his ground. He had paid enough money for the room, and he was not going to change the room. And then the butler made a colossal mistake when he grabbed the young man by the shoulder. Threats were used. Helmet took out his sword, telling the man to take his hands away, otherwise he would lose them. It wasn't hard to disbelieve what was said, given the way it was said, and the butler believed it. Suddenly, a young man appeared on the stairs and asked Robert to stop doing this nonsense and defamating his name. Mikhail smiled radiantly and asked Helmut for forgiveness for his servant's behavior. The young man admitted that he has health problems, so finding a suitable room is extremely difficult for him. It turned out that Mikhail and Robert had already searched the entire city, and this room was not their last option. So the guy had a business proposal for Helmut. The young man offered to cover all of Helmut's expenses during his stay, but they would split the room in half. Mikhail had no intention of listening to his servant's indignation, hinting at the possible consequences and the responsibility the man would bear for them. Moreover, a young man does not need a dog that does not listen to its owner. Meanwhile, the main character realized that this young man was very smart, so much so that he didn't want to cross his path. But for some reason, Mikhail really needed this room, and he was even ready to share it with Helmut. Besides, he had no intention of invading the guy's personal space. Moreover, the main character took a closer look at his new acquaintance and realized that up to this moment he had never seen a person so deprived of energy in his life. One gets the feeling that if the main character had accidentally crashed into Mikhail, he would have crumbled into tiny pieces. Yes, Helmut had made a decision. He was ready to allow Mikhail to live with him under the same roof, but he was interested in what the guy was ready to offer him besides money. It was a kind of test, and Michael concluded that the young man had come to their kingdom to take part in combat competitions. It so happened that Mikhail came to this kingdom to watch the competition, so he was ready to support the main character in any way he could. This answer discouraged Helmut. He didn't even know how to react to it correctly. After this, the main character finally agreed to share a room with Mikhail, who asked the hotel worker to bring a second bed to their room. Then something unexpected happened. Helmut approached the young man and slammed him into the wall with all his strength. This was done as a preventative measure so that next time the guy would watch what he says, who he says it to, and when he says it. Once in the room, the young people began their acquaintance, during which Helmut almost revealed himself, as he was not yet accustomed to using a false name. Moreover, Mikhail had too many questions that Helmut did not want to answer, which he said directly. But Mikhail didn't need to know some of the answers. Based on circumstantial evidence, he concluded that the main character was studying at an academy in the city of Baden. It's just that the bracelet on the main character's hand looked like a magical artifact, and Baden is famous for its magic. Moreover, it seemed to Mikhail that for some absurd reason Helmut was familiar to him, although they had met for the first time today. Therefore, the young man was curious about what his inner feelings were connected with. On the one hand, their appearance was similar, but on the other hand, Helmut had a strong, powerful body, which cannot be said about Mikhail. The boy came to the kingdom because he loved watching the dynamic movements of swordsmen, but he himself could not do anything similar. Overall, the protagonist could not understand what Mikhail was like, since he did not show his true feelings. Night had fallen. Mikhail was already asleep. Helmut needed to contact Blackhawk. He reported that the documents had been delivered to the kingdom, after which he inquired about how preparations for the competition were going. The man, of course, did not like the young man's rather harsh answer, but he nevertheless continued speaking, pointing out that one of the participants could definitely interest the protagonist. Because at the age of 18, he learned to control his strength. Although for Helmut, this was not decisive and particularly impressive. But what was interesting was that this young man was a blood relative of the missing divine swordsman Darien. But this information really interested the main character. Luke was his grandson, as the son once left his parents' home and was declared dead. But as it turns out, miracles happen. At this point, the protagonist began to remember something similar. Darien said that he had a child at a fairly late age. The information that Darien had a son and a grandson was strictly classified. Only a few people knew about it. It was quite easy to prove that Luke was the grandson of the divine swordsman, since they looked the same, and a map of his father was found among the boy's things. But the final argument was that the young man used his grandfather's sword technique. Everyone knows that after the disappearance of the divine swordsman, his techniques were considered forgotten. But as it turned out, they are still alive and passed on to an unknown boy. Darien never told the protagonist how he ended up in the root forest, but what's surprising is that in the human world he was considered missing. Yes, it would have been better for the main character to pretend that he knew nothing and understood nothing. The tongue itself asked for the details of this story. According to the official version, the divine swordsman disappeared in the desert while fighting a local monster. There was also an unofficial version, according to which the divine swordsman was helped to disappear by the temple's servants, since the man did not obey their will, which significantly hindered them. The story was certainly interesting, but the guy didn't want to waste another question that Talon owed the main character. At this point, their conversation ended. Helmut wondered what had happened to his mentor. It was obvious that there must be a traitor living in the kingdom who had stabbed Darien in the back. It was difficult to decide what to do next. Pretend he hadn't learned anything, or avenge his mentor. The only thing the boy understood well was that he had to convey the thoughts of a native swordsman to the masses, and then find the man who betrayed Darien and make him understand that his carefree life is over. It was also possible that Darien's son could not withstand his father's grueling training, and therefore ran away, but was somehow able to pass on the knowledge to his son. A new day had arrived and many people had come to the arena. Some to watch, some to participate. The qualifying round was about to begin. Many participants paid attention to the main character's appearance, believing that he did not belong there. But Helmut was going to participate even with his new appearance, and now it was his turn to enter the arena. The guy didn't need to be told twice, besides he had already managed to warm up. Before entering the arena, the main character had to take off his cloak and put on armor instead. And the main character's first opponent was supposed to be Jackal, a local legend. And Robert told his master that this man considered himself an invincible leader of one of the gangs, but in fact, he only bullied the weak. So, the fight began. The main character was very hot, and he wanted to finish as quickly as possible, so he tried not to even strain himself, dodging his opponent's attacks. And a second later, he was left without an arm, which was cut off by the main character. It was obvious who won this fight, so Helmut went on to the next round. The first fight in Helmut's arena was excellent. Mikhail was so delighted that he prepared a royal dinner for the young man, but the main character didn't understand why the two of them needed so much food. Yes, he was a swordsman, but he was by no means a glutton. Moreover, it was impossible to win over the main character with such cheap tricks and ploys. But Mikhail saw his gesture as a good investment in the guy, and it would have been much easier for him if he had thought the same. In general, when someone invests money or other resources in someone or something, they are always prepared to lose everything. But if all the stars align as they should, then the investor will receive more than they invested. Mikhail was not afraid of losing by placing his bet on Helmet, as it seemed to him that this bet would pay off. Besides, he will never ask for something that is impossible to fulfill. He himself is not interested in such games. After dinner, Mikhail was the first to go to bed, and when Helmet entered the room, the guy was already in his 10th sleep. The new acquaintance evoked different feelings in the main character. Now he was sleeping so soundly that Helmut could rob him, and he would not notice. Now the protagonist could study the documents that were sent to him from Blackhawk. They contained all the necessary information. The first thing that caught the guy's eye was information about Ludus Kikero. This man received the position of captain of the order immediately after Darian's disappearance, and for a long time he successfully carried out various missions to destroy monsters in the desert. In theory, this man was a close friend of Darian, but the man never mentioned this person, as if he never existed for him. It would be nice to talk to him if I get the chance, although it might not be such a good idea. After all, if you think about it, Darian sent him to Eden, and not to Ludus. This led to interesting thoughts and conclusions. Most likely, the mentor wanted him to continue his studies at the academy, but this was hardly the main reason. Darian knew that he would be betrayed by his closest friend and then thrown into the root forest. Even the most powerful temple servant would not have been able to pull off something like this if someone from his inner circle had not helped him. It all came down to one thing. Ludus was a traitor. Darian trusted him only unconditionally and was ready to sacrifice everything for his friend, but he chose his own benefit. If all his assumptions are true, then he will take revenge on Ludus for 20 years of suffering of his mentor. The main character was so deep in his thoughts that he did not notice that Mikhail was not sleeping and was listening to him. A new day arrived, bringing the guy another victory in the arena, and he became the first participant in the tournament final. By and large, the opponent's skill level was average, so the protagonist thought that winning the tournament wouldn't be that difficult. He fought first, so he had plenty of time until the end of the day, so he decided to go to the hotel and study the documents. But plans had to be changed a little, as Michael's knight brought him to the stands to see the owner, who wanted to watch other fights with Helmut. There were no rules prohibiting this, so the guy could calmly watch his opponents fight. The only restriction was purely ethical, so the foreigners didn't pay any attention to it. Besides, with the main character's skills, there's no need to analyze other fighters, but it would be fun to watch. So the new pair of opponents became the mercenary Kyle and Luke, the supposed grandson of Darian. At some point, Helmut caught himself thinking that Darian probably looked the same at that age, so he became curious to see his grandson's skills. Meanwhile, the opponents took up fighting stances, because the battle was supposed to begin any minute, and each was waiting for the moment to attack. As much as Kyle didn't want to, he couldn't find an opening to attack in the young man's defense, something he expected from the Palma Knight. But if they continue to do nothing but evaluate each other, the crowd will start throwing rotten tomatoes at them. Therefore, as the younger brother, Luke attacked the enemy. But what seemed like a low blow changed trajectory in an instant, and the blow landed on the man's torso. One single blow was enough to kill the enemy, causing him serious injury. Meanwhile, something interesting happened in the arena. The young man once again defeated his opponent. There was a noise from the people in the stands, as they did not understand what had just happened, whether Luke had really disappeared for a few minutes and then returned. Be that as it may, the young man considered it his duty to apologize to his wounded opponent. He did this not out of malice, but in order to reach the final and win there. The guy needed just one blow to knock his opponent out cold and advance to the main and final stages of the tournament. The main character watched the events in the arena closely, and Mikhail watched his reactions. The young man even thought that his new acquaintance Hyde, as Helmut called himself here, looked worried. There was something to be afraid of. Luke was a strong competitor, and the guy saw it perfectly well and felt it on an instinctive level. Nevertheless, Helmut was 200% confident in himself, and his plans did not include giving the victory to anyone else. It's clear that Darian's son has done a good job of training Luke, and his skill level has exceeded Helmut's expectations. There was no point in watching the arena anymore, and it was too early for him to go to the hotel, since important things wouldn't do themselves. The protagonist understood that since he left the root forest, he was lucky to find good friends. But he did not feel a real closeness with any of them. But with Luke, he had a common denominator, Darian. Their meeting in the arena was supposed to happen very soon. But the guy was impatient to get to know Luke better, to understand what kind of person he was, how he used his grandfather's legacy. Meanwhile, one of the knights asked Luke to behave more restrainedly and think about what and where he said, since the locals could misunderstand him. Suddenly, they broke away from each other and turned their gaze to Helmet, who caught them sorting things out. Luke misunderstood the protagonist's arrival and intentions, believing that he was challenging him, considering him a worthy opponent, while Helmet did not understand where such conclusions came from. And perhaps this option was the most normal, since the next assumption was completely out of the question. Helm is a real fan of Luke and came to the locker room for an autograph. But Helmet didn't come for an autograph, but rather for the truth and the guy himself, since he was Darian's grandson. It's good to have an excellent reaction. Then you can quickly shut the mouths of very bold and talkative individuals, which is what the knight did. The worst part is that it's a secret that only a few people know, and the main character was definitely not one of them. So the desire to get answers pushed the guys out into the street, where Luke pinned Helmet against the wall, trying to put moral pressure on him. Of course, it's not the guy Luke would like to pin against the wall right now, but there is what there is, and in general, where did the main character come from, so curious and knowledgeable? Helmet wasn't scared or embarrassed. He didn't understand why the guy didn't have his grandfather's last name, which almost got him into trouble, since Darian's last name can't be mentioned to avoid problems. Here the young people are getting nervous. Helmet calmed Luke down, because he didn't tell anyone anything about the guy's origins. He just wanted to satisfy his curiosity, and nothing more. But it's still strange that Luke hides the fact of his relationship with Darian. Why does he do this? Initially, the thing was that the guy's father left his father's house and never communicated with Darian again. Luke didn't know his grandfather, so now it's very difficult to prove that they are relatives. But this was not so. Helmet saw perfectly well that Darian's sword technique had passed to his grandson, and this was undeniable proof of their blood connection. It was a truth the boy didn't deny, but only his strong will, talent, and hard work helped him master his grandfather's sword techniques, and he officially wanted to tell the world everything after winning the tournament. Luke had been raised well by his father, so now he wanted to gain people's recognition for his own abilities, and not through the influence of Darian's name. Only after telling all this did the guy realize that he was a bit of a screw-up, because only the capital and his deputy in the Palma Order knew his secret. The picture in Helmet's head didn't add up. If Ludus had a hand in Darian's exile, then why was he now helping his grandson? At that very moment, the shining Ludus himself came to their humble persons. Luke's almost enthusiastic reaction to the captain was partly understandable to Helmet, but he definitely didn't like the old man. The man was curious about who the guy was talking to, and he said that he was talking to one of the tournament semi-finalists. The old man did not recognize Helmet, since due to his high position he could not watch all the stages and fights of the tournament. Too much work had accumulated. Experience, skill, and a sharp mind allowed the man to understand that the protagonist had changed his appearance using magic. Seeing the main character's tension, he hastened to calm him down, saying that he was neither the first nor the last to act like this at tournaments. In fact, he didn't come to scare the guys, but to encourage Luke, after which he asked them both to give it their all in the next rounds. Now it was time for the old man to go and work, but he would definitely come to the final to see who could beat whom. After this meeting, Helmet had mixed feelings, but Luke idolized the old man, saying that he was the first to recognize him and even advised him to participate in the tournament. Luke was also about to leave, but before that, he wished the main character good luck, because he would definitely need it in the finale. But it's not he who needs luck, but Luke, since he will not give up victory to him under any circumstances. At this point, the boys parted ways, but Helmet clearly understood that he would not allow Luke to fall into Ludus's insidious plan. He would protect his mentor's grandson. When the protagonist returned to his room, he was met by Mikhail, who was reading an interesting book. But upon seeing the guy, he asked him how the conversation with Luke went. This is interesting and unexpected. How does the guy know about this? So Helmet froze in place, not knowing what to say. No, of course, Mikhail didn't follow the main character, but he was able to put two and two together and draw the right conclusions. And since he understood everything, Helmet could have told him something interesting about it. But the main character didn't understand why he should tell this guy anything. The aristocrat was curious what the young man would do if the Palma Knights decided to recruit him. Helmet believed that the order had no grounds for this, but this was not true. Because if the guy wins the tournament, then everyone will definitely pay attention to him and want to get him for themselves. But even if this happens, if the head of the Knights Palma condescends to his humble person, Helmet will never join the order. This news pleased Mikhail, since he was not against, but even very much in favor of, the main character joining him. But not as an ordinary knight, the guy had plenty of those, but as a person who would always be on his side. The decision does not need to be made right now. The protagonist still has plenty of time to think about this proposal carefully. Once again, Helmet realized that he didn't understand what was going on in people's heads. Suddenly, he decided to ask how good Mikhail was at searching and collecting information, because it would be useful to him now. Oh yes, Mikhail knew how to get the necessary information, but it depended on what the main character needed. And he needed to know everything possible and everything impossible about the Knightly Order of Palma, its members, and missions. In short, the new acquaintance must find out everything about the work of this order so that the guy can compare information. It was a piece of cake for Mikhail to complete such a task, so Helmet didn't have to worry about anything. With this, everything was clear, and now it was time to eat something tasty and good, so that the brain works well and there is strength. Helmet remained silent, thinking that he was lucky since he had been fortunate enough to meet Mikhail, and with his help, get into the head of the traitor Ludus Kikero. A new day dawned, and it was time for the first semi-final fight. As expected, Helmet defeated his opponent and advanced to the final. He had no doubts about himself, but the commentator got on his nerves during the tournament, as he came up with a nickname for him that was extremely annoying and didn't suit his sensitive nature. When the guy was leaving the arena, he met Luke, who did not understand why the guy was acting so gloomy and not making the crowd happy. But the main character never liked this, and now he wanted to rest in silence, even though he was now considered the hottest guy in the kingdom. The protagonist changed his clothes and was about to go to the hotel. He was tormented by the question of whether Mikhail would have time to gather the information he needed or not. But as soon as the guy stepped out into the light of day, he suddenly regretted that he had been lost in thought, and did not immediately notice how a crowd of enthusiastic fans was running towards him. For the first time in his life, he felt completely helpless, not knowing how to escape from them with the least losses. It would have been easier to escape from the serpent in the root forest than from amorous women. So he returned to the room rumpled, with lipstick marks everywhere. It was funny to watch the main character, who didn't want such close attention from girls, but nothing could be done. It was his own fault that he was born with such a beautiful face. But this was lyricism, and it was time to move on to prose. Mikhail collected the information that the main character asked for. Helmet didn't expect the guy to cope so quickly. He just smiled and hoped that Helmet would trust him at least a little. So, the first pages of the report were completely uninteresting and concerned the structure of the order. But what happened next was more interesting, since Ludus Kikero supported the first prince, although the leader of the order should not have interfered in political affairs. The first prince was born to a woman from another country, so over time he introduced a number of customs here, namely the power of the church and the state. In addition, the main character read information about a very interesting but dangerous local monster. It turned out that it was the Knights of Palma, who had gone into the desert to destroy him. This was the starting point of the end, and now Ludus is helping Luke not out of the kindness of his heart, but wants to partly rehabilitate himself for past mistakes, and partly to raise an obedient dog, after which he will send the guy on a mission, where he will face a monster that he cannot defeat. And after his death, legends will be composed about the guy, which Ludus contributes to. Therefore, Darian's grandson was very lucky that the main character ended up in this city now. Helmet made the only right decision, to do everything in his power to prevent Luke from repeating Darian's fate. But when he met Ludus in person, Helmet realized that he was too strong, and the guy had no idea how to defeat him in a direct fight.